about the exit poll, which I don't need to explain right now. The Liberal Democrats on 14, up 6, and the smaller parties, like Cambridge stays on 3, and on 1, none for UKIP, and the others 18. Well, the Prime Minister called this election because she wanted certainty and stability, and this doesn't seem the stability. It could still be that the Conservatives at the end of the day have an overall majority, 326 votes.
It's good. I'm just a bit worried that this Trump will might be a bit
too short, isn't it? Yeah. That's what I thought, but you know the way I was putting that up.
Go. As high as
That's it. Yeah.
What about?
But then if we do this, yeah, look at this. Wow. Like that.
No, it's not going to work.
It's a bit blurry.
Yeah. But we'll have it.
Zoom in, yeah, like that. That's it. So instead of zooming all the way in, should we move it further over here?
No, that's fine.
Just a little bit.
No, that's good.
I don't know how they got that camera in between.
No, this is good.
She may well diminish the situation more uncertain. And of course, your votes, real results, as they come in tonight, that should be taken.
And maybe at this stage, given that we are in these territories, look at what the new House of Commons would be like, James. Would you do that? Well, quite sensational. The key figure is 326, just over half the MPs in the House of Commons gives you a majority. David Cameron got just there in the last election, and the exit poll is very, very short. Down to 17 seats on 340. They can't with their MPs outvoting the other MPs in the House of Commons. That's not the majority. Now, as has been said, it wouldn't take a little bit of effort for the exit poll to actually push the Conservatives over the line. So maybe it's going to be a fascinating night. Let's have a look at the other parties. So, Labour, first of all, 266, up more than 30 seats. The SNP, there are a lot of 50-50 rules there, so that figure may change. Labour turns the number in 6 seats. If they to their tally, 14 they now, so that's an improvement there. The same with like Cymru, 3 as last time. Greens also the same with 1, and the others, the more parties, is 18. So, 18 up. So, let's go back here to the government elections and stress that this again is very small. It's possible that it closes during the night. But at the moment, under our exit poll, the Conservative Party have lost their majority and will be short by 12 votes. 12 MPs short of an outright majority in the House of Commons. Thanks very much, sir. We're joined here by two senior politicians from the two main parties. John McDonnell, Shadow Chancellor for Labour, and Michael Farman, the Defence Secretary. Mr. Farman, this is right.
Well, let's see the selection results to see if this is borne out. This is a projection. I think we're very clear. It's not the results. These exit polls have been wrong in the past, like 2015, the unprecedented. Interpret this one.
Put it like this, if this were to be closed, you maybe just have a majority of 7 would have what you call but in the House of
Well, we didn't. I know the original poll shows 20 points ahead in an election with a tight between the major parties. That was as I said. Wait and see. surprise you, I'm going to really like it. We have to have some skepticism in our all politics. So how do you set the money where you take that?
Okay, so what do you have to say?
We try to have an extremely positive if you remember the election, his slogan at the time was "Size politics straight talk," and that's what we're trying to do, positive campaign throughout. So it is reflected in this sort of emphasis. I think it does change the nature of this political discourse to a large extent. So I think people have to pick up the yarn of politics and some of the nasty tactics that have gone on with the recent. So I think the positive campaign, if it comes out like this, I think it will improve politics in this country. What do you think about that? I think it's very honest. At times it dragged us into the government. I didn't like that. Let's put that to one side. If the result is anywhere near like this, it means positive politics actually succeed.
Nasty campaign.
No, I don't agree. So our campaign focus was on.
You know what you're thinking of, I think.
Our campaign focus was on strong leadership. It was on getting the Brexit negotiation right. It was on setting out some of the social and economic challenges that face this country. Even inside the proposals that they've done. They've tended to some measure of money. And they never really answered. I never explained it, and that is it.
Well, it's not been quite the campaign. You've got Brexit stuff in 11 days' time. You know, really serious talks about this country. That was hardly discussed. There wasn't a stall laid out for Brexit. And now this is right. The reason they hasn't got sort of massive support from the country that she was hoping to get for allowed to do whatever it is she wanted to do, and she never told us.
No, we did bring the campaign back to Brexit. We said
So
that.
that Brexit.
Interesting seeing Osborne on the panel. On the ITV. Osborne board.
Based on economic
Their election later this year.
He was tall and we tried to get him on his relationship.
I think just genuinely we didn't do that. We could have that's the sort of party you're rejecting. You've got to be straight and honest with people now, and you should have that. People reject it. I think what was interesting was that Theresa May went to the whole election.
They go
I remember the 1974 general, if you remember, when the government had taken
so I can get them. Yeah. I'll just
It's fair to say neither Labour Party or no question about that really. Just looking at these numbers again, if they are proven to be right, then what was on the campaign was an aggressive coalition who topped up to 318 seats, as opposed to the Tory seats of 314. Now they might be able to rely on more seats than but we could be in a position to combine forces into the essence of the Labour Party brings to five to be equal to the Conservatives, and that could make for some very interesting things.
Let's just have a reminder of where this exit poll is, in case you're just getting this is what the exit poll is showing, and we projected it on the front of New Broadcasting House. In the dust, there we are, 2017 elections. Conservatives are the largest party, not Conservatives at the stage of the exit poll majority. Labour on 266, that's up 34. The SNP on 34, that's down 22. The solution is Labour on 14. And the other parties by a couple of UK none. Conservatives on 314, which is 17 short of an overall majority. So let's go this up, as I said earlier on. The first result we get from you, Sophie, will give us a clue whether these two gentlemen are feeling more cheerful or less. join the other party leader, Nick Robinson, is in Islington North, where the Reform is seated in the dark. Good evening, Nick. Have you had a reaction to this opinion vote?
We're in the dark with Jeremy Corbyn and right here, David, 10 minutes before the election. He was in the dark too, but I have to say he looked pretty cheerful, as did his chief advisor, Spain Dr. Shane Snow. Everybody is going to be extremely cautious about this exit poll because it comes as such a surprise. Everybody, of course, some of those polls that show 1 or 2% Tory lead. It will give enormous power to Jeremy Corbyn, not just within Parliament, but within the party too. There were very few people around this time who believed he was going to win this election. Quite frankly, 2 years ago, they didn't fight this election. But what they now do is they have shifted British politics and they've shifted it for good. They believe that they've got ideas that were previously seen as extreme on the margins, nationalisation, big public spending, borrowing, taxing as well, ideas of investment in the NHS and the rest, back firmly in the centre of British politics. He will be strengthened. What he didn't anticipate, I think, is that he might have a rather powerful role to play in the future of this country when it comes to Brexit. Because if the exit poll is right, Theresa May actually has to be dealed in order to get her away. That gives Labour potentially enormous power in terms of dealing with their elected and whether they will work with Tory rebels and others when it comes to those crucial votes on Brexit in 20 years.
Home Secretary who stood in under Theresa May and debated incredibly done a good job, a formidable job. We're told that in this case she may be indifferent. But let's have a look at some other seats.
David, yes, it's fascinating at this stage anything too closely. It's impossible to stress too much how delicately we are treading, given that the exit poll, as things stand, is untested. We have not had a single result. But if it is right and if it is on track, then these are some of the seats Tory held at the moment that have a 90% chance of turning red and taken by Labour tonight. Some of them are incredibly tight marginals, Croydon Central, Derby North, for example. Some of them are much higher up the target list, Bedford, around 12 on that target list. But let me take you into some and I'll just show you what we're able to do now. This is Croydon Central, a very tight margin. You might recognise the face of Gavin Barwell, the housing minister, the current administration government, and you can see what is being projected on the forecast, a likely Labour gain. You can see the lead vote here split pretty evenly. I don't know if that will come into play, but some of the others that are showing Bolton West, you'll remember that Theresa May launched her campaign in this neck of the woods, not this exact seat. Very tightly fought here. They only need a 0.8% swing to take it from the Conservatives. But the sort of figures that the forecasters are coming up with suggest Labour would be on a 9-point lead in pretty much all of these seats. That's why we're saying they have a very good chance of taking it. This would go red as well. And I mentioned some of the other ones. Bedford, for example, 13 on the Labour target list. It looks pretty tight at the moment. Tony Blair took it 3 times for Labour here. Quite often you hear Jeremy Corbyn, Tony Blair making the same sensitive vote. Looking at interesting changes of seats. That's all the gauge is saying there. Bedford then projected to be at least 10 points between Labour and the Conservatives. One more right from Kemptown, right next to the Green seat where we've been at the moment. Simon Kirby on this forecast could be out for the Conservatives, and we are projecting here a Labour gain with a lead of another 10 percentage points. All these we tread carefully. We know when we get the first results and whether that exit poll is even vaguely on track.
Absolutely, we're on eggshells at the moment. Being very cautious when we say the perfectly obvious reason for just join us. We're not saying the Conservatives have no majority, we're saying the largest party. Not for discussion, the exit poll is true, what are the implications of that? And no one better knows than some of the senior politicians who've been involved in this sort of thing before. We should know what he's saying as one with her.
Your reaction to this?
Well, David didn't took the word exit for the time up, because of the history of these results in the past, and I think it's very dangerous to seek to conclusions which are totally unchallenging. But one thing is certain, this is made an effort to get a large majority in order to enhance ability to drive a hard deal for the European Union. Has simply been exploded.
If these results are these if the exit polls are now having the results, the exit poll shows no party adding seats in the House of Commons, going up to 14 Liberal Democrat MPs. Could you imagine Liberal Democrats being part of some sort of progressive alliance?
Well, Tim Farron made it very clear. He said no family, no deal, no coalition. And we've had our fingers burned by coalition into Tory. And so I find it very, very difficult to see how Tim Farron will be able to go back on what he's previously said, and indeed to persuade the membership of all the Democrats that a coalition is a good idea from our point of view.
Progressive alliance would be something rather different.
Progressive alliance implies, though, a commitment to support the government which happens to be in power. And the notion of progressive alliance is to supplant the Conservatism. But, for example, on the issue of Brexit, the Liberal Democrat position is very clear, as far as last year was Corbyn's position, which frankly almost defies definition. I can't possibly see an arrangement between Labour and the Liberal Democrat which would in any way overcome the unity that nor could have taken the party with them, nor indeed any of them over 100,000 people that doubled our membership in 2015.
In the interest of having a sort of influence over the Brexit negotiations?
Well, we know about coalitions, we know about the extent of the influence is very, very difficult indeed. In our experiences, after the last coalition, the major party gets the credit for everything that's done, and the junior party takes the blame for the things that people don't like. And therefore, it'll be down to him, he'll have to make his own decision. But I should be astonished if he would countenance any coalition, either for Labour or Conservative. What he can say is we will deal with these everything on a vote-by-vote basis. We will not have the night propositions or say but we will consider everything on its merits. That, I think, is something he can say to his own party, and it's something which will preserve his and the party's integrity.
Well, there are fascinating scenes in some where people further north in London there's still a bit of daylight as the students deliver these boxes, bringing the ballot boxes to a certain kind, and white-gloved, handling them carefully, all trained to do this, both Sunderland and Newcastle have been competing, and indeed, the man who organised Sunderland last time has been giving advice to Slough in Buckinghamshire, because they wanted to get their result as fast as possible. So the boxes have to be opened. There is a slight problem here this time around, which is that if people go who have postal ballots and put them in these boxes, they then have to be individually verified, and that takes a bit of time. But they're saying now, I think Newcastle says they'll have theirs by 11 o'clock, Sunderland, I hope, a bit before. Let's talk to our reporter down there. Hello, can you hear us in Newcastle? Babita Sharma.
David, hello.
It's looking a great race, this. How are you doing? Yeah.
Everyone was gasping when you said you think Sunderland might be a few minutes before Newcastle, because that's definitely what they want to hear here tonight, because they are definitely clock watching here. Frantic activity behind me, because the first ballot box came in about 7 minutes past 10. 128 in total are going to be making their way through to the sports arena. We think we've probably got about 50 of those boxes in so far. What Newcastle are hoping to do is get a declaration result announced here by
great to have the race, but it's important too because those first results will give us a clue through our psychologists, really, I don't understand it, but will give us a clue whether the exit poll is accurate or not. We'll be hearing from them. But I'm joined now by Stuart Hosey, who was the MP for Dundee East, and he was standing for Dundee East. Mr. Hosey, you're in Glasgow tonight, I think, and thank you for joining us. What do you make of this exit poll, which looks, if it's right, rather damaging for the SNP? Down 22 is what the exit poll has said.
Well, first of all, it is only an exit poll, and so all of the usual caveats and pinches of salt should apply. The main story for it, if it's accurate, is that Theresa May has given up a majority, and we now have, again, if the numbers are correct, 314 Tories versus 314 others, and 22 from the Northern Irish parties. That's an extraordinary thing. For Theresa May to call this election for narrow party advantage, and then, if these numbers are correct, to blow it incredibly.
If she has blown it in the sense that she doesn't have an overall majority, would you allow her to go through with the Queen's Speech in House of Commons, the SNP, assuming you have at least a substantial wedge in the new House?
Well, again, if this poll is correct, it would still point to the SNP winning the election in Scotland, which is what we set out to achieve. I don't recall us ever voting for a significant Tory policy in the past, and it would be hard to see in the current climate, with the austerity, cuts, hard Brexit party, that we'd want to support them in any way in this future Parliament.
We've heard, well, let me put it like this. The reason that we were, I said at the beginning, we were a bit cautious about SNP on 34 down 22, is we're told that a lot of these are very tight. The polling is suggesting 50-50, so you don't quite know which way to call. But two people in particular, Angus Robertson, your leader in Westminster, and Alex Salmon, formerly of the SNP, are both said to be under threat if this exit poll is correct. Have you got any information from them about how they think they've done?
No, I don't have any specific information from those seats at all, but I mean, common sense would tell us that at least Alex Salmon, fantastic parliamentary reformer like Angus Robertson, with their track records in the constituencies, would have an edge over any insurgent Tory campaign. But as I say, it will take some hours before this all comes out of the wash.
Mr. Hosey, thank you very much. When it does come out of the wash, perhaps you can very kindly come back and, in the light of reality rather than speculation, tell us what your position is.
Indeed, I'll be delighted to, as long as it's stopped raining by then.
Thank you very much. The last word from you about this thing. We heard Dean Campbell talking about what would happen, and everybody is dumping on the Tories at the moment for having called this election in the first place. I mean, dumping on the conservatives and misjudgment.
I think it's the right thing to do, to have a clear and strong mandate as we go into the Brexit negotiations. Theresa May didn't have that mandate last year when she took over from David Cameron. And it's clear that other opposition parties were in the business of frustrating a successful Brexit. So I think it's the right thing to do, to ask the British people for a mandate. We don't yet know. With not a single result in, we don't yet know what the result is.
It's the right thing to do. If it is wrong, we're sitting there saying it's the wrong thing to do. You can't sit there saying it's the right thing to do. If it turns out wrong, you'll be hanging your head in shame, or at least you'll be blaming Theresa May for everything.
I think it was right to ask the British people for their support for a strong mandate to negotiate this very complex Brexit. I think that was the right thing to do because she inherited from a previous which was designed before the Brexit referendum.
Your Shadow Defence Secretary, Emily Thornley, Shadow Defence she's just said that she thinks that Theresa May, on the basis of this exit poll, should resign.
Theresa May promises on 7 different occasions that she will not go for a snap generation.
Greens who have voted for our destination. We're just voters who do not have a vote from indeed many people asked how the issue should have an election match. Earlier, people saw this as pure opportunism. It looks as though they rejected it, and they thought shattering the party it's about our public service, it's about yesterday budget. All right, Laura, what's your
behind this area.
Brexit's not skepticism. These are not the basics of Conservatives as a sensible electoral platform. But, of course, this is a whether that was a social care, of the hospital promise, that she was forced to change, whether it was a response that we have I think also the hardest part was also some people were peeved about the election. And I just wondered like a fellow, until April the 18th, we were also saying it was not the right thing to have an election. We were saying the wrong thing to have an election. And people around the country saw that they were skeptical about it.
They understood the central line about other parties to turn out Brexit to vote against it. The Democrats were going to have
in 1997, we had going back to Labour. So on that board, Labour have done some more damage to the Conservatives. And it doesn't stop there. We go to even better defended Conservative seats there. Now, these are ones that you would not have thought could go to any other party when Theresa May started the election campaign. Let's see what the exit poll says. And here we have Labour reaching the seats where there may be a 5,000 or 6,000 majority. Warwick and Leamington, Elmington, Rothwell, Milton Keynes, South Reading West. Under the exit poll we have going Labour. We'll have to see what happens. Actual results surely won't be too long. Let me just change the board. Let's turn it around now and let's look at targets. So when Mrs May called the election, she's thinking, okay, we're going to gain some Conservative seats, some Labour seats, and probably other parties. Have they managed to make any gains in this extraordinary result when they seem to reverse?
could email it.
The seat that's most vulnerable to the Conservatives is Chester, because Labour won it with only a 93 vote margin. And then you go to Ealing Central and Acton, Looking, Berkshire, Roxburgh's very tight with the SNP, and so on. So these are the seats that the Conservatives, what you would think, advance into first. Again, let's see what we think has happened. And you can see it's very, very poor performance. There's nothing, very little going on. They've taken, according to the exit poll, Berkshire and Roxburgh, which was very marginal. And we think as well, Wrexham there, this is the only there, so that seat would have gone. It seems to be a bit better story in Wales and in Scotland for the Conservatives than in England. Let's go to the second point, which is Conservatives' targets. So these are safer seats, but still the Conservatives would have had their eyes on them at the start of the election campaign before things started to go wrong. Let's see if they've won any seats here. Have the Conservatives won any seats? Yes, they have. But what have they got in common? Two in South Wales, Dale in Wales, Allen and Eastside in Scotland, Clacton obviously special case because it was Hugh, and Dumfries and Galloway, a Scottish seat, Aberdeenshire, Wales, Scotland, and Newport East was Jessica Morton was the MP there, that was Labour, that was Wales. So in England, the gains for the Conservatives seem to be few and far between. One more word for you, here we go. These are seats which would have been hard for the Conservatives to get. Anything happening here? Let's see. Very, very little. Perth and North Perthshire, Murray in Scotland, nothing in England. Extraordinary. Labour have done some serious damage to Conservative seats in England, and they may have offset it with gains in Wales and in Scotland, but also the exit poll, we'll have to see. David?
Boy, are we going to be honey drawn and quartered if this is all wrong, which it still might well be. We have to go on with what we've got from the exit poll, and indeed the reaction to this exit poll. I'm joined by two people who've been sitting here during the evening. Amol Raja, who's the BBC's media editor, and Kamal Ahmed, who's our economics editor. Mustafa, has there been an immediate reaction?
Well, I think it's safe to say there has been a huge reaction. This is a massive shock. This is a huge caveat, David. Lots of people saying that there are, as you said, lots of close seats, so it's too early to say. But astonishment across the Twitter sphere. Caroline Lucas, the Green Party leader, has just tweeted saying, "Hardly dare hope this is right. To be clear, the Greens would never support a Tory government." Jason Groves, who's the political editor of the Daily Mail, the paper has been very supportive of Theresa May, says that Brenda from Bristol, the famous quote from Brenda from Bristol, who said that why do we need to have another election, said it's going to have to cope with yet another election if this exit poll is right. And already, although it's very early, we haven't got results, there are some big themes emerging on social media, David. One is that this is a disaster for Theresa May, as Doris pointed out. Another is that there may well be another election. And the third one that people like Ashcroft are unanimous on is that it's going to be a very long night.
Brenda from Bristol, I remember she why does she have to do it? Okay, Kamal, has there been a reaction?
There has been. We were here together on the referendum.
Yes.
When Brexit, there's a similar feel. Of course, as Amal said, we've also had to be careful. This is a poll, and we haven't actually seen any real results, but hands down about 2% already against the dollar. It's also down against the euro. I think that's not as much about Jeremy Corbyn could be the Prime Minister, depending on how things may turn out if this exit poll is correct. But it is about uncertainty. That word we always use when the markets are looking at a situation. Because for the markets, the big economic challenge for the UK was Brexit. If we are in a position where neither of the parties have a solid majority and have to go through tough negotiations on new positions, there could be another election. This could have a situation where the Scottish referendum can come back into play depending on those negotiations. The markets look at that and would much prefer a 70 majority for Theresa May or a 70 majority for Jeremy Corbyn, whatever their policies may be, because at least they're making a judgment on what the likelihood trajectory of those negotiations.
So it's uncertain, not thinking there's going to be a possibly softer Brexit if there was no majority.
There is some argument, which I must admit I don't have a huge amount of sympathy for, which is the notion that there could be a softer Brexit if there is either a Jeremy Corbyn-led government or a hung parliament and Theresa May having to put together a coalition. And The reason I say that is because I think the uncertainty of would this government last 5 years or 4 years, would it last through the Brexit process, would the Brexit process be put back to Parliament in any substantive way? I think those concerns outweigh any notion that there could be a slightly better deal with Europe, because I think those things are, the uncertainty is just going to loom much larger. I think that's the reaction I'm getting from currencies. But of course, we've seen with Brexit, the currency plunged to 120, well above that. It has already, on that 2%, just slightly to when those first margins to really see
the currency trade is making a fortune.
Some will be on the right side of this bed.
Sitting there, some will be sitting there, some will be losing. They're all gamblers.
Other than that, David, they're making a judgment on the possible strength of the UK economy in the future.
Well, that's something that they're right there. Anyway, let's go to Scotland. Figures in Scotland. This is going down to 2034. And I don't know which ones are right. Let's see what the story is in Scotland.
We're going to need a new caveat soon. I feel like I'm in the front line and we're talking about extreme caveat because the S&P is even harder than some of the other places to lose. We know that at the moment, according to the forecast, the S&P first and foremost seems that they lose 12 if the hold is on target. And these are some of the ones that we are hearing there is a 90% chance of losing. The first one, which comes out after the forecast as a gain for Conservatives.
We've got the guys here, so you can leave it here, and I have the name for you. Sign it.
You can see their strict also the current MP here, but the forecast is suggesting that even with that massive majority of 7,000 and the Conservatives leading a 6.3% swing on the forecast, they would take it, okay? That's the first possible gain of the Conservatives, looking quite likely according to the poll. Per share, now this was the Conservative target 88, if you can get your head around that. It would seem as if the Conservative chances in Scotland are much better than in England, but of course we haven't had results in there. This is what the forecast here is showing. For the Tory long shot, nearly 9% swing here, but that would put the Conservatives on 50% share of the vote if the poll is a couple of other sides would lose. This time, not to the Conservatives, but to the Lib Dems. This one much more tightly fought. John Hiddleston, a former TV presenter, and under the forecast, a former TV presenter comes out, and in comes Jo Swinson, who you might remember from last time she lost her seat, the business minister in 2015, and she would take it back on a pretty decent share of the vote. A big gap there, much bigger than the swing on the uniform track. One more, Everett West, which is the line targets, and you can see how the 2015 share has those two top parties, SNP in first place, and then goes the second. Forecast then, this is often a four-way contest, you could see the Lib Dems taking 40% share of the vote. Now these are all tentative, but why I'm showing you those is they are the most likely ones to actually change colours. Like there are a lot more in Scotland that we would call 50-50. Now on the cusp, we wouldn't go further than that at this stage, but that's why the exit poll is in such a sort of caveated moment at present.
And these parties that are eroding this and they're all
Well, there you go. That might be something to do with it, certainly, if we're seeing that step back into the mix. And it's interesting, for example, that Aberdeenshire West, I want to give the lead bonus as well. Aberdeenshire West, you can see 39%, which looks like quite a lowly vote, although to put it into context, it's quite a highly vote for Scotland. Maybe that was given Conservatives a bit of a chance here. For some of them in Scotland, you know, it's sort of 70-30.
Thanks very much, Emily. Well, let's go on to Scotland. What do you make of this? Of course, we'll be entering the same caveat that everybody else says, but it's true.
Lose that many seats. They weren't raised for some losses, because remember they had such an amazing result a few years ago when they won 56 out of the 59 seats it's inevitable that we're going to lose some of them. This would be really, really remarkable if the exit poll is in any way correct about that. And as you were alluding to with Emily, the dynamic of this campaign in Scotland has been completely different. You have the SNP as the incumbents essentially because they had so many of the seats, and the Tories as the insurgents, the ones who thought that they could take a few seats off the SNP. They were optimistic about something between 6 and 10, maybe even a dozen seats. They would be very happy with that in Scotland. And the campaign narrative here has been different because it's been all about independence. Because it was just 3 months ago that Nicola Sturgeon said she wanted another referendum on Scottish independence, and the Tories have cast themselves as the one party who say they can stop another independence referendum. The most staunch defenders of the United Kingdom, although of course Labour and Lib Dems also say they don't want another Scottish referendum. The Tories have really taken on that mantle of the Union, and that's what they hope could propel them to take a good few seats off the SNP tonight.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Cardiff and join Sean Lloyd. The Plaid Cymru figure was that it remains at 3. What other things have been on in those? Do you expect any other changes?
Well, I'm in Cardiff where 3 of the 4 Cardiff constituencies are counted. We're not expecting any results from here for quite some time. Cameron Jones, the first Minister of Wales, has just been alongside me here on the balcony. He's just arrived at this count. I was just trying to get a sense of his reaction to this exit poll because earlier polls were saying that perhaps the Conservatives would gain 9 seats here in Wales. Of course, Wales has traditionally been a Labour struggle for the past 100 years. It's only back in 1983 Conservatives have their high watermark here when they gained 14 seats at the height of Margaret Thatcher's popularity. But Theresa May was hoping to make a rotation into Wales 3 times during this campaign. To 4 different constituencies, went from Southwark to Wrexham. She was hoping Wales would vote to leave, that in some of these Welsh marginal constituencies that had voted to leave, that she would be gaining support in. She was really targeting them. Of course, we've got to see what results on that. Cameron Jones, the first Minister of Wales, really led Labour's campaign here in Wales. Jerry Corbyn did visit, but he wasn't particularly visible here. They were campaigning under the brand of the Welsh Labour, which they say has been successful for them in the past. What he's just been saying now is that he doesn't want to comment on it too much on this exit poll, of course. It's very early days. But he did make the point that he didn't feel that Theresa May had engaged with people when she had come on these visits, and he made the point that she hadn't entered into the debates. Like Camberwell said, expected to remain on 3. They have been working very hard on any small numbers of target seats for them, and therefore Leader Yeo is coming out of retirement to stand as an MP there. So they're going to be very closely at that. And also the problem where they've been working very hard is their leader would that
Yeah, I had dinner there. It's called literally go up here on the left, yes.
Prime Line is in South London. Tooting is into Battersea and Putney as well. What's the story there? I should just say, give you an answer on our first result from something. Over to you.
They're mainly in there.
Okay.
Do you want to lift them?
Yes, very interesting.
You want to call security?
As you say, they're partly
No, that'd be
just
fine.
the Conservative Minister figure in poverty, pretty unassailable it seems according to the polls. 10,000 majority, so highly likely to retain that seat for the Conservatives. It's the Tooting and Battersea seats that will be very interesting indeed. Tooting, of course, Sadiq Khan's old seat, now the Mayor of London. In the by-election which he stood down in 2016, it was held by the Labour Party, Rosie Namath. The majority was just over 6,000, and the Conservatives have come to Tooting for the last 2 election cycles at least. They've put money in here, they've put campaigners in here, and they really found, certainly up until the last 4 or 5 days of the campaign, that they were making inroads. But I've talked to some of the Labour activists here. They're pretty confident that they will hang on to Tooting. They've been putting out mail shots to all their activists in the areas who come to Tooting to campaign,
15 share of the vote. It's solid Labour, we don't expect that to change. Labour then on 55% share of the vote at the moment, UKIP in second place on 22, and the Conservatives in third place on 18. Now, if our forecast is on track, then Labour share of the vote will go up to 68%. Keep that figure in your mind, and when the real result comes in, if it's on or around there, we know that the exit poll is correct in this seat, in this part of the world at least. This is what our forecast is suggesting. There could be a big drop for UKIP, they're down 15%, some gains in the Conservatives here, and large gains of 13% for Labour. So those are the sorts of figures that we'll be putting side by side the exit poll to see if it all makes sense.
John Curtis was our man in charge of the exit poll, which was done by these three broadcasting companies. John, what would you like to say about it? Were you surprised by it?
Well, I think
you seem very surprised.
I think we should always start with exit polls by suggesting what we can rule out. It seems to me that unless the exit poll is incredibly wrong, that the Prime Minister has failed to achieve her principal objective, which was that she was going to achieve a landslide, or at least a very big majority for her party in the next House of Commons, and thereby provide her with potentially more wiggle room over Brexit. I think the second thing that we can probably rule out is that the Labour Party is going to end up on the seats of the Conservatives, and that indeed we are still probably talking about Theresa May or somebody from the Conservative Party heading the next administration. So those are, I think, probably two things we can rule out. Thereafter, while our exit poll at the moment is saying that its central forecast is 314 Conservative seats, which is short of an overall majority, I will remind you that 2 years ago we said it was going to be 316 Conservative seats. In the end, it ended up being 331. So we certainly cannot rule out the possibility that the Conservatives will still have an overall majority, but maybe one that isn't much bigger than the one that they had before the election was called.
John, thanks very much. Remind of how it would look in the House of Commons, Jeremy. Oh, Jeremy, are you ready? Good. Yeah, let's see.
Okay, let's just take a look at the House of Commons. We've got a device here, which we're just looking at, our coalition builder. So when the election campaign began, we thought this is not going to be sure it's how it's ending up, but we are looking now at who and how you put together the 326 MPs you need for an overall majority in the House of Commons. So what we have here are the numbers. We have the Conservatives 314, Labour 266 from the exit poll. If we keep having to say without having a result. And what we're going to do is pull them out one at a time. So let's bring the Conservatives first, 314. And we can, as you see here, is the 326 line just here. Can they find some alliances that will give them a majority in the House of Commons to maybe not a coalition, maybe just a working arrangement, something, at least to get the Queen's speech through to start off. So 314 for the Conservatives, if that is the result, leaves them as they were in 2010 looking for friends. In 2010 they went to the Liberal Democrats. This time it's not going to work. The LDS seem to be burned by that, so they are not playing ball with the Conservatives. So we will put in, shall we, let's see, we'll put in the Democratic Unionists in Northern Ireland. We've been happy in the past to go on maybe not official coalition, but at least to work with them vote by vote. The trouble here is they need 326. Under the exit poll, they're so far short of that. They can only make 322 with the DUP, and then you're left, I know, some UKIP MP under the exit poll to bring you, you're left in a situation where they've fallen short. So for the Conservatives, this really is very awkward. I'll put it into the House of Commons, I'll just show you that. Worth saying, again, the exit poll wouldn't need to be, it's gone on the other side. There we are. It's, they've actually put all the parties into the other side of the House of Commons. Worth saying that the exit poll will be only slightly wrong and can change those figures drastically so the Conservatives then don't need very many alliances to get their 326 in the House of Commons. Should we just try this to do later? Let's just see what the numbers can do for later. Now, again, it's tricky because the Lib Dems have said similar things about Labour that they've said about the Conservatives. So let's just try this, just so we can visualise. 266 Labour seats. Now we say, okay, maybe there's something, some way of getting the SNP to work with Labour. Maybe the two of them can agree vote by vote, bill by bill. Maybe just to agree a Queen's speech. Maybe at this point, the Conservatives haven't got any Queen's speech, they're off the pitch. So it's Labour and the SNP, and that makes 300. They're still a way short. Let's put it in the door just for a second. It's still nowhere near 326. So it looks, you put in Black Cymru, probably the SDLP in Northern Ireland, numbers which we haven't had confirmed at all yet. But it's no easier for Labour to put a team together to get to 326 and this exit poll is so extraordinary, David, because it leaves all the parties a bit stuck. It really does leave the Conservatives in difficulty getting to 326.
Let's just look at one of the building blocks of that journey. Northern Ireland. Last time round, you had 8 MPs. If that happened again, what's your view of what to do? What do you make of this election that was called to give the Prime Minister an overall sweeping brown majority?
Well, David, good evening from Lisbon. This is perfect territory for the Liberals because if the Conservatives are just short of our overall majority, it puts us in a very, very strong negotiating position. Certainly that is one that we will take up with them. Well, I'm not going to spell that out in detail at this stage. Obviously, as in 2015, with a lot of speculation at the early stages of the evening, the Conservatives in the end managed to hold the majority at that stage. So I'm not going to preempt the outcome. But what I will say is that we will be serious if there is an outcome, we will win. As we will talk to whoever it is in the Conservative Party, it will be the largest party. We want to see Brexit work for the United Kingdom, and of course we want that. We want to see the Union strengthened, and the Conservatives are committed to that. I think there is a lot of ground on which we can work. Obviously, we will want to get the best deal for Brexit itself.
So you're keeping something up your sleeve from our viewers tonight, Mr. Johnson. We know you were in favour of Brexit, and presumably you put your change in manager shoulder to the wheel on that. What else is it you're thinking of? Just give us a clue.
Well, David, I've been a negotiator in Northern Ireland for quite a number of years, and I know that any serious negotiator doesn't prepare a hand in advance and not going to do that. In the past, and I can give you some clues, in the past what we have done is operate on a pro-hybrid basis with whoever's the government and look at issues as they arose in the House of Commons.
Thank you very much.
Maybe it's a different scenario this time.
We could talk again. Thank you very much.
It is part of the Tories have already been dealing with a small majority, record majority of 17. They've already on some issues. We don't they are well used to dealing with the seats. And I have to say that we tend to take a stronger line on Brexit and very used to pressing leaders. Also, just to remember in terms of that, seats. So when we're thinking about it, if they've done the right, one of us needs to do one reaction. If it's going to be so finely balanced,
we think we've got about 2 minutes. Michelle, let's just go to you for a moment. We'll keep an eye on something in case it comes through. What do you just say?
David, with me is John Mansell, the chair of Momentum, the organisation that is set up to support the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn. John Mansell, what would a result in line with this exit poll mean to Mr. Corbyn personally?
Well, of course, in a clear position of having fought a very successful campaign, which has resulted in Theresa May failing to get the overall majority that she was seeking. She sought to an election that she had several times said she wasn't going to call in order to get that overall majority, and she's utterly failed. Jeremy's been a fantastic campaign.
Nevertheless, it looks, according to this, as if the Conservatives will be the largest party. Knowing Mr. Corbyn as you do, will he be trying to have those conversations, difficult as they are for all the reasons that Jeremy just outlined, with the SNP, with the Liberal Democrats, with others, to try and find a route to that?
I really think it's much too early to start talking about those things. This is just an accident. As it was said, very small changes in these results completely change the electoral background. If that's where we are, and it's not clear that that's where we are. I think that really is premature.
John Lansman, thank you.
One of the reasons that it's taking a bit longer to count tonight is that the turnout in Sussex was up by about 5. The average was 60 turnout, but that's one of the reasons. But just remember, when we do come to it, we mark the card. Peter Kerr, our election analyst, you've got the raw figures, but well, it's something to deliver.
What the turnout figures, if our exit poll is right, then Drew Phillips, Labour candidate, got 21,000 votes last time, and at 27, 28.
Newcastle is one, and we'll get there, and I'll come back to it. Let's have the Newcastle result. They're the winners. Well, they have to read it out fast. Chion Moore is the Labour MP. Last time, 12,500, over 20,000.
I, Pat Ritchie, returning officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for Newcastle upon Tyne Central constituency is as follows. Nick Cott, Liberal Democrats, 1,812. Steve Kite, Conservative Party candidate, 9,134. David Lewis, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,482. Chi Onwura, Labour Party, 24,071. Peter John Stewart Thompson, Green Party candidate, 595. And then Chi Onwura has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So here for the first time is the way we were showing the results tonight. Newcastle, no surprise that Chion Moore has held a seat. Majority of 14,900, so up 2,200 from last time. The first victory of the night was just a word from her.
Just a year ago, and following the atrocious attacks in Manchester and London, it is thanks to our police and our emergency services that the democratic process can come to such a successful conclusion. And I'd also like to thank the returning officer and all the staff here. It is therefore an efficient and extremely quick count. And I'm also really glad to see that the National Youth Council...
So the counters in Sunderland looking very pleased themselves at Newcastle having beaten Sunderland, dipped them to the post. Now the interesting thing about this is let's just see the share, and this tells you the story. Labour on 65, Conservatives on 25, Independents on 5, UKIP on 4. The change since last time, Labour up 10, and the Conservatives up 10 percentage points, UKIP down 11, and the swing from Conservative to Labour, 2%. Now, Peter Kerr, in your view, that is better for the Conservatives and worse for Labour, than the exit poll suggests.
The projection from the exit poll to this seat was suggesting a split Labour Conservatives 74%, 14. We've got 65-25. So the exit poll was projecting a 7% swing to Labour. We've got a 2% swing. Now, this is a safe seat. It's not a battleground seat. The exit polls are not going to be that reliable in these kinds of seats.
Well, okay,
let me ask
John Curtis that. Peter Kerr says it's not as accurate. Is that right?
Well, absolutely right. And I can explain why we were forecasting a big swing to Labour in the seat. One of the things that the exit poll looks as though it found is that Labour would do better in the seats that it was defending where there was a substantial Remain vote in 2016 as opposed to those places where there's a substantial Leave vote. So, for example, we don't expect Labour to do as well in Sunderland as we thought they would do in Newcastle. But I think what we should note at this point is simply the direction of travel. It is a 2% swing to Labour. Yeah, it is a safe seat. Of the night, but maybe the country is going to drift from the Conservatives to the Labour Party.
Drift from the Conservatives to Labour?
Yes, we've got a 2% swing to Labour in this poll.
Drift, but not for Labour to overtake the Conservatives.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you were to...
Newcastle, of course, was 50-50 on Brexit as well.
Sure, yeah, it is a much more pro-Remain Labour seat than
yes,
is the Southern.
I don't know what's happened to Sunderland. They were beavering away, but nothing seems to have happened. There's gloves left running around.
But one of the things to say, David, that increase in the turnout in Newcastle is something that is thought has occurred fairly broadly across the country. And given that one of the question marks about this election was, would people turn out? Would young people in particular turn out? I would guess that the Labour Party would regard the evidence that turnout is up as relatively encouraging from that point of view.
And do you have any evidence about young people? Because we know that...
We don't. All I can say, well, yes and no. What I can tell you is that in general, we are finding that in constituencies where there are a large number of graduates, who are of course disproportionately younger, we expect Labour to do better than in places where there are fewer graduates. Indeed, in general, it looks as though from the exit poll that part of Britain which was predominantly Remain is going to be relatively good territory for Labour, and that part of Britain that was predominantly is going to be relatively good territory for the Conservatives, and that therefore this may indeed end up of having been a Brexit election, even though the issue of Brexit disappeared off the campaign trail.
Thanks, John. I think we have the Sunderland result. We don't seem to have all the figures in touch. They missed the Labour figure.
Towards their canteen, but then when we left it,
we'll be able to explain what's happened. But again, it's another seat that looks as though we'd like to emphasise something.
So substantially better than the exit poll projection.
Yeah, they've got the coffee's
now, these are two constituents, what, 20 miles apart. So there may be something going on in safe Labour seats in that region that the exit poll hasn't quite picked up. Or it might be that the exit poll is wrong. We'll have to wait 2 or 3 hours to find out.
Those seats we've seen a significant fall away in the UKIP vote. Now, the Conservatives, from the start of this election, a central part of their strategy was UKIP voters, who might have been previously Labour voters in this election, they hope would go straight across to the Conservatives. And there are 71 seats across the country where the Labour majority was smaller than the UKIP vote in 2015. Now, early days, but the pattern, even in these safe Labour seats, the UKIP vote is crashing, and the Conservatives need that to happen right across the country if they're to end up in any kind of position to form.
And it looks like the UKIP vote is not crashing as completely to the Conservatives. Some of the projections in advance suggested, and that may be one of the reasons why Labour is doing a bit better than it pre-election
still trying to discover what happened in South, because we haven't been able to use the figures, share, change, because of apparently a microphone failure at the current sort of way, isn't it? Have any worked on Twitter? Have you got it? No, you've got it. Have you got it? Nobody's got it. Well, we'll try and get it in due course. Let's, in the meantime, go to Tim Farron's seat, or what was his seat, in Westmoreland, Lonsdale, joining us around this evening.
Good evening. We're outside Tim Farron's house. We're expecting him back here fairly soon. If the exit poll is right, and that, of course, is a big if, this will be seen as a pretty good night for the Liberal Democrats. Even if they only gain a handful of seats, the expectations, I think, were so low because there was such criticism of the campaign, the Liberal Democrats offering this second vote on a Brexit deal that the voters didn't really seem to want, and questions about Tim Farron's leadership. But now, with this exit poll suggesting they could get 14 seats, it leaves him potentially in the position of a kingmaker. And yesterday, when I spent some time with him on the bus, I talked over the idea of there was going to be a hung parliament, what the Liberal Democrats would do. He was absolutely clear that there would be no deals, no pact, no coalition, no confidence of supply where they voted for the budget. Of course, you remember, everyone remembers the Liberal Democrats got burned when they went into coalition. They lost all those seats at the last election, and he is mindful of that and doesn't want to repeat that. And Lib Dem sources tonight being very clear that that position stays the same. No deals, no coalitions, no pact. So if there is a hung parliament situation, I think the Liberal Democrats will be in a situation where both sides might want them, but they will only offer support on a vote-by-vote basis. I should add that I'm not sure this exit poll is right. They are being cautious. In previous years, the exit polls have them on more seats than they ended up getting. They say that some of their key battles are too close to call. They're seeing a hardening up of the vote for Labour in some of the university seats that they hope to get. But I think at the moment, they are more optimistic than I think they thought they would be at this stage.
Well, whether they have that traction, we'll discover as we get a few more results in. We now do have the Sunderland South result, the safe Labour seat. There's the raw figures, 24,665 for Labour. UKIP in third on this, Conservatives going up into second on this. And the change since last time, just see that, or rather, there's the change. Conservatives up 11 percentage points, UKIP down 16 percentage points. The swing here from Labour to Conservatives, 3.5%. So Peter Kelman, what do you make of that?
Well, the exit poll expectation is almost the exact swing in the opposite direction, around 3% swing to Labour. So these first two results unquestionably will be chewing Conservatives up after putting the grid out following the exit poll. But whether that chew will carry on in the seats that really matter, the battleground seats where the majorities last time were very much narrower, that we'll have to wait and see.
What would you be looking for next as a test? As these are both seats in the northeast, and where would you want to get your spread?
Some of the it may be an hour or two before we get, because these seats rush to declare, and there may not be many ready to make.
Slough is going to be very good. I don't know whether they are.
Slough would be interesting. Swindon North would be interesting. Battersea and Putney to a relatively early London declaration, to where the Conservatives might be vulnerable if they were doing really well in London. Putney put Justine Green, the Education Secretary. Tooting, a Labour seat that said in Camberwell 2 years ago. These are the kind of seats that I think a lot of these will be waiting until 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning to get in very, very early declaration to rush with all those kids to get the countdown within an hour. That's the exception. More as everywhere else, it will take a lot longer.
We're joined by a familiar figure from politics, one party or another, Neil Hamilton, who's now the leader of UKIP in the Welsh Assembly. Mr. Hamilton, good evening. Good evening. Must look like a bit of a wipeout for UKIP then. You've done your job, you've got your Brexit, and that's it. Game's up.
Well, we've been squeezed. I mean, Theresa May intended this to be a sort of binary competition between Labour and Tories, and it hasn't quite worked out as she expected after her disastrous campaign. But the UKIP has an enduring place in Welsh politics, certainly. We have our members of the Welsh Assembly for the next 4 years, and I believe that after this disastrous election for the Conservatives, I think we'll be able to carve out a permanent niche for ourselves in UK politics as well, because we put forward a lot of policies in this election campaign which none of the other parties obvious on, like slashing the non-humanitarian aid budget, significantly on the health service, scrapping green taxes to cut the electricity bills. None of that really came out of this campaign, which was focused, I think, for UKIP supporters purely on the Brexit issue, and a lot of them clearly gone to the Tories, without which Theresa May's position would have been very, very bleak indeed.
UKIP, it looked as though UKIP won't have any seats in Westminster. You presumably would go along with that. You don't expect very agency to get on that. So your strength will be in Wales.
Well, it isn't.
That was meant to be a tease. That wasn't you could rebound from Wales.
Well, in Wales, of course, we have a proportional representation system, which means that we get fair representation, unlike in the first past the post system.
Neil Hamilton, thank you very much. Let's just hear what the reaction has been for these two results.
Well, there's the initial shock, I think, David, in Conservative services subsided to some talks about the longer-term implications. Tim Montgomery, who's a very influential Conservative writer, just tweeted, Theresa May has been most disastrous Tory leader since, question mark, even Anthony Eden to something to talk about how long she'll last as Prime Minister. Tory Dunn, who's the political editor of this site, get another paper that's very supportive of Theresa May, has been in touch with senior Tories who said that they've now punched their own numbers and we support what Peter Keller's been saying. I'm convinced the exit poll is wrong, Cody's got off the record areas. It simply just doesn't add up. More broadly, there's obviously a lot of talk about what this means for Brexit. Alistair Campbell, who's been one of the most vigorous opponents of Theresa May and the Conservatives, as what he describes as a hard Brexit, says this election is a rejection of May and hard Brexit. They vote for one to go and the other to be revisited. That's obviously going to be a big part of the post-election discussion. And we've also the initial foreign reaction, because Carl Bildt, the former Swedish Prime Minister, has also put out a message saying this could be messy. This could be messy for the United Kingdom in the years ahead. One mess risks following another. Price to be paid for the lack of true leadership. So there's obviously huge international implications. Opponents of Theresa May in Europe are looking at this with some clear.
Laura, let's just go back for a moment to this exit. What would Theresa May need to get to quell anxiety, fury, plotting against her in the Conservative Party? What do you think she's now? She's obviously at the exit poll. What would she be thinking to herself? How much do I need to remain?
Well, I think if the exit poll tends to be anything like right, then it is very, very dicey for her indeed. Why do I say that? Because even after the campaign, what the senior Conservative said to me today, after the mistakes that she's made in the campaign, she will not be allowed to fight the next general election campaign. And that was one view from a senior member of the party that said even the experience of seeing her exposed in some ways on the campaign trail, not seeming politically nimble, not seeming able to run a resounding campaign, that her time was limited in terms of staying on for the next general election. Now, of course, this can be wrong. A significant majority, a safe majority, can blow her out of the water. But I think for people in the last couple of weeks have been saying if it's sort of 30 or below, then she's very damaged by that. I think most Tories would be happy with a majority of 50 or 60, but if the polls anything like right, she's miles away from that. So if she ends up with no majority, she's very, very damaged. But I think the result, even if she climbs up to a majority of sort of 15, 20, 25, 30, she's still very, very tarnished on this whole issue.
Of course, she had a working majority of 17,
which was uncomfortable, it was difficult. She had to give up on some things, she had to change her mind, she had to drop policies that she was not going to be able to get through. She made her Chancellor ditch the central part of his budget because the party wouldn't wear it. But she did have a majority. She was actually still able to get things done. She didn't have to call this election.
Do you think she'd be able to change her Chancellor, which everybody said before this election?
Well,
Hammond was on the way out.
It was widely expected if she ended up with a majority, she was going to sack Philip Hammond. Now, you never know until the reshuffle actually comes, but that was a very important.
I mean, she won't be in a very strong position to do things that offend other parts of the party.
Indeed not. But in terms of the current balance of the Conservative Party, I think cheerleaders for Mr. Hammond necessarily being great enough to be able to force her to keep him. That said, if the political situation seems extremely rocky, extremely uncertain, certainly in terms of the economic reaction, changing a chancellor who's respected by the city is not something that would be seen as a wise move.
Don't think that it's just us sitting here we're talking. All over the country, 600 different places. Well, actually, since we've had 648 places. A busy county. Let's just see where they are. Islington, for instance, at the moment, where Jeremy Corbyn's seat is counting and Thornley's seat is counting. Huddersfield, where there are a whole clutch of marginal constituencies in West Yorkshire, which the Conservatives were hoping to make the line. 2 seats in Derby, a Conservative seat, and Labour's Recalibrating Beckett. And then Westmoreland and Lonsdale, where we're going to go, where Tim Farron's constituency. All these people either brought in as volunteers, paid, sometimes bank cards made overtime to do this work. You see, it's responsible work, it's tiring. You've got to get open each one, verify, make sure it's made in the state, not electronic at all done by hand in an old-fashioned way. That's why it's taking time. And if it's true that the turnout everywhere is up, then the slower pace results is what we expect. Michelle.
David, with me is the former Labour Home Secretary and former Foreign Secretary Jack Straw. Welcome. When Jeremy Corbyn was first elected, you said he would lead Labour into political oblivion. This is a night where the exit poll at least suggests that Labour has made gains under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership.
Yes, and if that's the case, I'm delighted, because I've been in the Labour Party actually slightly longer than Jeremy Corbyn. And I've been working in this election, as everybody has, for a Labour victory. One of the really interesting things about this election is not that it's perfectly public that quite a lot of people, particularly in the parliamentary party who just left, have reservations about Germany. But one of the really interesting things about the election is that the Labour Party as a whole has been very disciplined in this election. It's got behind Jeremy Corbyn, it's got behind the manifesto, and if this exit poll is anything to go by, it suggests we've done better than most people thought. And that's
suggesting it's more about the party and the party machine than a personal vindication.
No, listen, it's also great personal credit to Jeremy Corbyn if this is correct, and to John McDonnell, no one can take it away from him. Because what you've seen in the election, I didn't expect it, to be perfectly honest, is great vigour and consistency by the Labour Party, including on the ground by the Labour candidates. And again, the thing I didn't expect was that in the place of a strong and stable leader, to coin a phrase, you've had a weak and wobbly leader, and this is a disaster for both the Conservative Party and for Theresa May. The only perhaps silver lining of it, from their point of view, from the country's point of view, it ends up with a hung parliament with a Conservatives being the largest party, and then get a more sensible set of negotiations for Brexit, would otherwise be the case.
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends where she looks for support. If it's the DUP, for example, with the obvious people that she'll turn to in the first instance.
But if you're in a I worked in a minority government. I worked in the 1974 to 79 Labour government. And if you're in that situation, then you have to compromise not only with your own side, but also with the other side as well. It's just the way it's ultimately the chemistry as part of the works.
Thank you very much. David.
Thanks. John, we just had a query that's coming through on Twitter about the exit. People saying that 20, maybe 25% of people have cast postal ballots. You stand your people at secret, I know because I've asked you to tell me where they are, you won't tell me, secret polling stations around the country, 144 of them. What happens about the postal ballots, a quarter of the votes?
Well, basically what we're doing with the exit poll is comparing how people who went to the polling station voted this time with how those people who went to the same polling station 2 years ago voted. So the assumption we are essentially making is not necessarily that postal voters will vote the same way as those who went to the polling station, but that the movement in whatever direction will be roughly similar amongst those who voted by post and those who voted.
It's a sample.
Obviously, it may be true that we have different. The one thing I can tell you is that one of the things we looked about was our polling stations vary in the proportion of people are registered to vote by post. There isn't any relationship between a swing to the Conservative Labour or whatever and the proportion of people in the polling station that were registered to vote by post.
And one other thing, is it possible under your exit poll that there could nevertheless, at the end of the night, be a big, substantial Conservative majority?
Well, it depends on how you define substantial or big.
It was Peter Kelman's point. How would you define it?
I'm going to say the majority.
It's on toast.
Right. What I'm saying is if the exit poll is as wrong everywhere else as has been in these first two results, then you could have 1,800 Conservative majority.
Okay, 80 or 100.
Even if you dial that down, you could still have a majority of 30 or 40.
Okay, John?
Oh, a majority of 30 or 40, I think we still have to regard as potentially possible.
He said 80 or 100.
Well, 80 or 100, shall we say, then I think we clearly will be seriously astray. Now, I won't want to bore you, but one of the things that often happens with exit polls is that they exaggerate the forecast in terms of the differences between constituencies, okay? So because we are looking at two Labour constituencies, in both of which we're expecting quite a substantial swing to Labour, actually a bigger swing to Labour than across the country as a whole, it may be that we're simply exaggerating the extent to which that's going on.
All right, okay, and we're going to join, and I'll come back to you in a moment, but Katja is standing by in Brussels. You're a bit, let's just join her. Katja, have you had a reaction to the surprising exit poll, let me put it no stronger than that we've had received?
I mean, no official reaction so far because, of course, we are talking about exit polls, but I would love to see the thought bubbles here in Brussels, in political and EU circles in Berlin and in Paris tonight, because it's in all of these places across Europe that people, politicians, leaders are glued to their television and radio sets tonight. It's not just in the United Kingdom, because, of course, this will have a huge impact on Brexit. Now, the EU didn't really care how these elections turned out, or what flavour of government would come out of this in the UK, but nearly a year on after the EU referendum, they really want to get down to business. They were hoping to start those face-to-face negotiations with the UK for the first time in about 10 days' time. And now all of this, there's a big question mark hanging over it. They wanted what they said was a strong Prime Minister, a secure Prime Minister, somebody who would be in place for the duration of the negotiations, somebody who knew their mind and were confident in it, and wouldn't be beholden to smaller groups, whether within their party or outside their party, because what the EU doesn't want, once negotiations start, is someone who wavers and U-turns and doesn't really know their mind. And of course, this is most important of all for the UK, because that clock is ticking. Article 50 was triggered, the formal countdown to Brexit has started under EU rules. The UK only has until March 2019 to get that divorce deal signed, sealed and delivered by the EU, never mind a future trade deal. So any hesitation, that is costly for the UK.
So in other words, they did want Theresa May to get a hefty majority, because you said at the beginning they didn't care, but from what you're saying subsequently, if they want clarity, if they want a leader who knows exactly what she's doing, doesn't have to look over her shoulder all the time, a big majority for Theresa May would have helped.
They didn't want Theresa May more than Jeremy Corbyn or anybody else. They said that they just wanted to have a Prime Minister who would be secure enough in their position to be able to know their mind and push it forward in the negotiations, to appoint a chief Brexit negotiator for the EU. That's the most important figure. That's the person who will be sitting opposite them at the table with the chief EU negotiator who comes from the European Commission, and they will be discussing or battling it out week by week, month by month, right up until the last minute, probably, by all Brussels deals, in the past. So what they need is a government that is stable, but not particularly for EU taste, Theresa May or Jeremy Corbyn or anybody else, but just somebody who will remain in that seat for the duration of the negotiations.
It's interesting because, as you know, there was some criticism of the campaign. We had John McDonnell complaining that Brexit never surfaced. He never talked about Brexit and how it would conduct it. Conservatives never really talked about it. Is there a feeling that in Brussels that they have ideas, they know the way they want Brexit to go, but the British government doesn't know the way it wants it to go?
That is so much the feeling here. I mean, from the Brussels perspective, the EU perspective, if
if you like. The UK seemed to tear itself apart after the EU referendum with recriminations between Leavers and Remainers, and it then dived into preparations for a general election. And in the meantime, almost 12 months have gone by, and during that time, the EU has been quietly getting its Brexit ducks in the row. It has its chief Brexit negotiator in place. He has his team in place, and they've been dotting the I's and crossing the T's. They have issued very, very detailed draft negotiating papers already on specific points, like the amount of money it wants the UK to pay before it leaves the EU, like EU citizens' rights, the rights of citizens who stay in the UK after Brexit, and the rights of UK citizens who stay in the rest of the EU. So this is very, very detailed. Now, Theresa May said that they also had a very clear Brexit plan, but they didn't want to divulge it. But as far as the public was concerned, there were a lot of platitudes that were spread around. Brexit means Brexit and so on, and no more details than that. And the EU, it's a big, big, big contrast. I mean, they can't keep anything a secret because there are so many players involved, 27 countries, plus the European Commission and the European Parliament. And so they're being transparent, they're publishing all of this, and there are a lot of details prepared already.
Thank you very much indeed. Cambridge. Let's go to Cambridge now. Cambridge, the Labour Party holds the seat. The Liberal Democrats were hoping to take it. And we're about to join us from there. Is your impression that the Liberal Democrats think they may have taken Cambridge, or the other way around? Labour's kept it?
I think the view very much in the hall on the ground is that actually Labour is going to squeak it here and hold on. It's one of the tightest battlegrounds in the country, and it has been a bitter battle between Labour and the Dems. In Cambridge, as they have done nationally, the Lib Dems have fought on offering a second EU referendum. In Cambridge, if they can't take Cambridge, one of the cities with the highest Remain votes in the country, the feeling is that that so-called Lib Dem surge won't happen, despite what those exit polls are saying. The student vote is absolutely key here. There are about 13,000 registered voters. We don't know, of course, where they're going to vote, whether they're going to vote in Cambridge or at their home address. But the sense is they have come out of the Danielsation. So it does mean a Labour hold here. But I have to tell you, in this hall already, thoughts of a recount aren't being ruled out. But we do think, at the moment, a hold for Labour and Danielsation.
We've been seeing various county centres. Yours is particularly beautiful. Where is it in Cambridge that you are? It's a lot better than the sort of school gymnasiums that have been used to our
No, it's not those Hannah-type buildings. No, it's in the Guildhall, slap bang in the Market Square. Actually, only a few hundred yards away from where that leaders' debate took place in Senate House. We are very much in the centre of Cambridge. Actually, we talk about the EU referendum and the Remain votes. Only about 200, 300 yards away from this boundary is the constituency ward that had the highest Remain votes in the entire United Kingdom. So that is not Guildhall.
Thanks. Well, let's go to Hastings, because there's smiles on the face, apparently, according to John Hunter Hastings, of Labour. John.
That's right, yes. Labour seemed pretty ecstatic. It's a big contrast from both the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. The Conservatives are looking very tense and nervous tonight. Just talking to the Conservative Party chairman here, he says that they've had a positive campaign, but a strong vote in the county areas, but they weren't really very keen to talk very much beyond that. Of course, this is the seat held by the current Home Secretary, Amber Rudd. No sign of her yet here today. We've been told that she will not give any media interviews at all today, but that remains to be seen. Labour say that they had a fantastic campaign, despite this being a snap election that they weren't prepared for. They say they mobilised 2,000 volunteers and have canvassed more homes than they ever have done before. They say that's because of Jeremy Corbyn. The Liberal Democrats say their vote has been completely squeezed and they worry about losing their deposit.
John, thanks very much indeed. Sophie Rayworth is still up there in the North East. Sophie, we've got 2 more declarations to come. What's the timetable?
Well, Southwark Central is the one that we are expecting next. I have to say it's taking an awfully lot longer than it usually does. They're still counting the votes for Southwark Central UKIP surged in 2015. They had 19% of the vote, so it'll be interesting to see what happens to that and where it goes. How much of that vote Labour get, how much of it Conservatives get. But the count, the declaration, is expected probably in about 10-15 minutes' time, I'd say.
Wales, Emily, let's just have a look at Wales, shall we?
Yeah, it's not just Sunderland where they're baffled. I think we're all acknowledging things are quite up in the air at the moment, and we've maybe recalibrating some of our forecasts, but I started the night by pointing out the seats that Labour have a 90% chance of taking from the Conservatives, and I'm now going to pull up some seats that the Conservatives could take from Labour, and they're mostly around this part in North Wales here, just at the top, and I'm going to show you one as well that's on the Wales-England border, which we could get in quite early, Wrexham. Now, this has been Labour since 1935, not always safely. The Conservatives need about a 3% swing here. Labour majority of just short of 2,000 on our forecast, and that was the 2015 old vote. It suggests that the Conservatives could take up to 50% share of the vote. That's Wrexham, and we'll be able to compare that with the real result when we get that in. Devon is another one, North Wales. This is the 2015 vote. You can see Labour on 41% to the Conservatives on 33%. It's been Labour since, what, 1992. The majority here of just short of 3,000. And again, the forecast would suggest that the Conservatives can take on 51% share of the vote. Conservatives need a 4% swing here. You can see all the Leave votes are pretty much in the mid-50s in these seats. We'll be able to tell later if that plays a significant part. Allen and Deeside, the same part of the world. This is the 2015 share of the vote. Labour, obviously in the lead. They hold the seat, but on our current forecast, there could be a move to the Conservatives of more than 10%, putting the Conservatives into this seat. And the last one, Clwyd South, 2,500. You can see Labour holds at the moment, Susan Jones, and it suggested the Conservatives could take Clwyd South. These are all quite interesting ones, very different to the ones that we've been looking at in England, where I showed you some of the movement that Labour is expected to be making according to the exit polls, but that's what we're now going to compare when we get the first Wales one in.
I mean, it'd be interesting if throughout the country we see Conservatives doing better in Leave areas, gaining traction, which North Wales suggests.
I think that was sort of what we were expecting, but I would suggest at the beginning of the night we thought we would see Labour possibly doing better in Wales, in London, and the Conservatives doing better in other parts of the UK. I think, you know, as a lot of things are up in the air now, we're just waiting for any indication of what's actually going on the ground.
Laura, what news have you got?
Well, I think that's right, Sarah. From the front. Okay, so from around the front, just some tips coming to me as we sit here. The Tories are looking very hopeful in Gordon in Scotland. Now, we know that the Tories are expecting probably around 8 or so seats in terms of taking from the SNP in Scotland. Gordon matters particularly because it is the constituency, of course, of none other than Alex Salmond, former SNP leader and sometimes called the Grand Poobah of Scottish nationalism. He's a major figure in Scottish politics. The Tories have been targeting that seat very aggressively. Standings from there that they have taken suggest that they are doing very well. Labour are very hopeful in Edinburgh South, taking that seat from the SNP. But perhaps more importantly for the national picture, I've been told Labour's quietly confident in Croydon Central. Now, that is the kind of seat, it was around number 40 or so in their English targets, that it would give us a flavour of the kind of places where they think they could take. And Labour are quietly confident in Croydon Central. We heard through the day, given the response on the doorstep, that they were flooding it with activists to try to get the vote out. And that could be the kind of seat that tells us rather a lot about the general direction.
We should explain the expression quietly confident. It sounds like kind of code. Quietly confident at the count because they've seen the number of ballot papers that are lining up.
These are soundings.
The doorstep.
These are soundings from this evening. So these are soundings from a variety of people at counts who are seeing how things are starting to stack up on the table, and also at parties operation who are hearing their information coming in from counts around the country.
Because from the days when I used to go to counts, you can actually see there's Labour, there's the Conservative. You can tell who's
physically see it stacking up in front of you, even though you can't see. But I think quite clearly everybody seems now to be accepting the turnout is well up, and it seems at this early stage that is because of younger people. Now that was of course what Jeremy Corbyn was hoping for, and one cabinet minister has just said to me, this is the election where young people started voting, and perhaps tomorrow it may seem for all political parties that the demographics of who they have to try to please might be shifting.
Michelle, yours.
David, with me is the Cabinet Minister Priti Patel, the International Development Secretary. Welcome. I know you'll leave here and you'll get to your own count in Essex. But let's talk about the exit poll, because that is what we have at the moment, along with 2 results declared so far. If this exit poll is correct, then it was the wrong decision for Theresa May to call this election. Well, look, I mean, the exit poll, you know, is only an illustration, it's a projection, it's not the actual result. There's a long way to go, as we're seeing already. But I think the point about calling the election is, the Prime Minister said when she announced it, you know, the country has a choice in leadership. Look at the big decisions that are up and coming around Brexit. Look at the big choices as well that we'll be having to make as a country. And that, of course, is what this election campaign has been about for the Conservative Party. The Prime Minister's campaign is very little that the Conservative Party actually put forward about Brexit. Actually, I disagree with that completely. You know, I've been out every day on the campaign, and the Prime Minister herself has detailed to you about Brexit. Well, she has been clear in her speeches, also the 12 points around the negotiation, about taking back control of money, borders, safeguarding workers' rights, strengthening the union. These are key areas that she herself and other ministers and campaigners have spoken about throughout this election campaign. So I don't think it's right to say that we have not focused on Brexit. We've been very clear, and she's spoken about her plan, which of course is a complete contrast to other parties that have wanted to frustrate Brexit. And when it came to the Labour Party, they themselves have had a coherent plan. If your party ends up with either a reduced majority or indeed no majority in the House of Commons, what would that mean for her personally? Well, I mean, first of all, I don't accept, and I'm not going to go down over speculating what will happen. You know, what we will see, obviously, results coming together throughout the night. But I think, you know, we have a Prime Minister, Theresa May in particular. She's been very strong in terms of the points, the challenges, tackling the real challenges, and being quite frank with the public about the future of the country, the direction of the country. We have very significant negotiations that we'll be going into in 11 days' time. That is the real focus. And obviously, we want to make sure, and she's been clear, that she goes out there, back to Britain, gets the right deal for people, basically, as we go forward and negotiate with the speaker. She could well, in the next few days, be in the position where Brexit negotiations are going to start next week, one way or another, and she's still in a position of looking around and trying to see where she can find the support from other parties to shore up her position. Well, I think importantly, she has been clear, and actually the Conservative Party, the Conservative government have been clear, post the referendums, that Brexit means Brexit. We are going to deliver Brexit. We need to get on and do that and safeguard the right to it, because she might be if this is borne out, she's in a very different position to that decision. Well, I don't think so, because nothing changes in terms of the fact that negotiations will be happening. And she is clear, she's a woman of great conviction, as we've heard throughout the campaign, in getting the best deal for Britain. She's got to put our national interests first, front and centre of this negotiation. And that is exactly why the preoccupation in all her energies will be. Does she herself want to call this election, or will she talk into it? You know, I think, you know, it's her choice. She made that difficult decision, and it is her initiative, or she talked into it. You know, she was the Prime Minister, she's made that call, and she was very clear as to why she called that election. To look to the future, to strengthen her hand, to negotiate the best deal for Britain. And I have to say, I think she support the campaign very strongly, you know, travelling the country endlessly, day in, day out, as all colleagues have been as well, fighting to make that.
The central constituency is as follows. Sean Christopher Coburn, Independent, 305 votes. Julie Elliott, Labour Party, 25,056 votes. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, Green Party candidate, 705 votes. Niall Day Islington UK Independence Party, 2,209 votes. Robert Jeffrey Oliver, Conservative Party, 15,059 votes. And I therefore declare that Julie Elliott has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency, and I'd like to invite the candidate to say a few words.
Okay, so once again, Sunderland Central, this is the third result we've had in. I have to say immediately better for the Conservatives than the exit poll suggested, worse for Labour than the exit poll suggested. Labour hold it, of course, you can see the majority at 9,000, over 10,000. The share vote, though, 56% for Labour, 33% for the Conservatives, UKIP down at 5. The change, Labour up 5, Conservatives up 10, UKIP down 14, and this is the one to look at, the swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 2.3%. There's a quote from Theresa May that's just come in, I think. No,
this is on the
don't worry about it.
on the 20th of May.
Don't worry about it. That result.
Yeah, well, this is in terms of line with the other Sunderland seats in Newcastle.
So those
north-eastern seats are all the Conservatives doing substantially better, and Labour substantially worse than the exit poll. So can I rule it out closely?
Yes, discussing it, because I want to go over and have a look at the north-east one.
Because my sources inside the Labour Party say they're very worried that outside London there's a huge swing to the Conservatives amongst people who voted by post, and therefore are not being picked up by the exit poll. If they're right, then that suggests the Conservatives will end the night rather better. On the other hand, if Amber Rudd is in trouble in Hastings, then they were doing better there than the exit poll suggests. We're getting really conflicting signals, and all I would say is, at this stage, I wouldn't put any money on any results between the Conservatives getting 310 and the Conservatives getting 350 or 360 seats.
Telford apparently is also proving very close. Labour trying to oust the Tories from there. Let's just see the north-east result, and then we'll go around. Well, let's just go around first, just to prove that things are still happening. Cardiff, Aberdeen, Leeds. Let's just see those three places where counts are going on. And then we'll join Emily for a look at the north-east. The three results we've had in so far, a reminder, are all from there, so everything we're extrapolating comes from the north-east. Emily?
Yeah, what I've done is I've put up 3 swings now of the seats that we've had in declared already. And what you can see is a sort of pattern emerging. In Sunderland South and Sunderland Centre, we've got a swing to the Conservatives away from Labour. Here in Sunderland South at 3.5%, slightly smaller in Sunderland Central. And in Newcastle Central, it's a swing towards Labour, a smaller one at 2.1. What difference would you say? Well, Leave vote was 48% in Newcastle Central, much higher in Sunderland, around the 60. So it does tend to suggest, on this scant evidence so far, that the Conservatives might be doing better in places, as we'd expect, where the Leave vote is higher, and Newcastle tends to be pushing towards Labour there on a higher main vote.
We go down to Brighton on the south coast, where Julian Warwick is, where the Conservatives hold Brighton Kent Town, and Labour was hoping to challenge them there, and where, of course, there was the only Green MP in the last House of Commons. Julian, what's the story there?
Yes, David, good evening from the Amex Stadium here in Brighton. As you say, 3 seats being counted here. We won't be declaring for a good few hours. Yet you mentioned Brighton, Kent Town. In the light of that exit poll, there is undoubtedly anxiety. I wouldn't put it any more strongly than that, but anxiety among the Conservative camp here, because Simon Kirby is defending that seat for the Conservatives. He won it by fewer than 700 votes 2 years ago. Labour ran him very close there, and there's no Green candidate standing in Brighton, Kent Town, because there's been a little bit of a hint of the Progressive Alliance going on here, because in Brighton Pavilion, which is the seat that Caroline Lucas is defending for the Green Party, she won by nearly 8,000 2 years ago. There's no Liberal Democrat standing there. Hove is the other seat that's being counted here in Brighton. Now that was Labour by about 1,200 last time. And obviously, in the light of that exit poll, Labour perhaps reasonably hopeful 3 seats, is the UKIP vote. UKIP only standing in one of those 3 seats. This is not natural UKIP territory because this was a very strong Remain area. More than 68% of people in Brighton and Hove voted Remain in the EU referendum. But in the 2 seats where they're not standing this time, their vote still 2 years ago was sufficient to have a bearing on the outcome when those results were very close. So a lot to consider here. One thing you won't get is a speedy result. We're talking of a declaration maybe 5 a.m, maybe 6 a.m, and so it's coffees all around here for the next few hours.
Julian, thank you very much. Kirsty Walk joins us from Glasgow with news of the SNP reaction to the news of the exit poll. If I can put it like that, Kirsty.
Yes, good evening here from Glasgow. I've just spoken to John Mason, one MSP, SNP MSP, saying we're very much under statement. I think we're doing a little worse than I thought we were going to do. But the story of Scotland is really, really interesting because, yes, if the exit poll is right, if the SNP do drop 22 seats, they're still obviously the largest party on roughly 60% of the vote. But the interesting thing is it'll be a real triumph for Ruth Davidson. There's only been one Tory MP in Scotland since 1997. So whatever happens to Theresa May, this will be seen as a very good night for Ruth Davidson. She wants to pick up 10 seats, she may pick up 8. We've just heard Laura say there that the totemic seats of Gordon, Alex Salmon's seat may go, and indeed the SNP leader at Westminster may lose his seat in Murray, Angus Robertson. So Ruth Davidson played a fantastic campaign in her own terms by banging on about Indian referendum 2, the very thing the Nationalists didn't want her to talk about, and I think that has paid off. But interestingly, if indeed the exit poll is right, it may be that the SNP is still in a position to make a progressive alliance and indeed to influence the Brexit negotiations. So I think, once again, Scotland proves to be a very different country.
Now, what about the Lib Dems and Labour? What drift do you get about them feeling the way they've done?
The Liberal Democrats are interesting for 2 reasons. They may well take Dumbartonshire, which is Jo Swinson's seat. She was the Equalities Minister of the Coalition. She's been nursing that seat assiduously since she lost it to John Nicholson of the SNP. Also at Fife, where Nicola Sturgeon was last week, trying to shore up Stephen Gethin's vote. If they lose North East Fife, the Liberal Democrats, that shows that the Liberal Democrats are again on their way back in Scotland. What is not clear from the Glasgow vote here is that Labour may take one Glasgow seat, we don't know yet, but there's no sign of a Labour return in Scotland. It will definitely be the fact that Ruth Davidson is a lone woman, the Liberal Democrats are not dead in the water, and the chances that this has been the SNP high watermark may come true.
And Kirsty, how long do we get a result?
How long? Well, it may be that the Glasgow East result is at 2 o'clock, and in fact, not long after that, we hope that Nicola Sturgeon will arrive about 3 o'clock. So there'll be lots of activity in the Glasgow count at about 3 o'clock.
We'll rejoin you. I expect we'll join you before then, but we'll rejoin you then anyway, Kirsty. Thanks. Liberal Democrats are saying have a problem.
Some of the Liberal Democrats, I gather, are worried that Nick Clegg might lose his seat, former leader, former Deputy Prime Minister, in Sheffield County. And I'm drawn to be just over 2,000 local Labour, so it wasn't a particularly safe seat. But I think the Liberal Democrats are a bit worried that he might not be in the Lieutenant contingent.
Really? Because some people think that he fought a better campaign than Tim Farron. And when he appeared, it was rather, and I know he's got a lot of history hanging on him, the coalition and the tuition fees and all that. That's right. But actually, when he spoke, it was quite strong about Brexit, particularly.
You're assuming the correlation between personal performance of the campaign and the actual result.
We weren't clear whether Sheffield students were still in residence or whether they'd all gone home at the end of the term. You know the answer to that? Because his constituency is very much a student. I needed that right. But you go away about that one up, and we go, you do know.
Well, students have a confusing thing being able to register in 2 different places, so it's always very hard to work out. But just on the Lib Dems nationally, whatever the exit poll says, Lib Dem HQ right now are saying that they would be content with holding their ground, which of course last time around was 8 MPs in the House of Commons. So what I suspect might happen is a change in terms of which seats they are. They said
Newcastle East result.
Nicholas
same surname in their relation. He holds that seat once again better for the Conservatives than for Labour when compared with the exit poll. A good result for the Conservatives in Newcastle East. So let's go to Swindon, where we have a count, I hope, coming. Swindon.
Andrew Henry of Bermondsey, Green Party, 850 Labour. Mark Benjamin, Labour Party, 21,960. Stephen Frank Holden, UK Independent Party, 1,504. Justin Tory, the Conservative Party candidate, 29,400.
Well, once again, the sound quality is abysmal from these places. It had to be in 2017, not 1917. It's absurd. But anyway, there are the figures. Let me show you. We haven't managed to extract them. I don't know how, but here they are. Conservative on 29,431 and Labour on 21,000. The share, 54, 38, 43. There's a fly in the studio as well. We've been trying to get rid of it for the last 3 days. I'm still going around. Here is the change. Conservatives up 3, Labour up 11, UKIP down 12. 3.7% swing from Conservative to Labour. John, how does this ally itself with your exit poll? I must call it your exit poll, the exit.
The exit poll. This is actually a slightly better result for Labour than expected from the exit poll. The Conservatives won. We expect the Conservatives to hold the seat, but we've had a better than expected result here. Also, the last Newcastle result was also, in fact, better than expected from the exit poll. So, just bear in mind, in this early point of the night, we will indeed get lots of variation around the broad story. But so far, at least, I think we should all just be holding our nerve in terms of whether or not indeed the Conservatives are going to get simply a modestly bad night, and disappointing Nigel whether indeed it's going to be worse than that.
So to use the old cliche, it's all to play for, which I refuse to say, but that's what it is, really, at the moment.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the truth is we don't have enough of these results. We've had a couple of swings to the Conservatives. We've had a few, 2 or 3 swings to Labour. I mean, that said, the fact that we're beginning to get swings to Labour, including, for example, in the south of England, clearly does raise questions about the Conservatives' chances of getting the landslide that Prime Minister originally had in mind. If she's going to get a landslide, frankly, virtually every constituency in the country should be swinging to the Conservatives.
It's midnight. I've never known an election with so few results in at midnight, but it is midnight. I'll come to you in a moment with other stuff. Results from the newspapers who seem to be speculating, just as we're speculating the exit poll, but as it's midnight, let's have the news. Here's Rita Chakrabarti.
Hello. Counting is underway in the 2017 general election amid widespread surprise at the results of an exit poll published by the BBC, ITV and Sky. It indicates that the Conservatives will be the largest party but will lose 17 seats, leaving them with 314. Labour, it suggests, will get 266 seats, a rise of 34. The early results have seen Labour retaining seats in North East England. Tom Bateman has the very latest.
The exit poll is out. It's watched closely by all the politicians, but it's still just a prediction. It has the Conservatives as the largest party, but short of an overall majority. The poll suggests the Tories will have 314 seats, down 17 on 2 years ago. It puts Labour on 266 seats, up 34. The SNP would get 34 seats, and the Lib Dems 14.
This is a projection. I think you made that clear. It's not a result. These exit polls have been wrong in the past. I think in 2015 they underestimated our vote. I think in a couple of elections before that they overestimated our vote.
Theresa May promises on 7 different occasions that she wouldn't go for a snap general election. She went for it. And she went for it on the basis that once a secure mandate that she already had, and people just saw through that.
It's the real votes that count though, and there's the traditional race to see which constituency can declare first.
I'm standard for Newcastle Central.
Labour have held Newcastle Central, a safe seat for them, increasing their majority by more than 2,000. Jeremy Corbyn arrived home in his North London constituency tonight. If the exit poll is correct, big if, it will have confounded the expectations of even his own MPs, while Theresa May's gamble to win big in a snap election will have failed. But night is young, and the truth inside those ballot boxes is yet to be revealed. Tom Baker, BBC News.
Well, with the news of the exit poll, the pound has been falling against other currencies, including the dollar and the euro. Let's get the latest reaction now from Sharon G. Lale, who's in Singapore for us. Sharon G, tell us more about what's going on.
Well, that's right. As you say, the most immediate reaction in markets has been from the British pound, sterling falling nearly 2% against the US dollar after that exit poll suggested the Conservative Party could lose its parliamentary majority, but it's since scaled back some of those losses. It's down to about 1% now against most of the major currencies, and that is the first results come in and show that swings in the exit poll have not been reflected. That's given the Conservative Party some hope that the poll might not be as bad as suggested. Of course, investors have also been closely watching other developments away from the UK elections. There's the testimony from the former FBI chief James Comey in the US, and there's also the European Central Bank.
And here in our election studio, we're still waiting for more results to come in. We've had 3 so far, 4 so far, 5 so far. 3, 4 years, 5. Very many at midnight. We last saw Jeremy Ryan in the House of Commons. He's now moved to Downing Street. Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you, David. In our virtual Downing Street here, which gives us a chance to see the progress of the party. Let's just pave the path to the door of number 10, shall we? Using as paving stones the seats the exit poll says the parties have won. So Conservatives short of the finishing line of 326 and Labour somewhere back. We can do this a few more times. As the night goes on, you can see whether the Conservatives possibly cross this line. But at the moment, the exit poll has been falling short. 326 seats needed for an overall majority in the House of Commons, and the Conservatives are 314. And if you just focus on the seats at the end here, these are the ones that the exit poll has very much is 50-50. So if you're a Conservative MP, if you're Johnny Mercer in Plymouth Moorview or Carl McCartney in Lincoln, don't yet jump off the sofa in celebration because we can't be certain you are back in Parliament. These are very, very nip and tuck, these constituencies towards the end. And all of them are predictions, which is why they are coloured in dark blue. But 314 at the moment is what the exit poll says, short of the overall majority. Take a look at Labour. Come down Downing Street with me now. And let's have a look at the Labour line and see where they end up. So they've made a substantial advance, more than 30 seats in the exit poll. And again, these are, we don't have, at the end of the line, we don't have the ones, the actual results we've seen, which will be in solid red. So we're still dealing very much with forecasting here. And you can see these are the ones for Labour that are very, very, very nip and tuck, very close in the exit poll, 50-50. So Southwark would be a gain. Jackie Dole-Bryce was the MP there, gain. That would be from the Conservatives. Newport West is now pretty marginal under the exit poll. That's been Labour's for a while. High Peak was a constituency that Labour held in the Blair years. Plymouth Sutton would be a gain. Morley and Outwood, of course, was Ed Balls' seat. So he lost it just 2 years ago. It may well be it's back in the red column. So it's very interesting, but of course it is still exit poll territory. And here's the fascinating thing. If you go back to 2010, when the Conservatives fell short of an overall majority, they had 306 seats. So the line, when we did Downing Street their line of seats ended up about here. If we go back to 2015, the last general election, despite the predictions that they were maybe going to undershoot, actually they crossed the line, and David Cameron in his second general election went across and had 331 seats. So this result here, this is the result, puts them absolutely midway between 2010 when they needed to be in coalition and 2015 when they had an overall majority. And of course, as has been said, it makes the calling of the election look like a very
Thank you very much. We'll be back and watching the road to Downing Street from time to time. We've had a result in. Number 6.
Sunderland West, David, and it's a slightly mixed picture in the seats we've had in so far. This is safely the seat. Sharon Hodgson was sitting on a majority of over 13,000 before she has been returned. Of course, that was never really in any doubt, but it is slightly lower. It is a swing this time round to the Conservatives. You can see Labour on a 61% share of the vote, Conservatives on 29%, but if you look at what that shows you in terms of the change, the Conservatives have done better. They're up 10 percentage points to Labour's 6, both of them gaining, it seemed, from the big drop in the UKIP vote. And as I said, this swing quite similar to the one in Newcastle Central toward the Conservatives, away from Labour, of around 2%. So nothing's become any clearer, really, about the direction of travel of either party more widely in the UK for years.
So, Emily Thornbury joins us now, Shadow Foreign Secretary. Emily, good evening. Thank you for coming in. Now, you made the call at the very beginning of this evening, once the exit poll came out, that Theresa May should resign. Why should she resign?
Well, think about it. She called this election when she thought that she was 20 points ahead of the polls. She said that she wanted to have a mandate for Brexit. She basically wanted to stamp out the opposition. She wanted to be able to have a blank check, a free hand, to do whatever she wanted with the country in terms of Brexit negotiations, in terms of what she thinks to the National Health Service. And the country has said no. And the country has looked to Labour Party, and we have put forward a positive alternative. The star of our show was our manifesto, which shows that we have another vision for where we want to take the country. And we have turned it around, and we have fought a very positive campaign. And if she wanted to get a mandate out of this election, she hasn't got it.
But you're nowhere near catching her. You're 50 seats behind if the exit poll is broadly right.
But I think, if I'm honest, obviously we're disappointed that if we're not able to form a majority government, because every time we go into an election, that's what we go in hoping to do. But think of all those who were saying 7 weeks ago that it was just a question of how big Theresa May's crown was going to be, how big her majority was going to be. And for us to have come from such a long way back, supposedly, to now be in a position where it looks tonight like we could form the next government is an extraordinary performance on behalf of the Labour Party and shows what we can do when we unite.
How would you form the next government?
Well, we would put forward a Queen's speech and a budget. Our Labour MPs would vote for it, and we would call on the other parties to vote for it as well. And
you think you'd get the support of enough of the other parties, the Liberal Democrats, the National Party, some of the National Party in Wales, some one or two MPs in Northern Ireland? You've done the sums, or you just speculating?
It would then be up to them, to explain to their constituents how it was that when given the choice, they let the Tories back in again, who have absolutely no vision for Britain, no plan at all. They say they're going to spend more money on the National Health Service. They haven't been found out. They have no manifesto promise in terms of money. They can't say where they will get any money from for the National Health Service. Whereas we, as the alternative, put forward a costed manifesto because we meant it.
So let me get this absolutely straight. At 12 on this Friday morning, you're saying that Jeremy Corbyn may go to number 10, make his hands with the Queen, or whatever he agrees to do with the Queen, and form a government.
We've got an exit poll. We've had very few results. But the exit poll seems to indicate that no party will have an overall majority. So it's possible that we will form the next government, and if we do, there's no deals.
How would you clear about that? How would you avoid that being the coalition of chaos that the Tories said it would be if Theresa May wasn't to be elected in the majority? Coalition of chaos.
There's no coalition. There's no deals. Either the Conservatives will be the minority government if this exit poll is right, or Labour will be the minority government. We're not having a coalition. We're not doing any deals. We would put forward our alternative manifesto, our alternative vision for Britain, which has been very popular with the public, and we would call on MPs from other parties to vote for it.
So not a coalition of chaos, just chaos.
Have you been asking any Tory MPs whether, given the situation they're now in, that they may be in a position whereby they're heading for a coalition of chaos?
Well, no, they all say they're going to have a majority.
Well, there they are. They've been saying that all the time, haven't they? I remember, what was their majority going to be? It was going to be 100, wasn't it? Or 120, 150 seats? That clearly is wrong, isn't it?
Well, if you stick with us, Emily, for a moment, because Ken Clark is joining us from Russia, the father of the House, and he's wins his seat back. Mr. Clark, what do you make of this result? And what do you think of what Emily heard what she was saying? They may be able to form a government or look to the smaller parties to support a Queen's speech.
Well, David, I heard you say about an hour or two ago that you'd be hand-drawn and watered if your exit polls wrong, and you'll be hand-drawn and watered if we start making super guesses now, because it's quite entertaining to have these elections and referendums nowadays. It always reaches a stage of total uncertainty. My guess is that the Conservatives are say to me they're going to have a small overall majority. Your opinion polls are very complicated methodology, it might be wrong. I've been told up there that the Labour Party is still doing worse in national polls in the north and the north-east. The Brexit votes in the Rust Belt areas weren't doing them much good. The Labour Party is doing better in the national polls, I was told, in London, but I have no first-hand experience to see whether that proves to be right. But it might, as the evening goes on, that we're obviously going to have an interesting parliament. I don't think the point by carrying on the election debate, Emily, before we expect Emily, I think we will both be able to judge really where we are till at least 4 o'clock this morning, perhaps sometime tomorrow.
Your party leader went into this election on the grounds she didn't have but needed certainty and stability. You're a wise enough old bird to be able to say whether you think certainty and stability is going to be the outcome.
Well, the worst possible outcome would be a hung parliament. I mean, from the national point of view, I think the worst outcome in the United Kingdom would be a weak government and a hung parliament, a big parliament. And we just have to see where we get. If we have a continuing with another parliament with a small majority, then firstly we'll have to have some deeper debate than we had in the public debate during this general election on a lot of issues, particularly Brexit. And actually, as we face perhaps a little more cross-party discussion, particularly on things like Brexit, and a little less of exchanging slogans and trying to score points on each other. If we could get a parliament for 5 years, and if we could get the negotiations, the key part, the actual leaving, open in the first 2 or 3, then it's time for our politics to change a little, which I think the public would appreciate. But that's simply my hope. And we just see after the first excited moments when all the results are in, exactly how the politicians respond when we all get back to Westminster.
Of course, you were a staunch Remainer and remained a Remainer right through. Do you think it was hubristic of the Prime Minister to call an election to endorse her version of Brexit?
Well, we don't really know in detail what Brexit policy we're proposing to pursue. A lot of people talk about hard Brexits and soft Brexits, and most people using the phrases have not done the courtesy of really explaining quite what they mean by either. I think I was amazed, like everybody else, when she suddenly calls an election. There were 2 good reasons, I think, for it. One was our small majority was proving very, very difficult, and the budget showed that another 4 years of this could be chaotic, not to be able to carry the budget is quite a serious crisis, so it's worthwhile trying to get a better majority. And the other reason, which she gave several times, was to have these Brexit negotiations finishing the end of 2019, early 2020, and coinciding with the beginning of another election campaign, which would undoubtedly be full of
hysterical nonsense if the negotiations were ending. It could be very difficult. So getting the key big negotiations over and then having another couple of years before a general election, that's how I persuaded myself. There were two very good reasons for holding an election. The second one she used quite a lot herself. Another reason, if it was the position of the government to elect negotiators, I hope that the Parliament will have some slightly full debate about what exactly the position is that the British government, whichever government it is going to adopt.
Can Brexit be stopped?
Well, I've come to the conclusion no. I thought it was a parliamentary thing. I never liked the idea of having a referendum. We never hold any more referendums or anything again. But when we got a Parliament, I stuck to my principles. I voted against invoking Article 50, and the government had a huge majority, despite the fact that the vast majority of ministers and the vast majority of MPs agreed with me. And they agreed with that's the interest to leave, but they'd all promised themselves that they would be bound by the referendum because they promised the public because they thought they were going to win. And now we are where we are, and I've come to this election on the basis that I don't think we are going to leave. That is because it's sensible for me to spend the next 5 years of this Parliament, the last 5 years, continuing to argue that it shouldn't be leaving. What matters enormously, we all agree in broad terms, is to get the best deal for Britain, and that needs to be considered seriously. I hope on a slightly more cross-party basis, because both the parties are hopelessly divided on Europe. They have been for 20 years.
Ken Clark, thank you very much for joining us. We may hear from you later when you get your result, and we have a bit more. We just got one new result in there.
This is Newcastle upon Tyne. North Captain Kinnock holds on here on a very healthy majority of 10,300 or so. Not much change here. Labour, you can see, on a substantial 55% share of the vote. If I show you what's happened, it's all in that fall, and the UKIP vote down 13%, going to both the Conservatives and to Labour as well. The swing is very, very marginal indeed. 0.6% swing. It is from Labour to the Conservatives, but on those 7 results we've had in so far, overall there has been more of a swing to Labour, swinging more of them. This is how the exit poll that you saw at the beginning of the night compares the results we've had in so far. This is a seat-by-seat comparison, so it takes into account those 7 results we've had in. And as you can see, the UKIP won. The UKIP one was pretty much bang on there. We said down 14%, and the results show down 13%. What it looks as if, though, is if we might be starting to recalibrate in our future forecast some of that Conservative vote, which is much higher on the ones we've had in than we had predicted. Labour vote we've had up 15%, and it's actually come up 9%. You won't see anything in the SNP column for the simple reason that the SNP don't stand in any of the seats. So this is very specific, very localised to what we've had in so far. You can start to see different shapes emerging there to the ones we've had.
Thank you very much. Now, we've been joined by Andrew Marr. Let me speak. I just said we've been joined by Andrew Marr, but Andrew, just before, Neil, first, I've always got the newspaper headlines. They've been speculating just like we have on this side. Let's just hit that, and we'd like to hear your take on that.
We haven't even got the first edition to it. Andrew will know from his time editor of the newspaper, and indeed when I was editor of the newspaper, these evenings can be a nightmare for newspapers because they have to produce multiple editions. And the first editions are in, they're dropped, and they're pretty brutal for the Prime Minister. This is the Daily Mirror. No friend of Theresa May to say. It says hanging by a thread. The Guardian says exit poll shock for May. Pretty negative for May as well. In fact, I'm sure tomorrow's headlines will be. Daily Mirror's getting publicity, but rest assured they were pretty negative. The Sun says mayhem, and the Daily Telegraph says shock for May as exit polls point to a hung Parliament. We've also got some interesting reaction from Lord Ashdown. Lord Ashdown achieved a certain degree of notoriety for his response to the last exit poll in 2015. He says that basically this shows, if the exit polls are right, Britain is more polarised than ever in my lifetime. Really now time for the centre to get its act together. So I say that one of the things immediately emerging in the online conversation about this result is that this is about a divided country. A country not just divided between Labour and the Tories, but between the young and the old, between Leave and Remain, which is a theme I know we'll be coming back to. And Nigel Farage has spoken, former UKIP leader. He has said, whatever the true result, the Conservative Party needs a leader who believes in Brexit.
Of course, Paddy Ashdown said he needed his hat last election, didn't he?
He did. He hasn't mentioned his hat this time, as far as we're aware, but
he's already eaten it.
He's probably already eaten it, yeah, exactly. Well, he ate it last time, so
he did.
He's got no hat left.
All right, Andrew Marr, your go. progress. Where do you think things stand? What do you read into us?
Well, above all, we just need a lot more data at this point. What appears to be happening, I was talking to a minister who said, every mile further north I go, it gets better for the Tories. And you're beginning to see that reflected in the polls. The difference between the exit poll and those actual results we've had does suggest that those Tories who said, I don't believe this exit poll may be right, they may do a little bit better. But it's a very, very patchy picture, and I think for two reasons. One is the division of Brexit and what happens to UKIP, how that UKIP vote collapses, in some places UKIP aren't standing, some places UKIP has done a deal with the sitting Tory candidate, and other places they are standing. The other thing is the differential in turnout, because we've seen a most extraordinary, the most extraordinary campaign online, particularly by the left and momentum. Very, very funny, very pointed memes and films and harangues to try and get young voters out, plus the huge offers to young voters by Jeremy Corbyn. Have they actually come out in numbers that we never dreamed possible? And at the other end of the scale, have the older voters seeing the decline of the triple lock promise and the winter fuel payments issue and of course the so-called dementia tax turned away from the Tories in ways they have never done before? That would suggest very, very spotty results, but it is looking terrible for Theresa May.
The older turning away and not voting, they all or switching the vote.
We don't know, but that would explain perhaps why the exit is so difficult.
But all right, let's just for a moment a little bit of history. Just for the sake of the argument, to see the exit poll is right. The Conservatives are short of the majority.
Fistful of salt in one hand, as I say, and it brings us back to 1974, the last time we had a genuine parliament, and that, of course, led after the February election to an October election in 1974. So all of those people watching this thinking, I love elections, I want more elections. I thought David again, this may be your year. Much more seriously, Ken Clark was saying, you can't get more serious than that. Brexit can't be stopped, negotiations must go on. Remember, these are supposed to start properly in about 10 days' time. What happens if there is no Prime Minister who wants a majority of the House of Commons to have those negotiations with? There may be no choice but to delay that, and it may be a very long time before we have a Prime Minister who has a Brexit plan and enough MPs to support him or her. That process, everything's up to that.
There's some more statistics reaching us here about potential results. Straws in the wind, but only good straws in the wind. Labour are now confident of taking Ipswich. Now, why does that matter? Just because it would be a Labour name for a Tory seat. But currently it's held by Ben Gummer, who's not just a Conservative minister, but was also the minister who was responsible for putting together the manifesto. Now, if these results all transpire, if that does happen, how much of a metaphor would that be for a bad night for the Conservatives? Also, Jane Ellison, the Minister of the Treasury, sounds like she's in deep trouble in Battersea in London. And the Tories are extremely worried about Hastings and the Home Secretary's seat. I understand there's a possibility of a recount there. Now, none of those results, of course, are anything like official yet, but potentially 3 Tory ministerial scalps, including the manifesto coordinator. Also, fascinatingly, Labour sources telling me they are very confident of taking seats in Scotland, at least 4, potentially as many as 6. Again, defying the expectations of what we all thought a few hours ago, what the party themselves thought. And you know, if these polls are anything like accurate, they're very serious questions for all of our main political parties about how they got it so wrong. Of course, for the pundit class, but you know, all of the Labour MPs, the vast majority of Labour MPs, the vast majority of Tory MPs, most Lib Dem MPs, most SNP sources, were all broadly in the same place of expecting that the Tories would gain, Labour would fall back. The question was of how much. The SNP might have a bit of the showing coming off, but nothing too dramatic. But it may be, again, as this transpires, that the public have defied the political establishment absolutely well and truly.
But another result. Catherine, all in up?
Yeah, I'm going to bring Catherine first of all. This is the result we've just had in these Conservative polls. Never really in doubt. A solid majority for Philip Colbone of 10,562. You can see very solid 58% share of the vote there. The change overnight shows Labour making gains of 11% and Tories 6%. There was no UKIP candidate this time around. They had 16 that might explain why both of these main parties are up. The swing this time round then has gone from the Conservatives to Labour about 2.6%, so not a doubt showing a direction of travel certainly towards the Labour Party.
Sorry.
I just have a second, yes.
Oliver, the Conservative candidate, had done all short of joining UKIP, is going to meet regularly every few weeks in terms of their support. He's in favour of banning work, and he agreed with a lot of UKIP policies. And UKIP, notwithstanding, that shows you what happens around the country. The right wing political spectrum, UKIP doesn't stand, the Tories do very well indeed.
You've got another one for us,
We haven't at the moment. What we're doing is we're looking at some of the predictions. We might be able to show you some of the interesting ones like calling out
one of us stands
all right, let's go around the country. Let's go to Aberdeen and join Stephen Duff.
Bit of an update here on Corbyn, which is Alex Salmond's constituency, former First Minister of Scotland and former SNP leader. It's got interesting. I'm told the Conservatives are very happy with the early returns from the ballot papers, but the proviso to that, the Lib Dems are seeing support there as well. That could mean two things. It could mean a split in the opposition vote, and Mr Salmond coming through the middle, but it could be really, really interesting and a shock. Just might be in the cards involved. To put that into context, the north east of Scotland was a part of the country where the Conservatives were hoping to do well. They are confident of taking two of the seats here, Aberdeen South and Aberdeen West in 2000.
So as far as you can tell, what the Conservatives think these things are going their way, how many seats do you think that Scotland
do? Well, the Conservatives were hoping maybe 6 or 7 seats in Scotland, the North East. Both those seats I mentioned, Aberdeen South and Aberdeen West and Kincardine, had Conservative MPs as recently as 1997. So it is fertile territory. There are Conservative voters there, but they went to other parties in recent years. The Conservatives, as I say, quite confident about South, Aberdeen South, Aberdeen West and Kincardine, and now maybe Alex Salmond's Gordon.
In Darlington, Steph McGovern is watching things, and again the Conservatives appear to think, is that right, that they're sneaking up on Labour?
Well, yeah, this is one of the seats which the Conservative Party have targeted, but they're very close now to actually being able to give us a result. We're excited here because they're ahead of schedule at the moment, but this seat was won in 2015 by Jennifer Chapman, who is of course the Shadow Minister for exiting the EU. She won the seat with a 43% share of the vote. Not far behind with 35% was Peter Cuthbertson, who is the Conservative candidate standing here. Not sure yet whether it is going in the way of the Tories or not, but certainly it's a very interesting area, this one, because of course it's heavily made up with public sector jobs. Around 27% of the people who work in this constituency work in the public sector. So of course the Labour manifesto plans to increase and get rid of that cap on pay rises for the public sector might have been something that plays into how many people have voted here. But of course, being the North East and being overwhelmingly voting to leave the EU, you don't know which party that might have gone to. But certainly it's not very far off now, us finding out which way that vote has gone.
Thank you very much. And Boston, I think we can go to John Sweeney is there. John, what's the story there? This is, of course, where the UKIP leader is hoping to take the seat. I don't suppose he's going to. What's your view?
Well, the story here is we don't know. You don't know, we don't know. The prediction, most people are saying that almost all is not going to win. The Conservatives are going to hold the seats. We won't know the results are expected around the 5 o'clock. But what we're looking at is how well will Paul do. Will he do well? This is the seat of the country which voted for Brexit more than any other seat. So he ought to have a chance, or will he do embarrassingly badly? That's the question we're all interested in. And as you can see behind me, the magic of democracy is still happening. So we won't know until a fair bit later in the night.
We'll come back and hear later on, but I'm joined now by the Secretary of State for International Trade, Julian Fox. Mr. Fox, good evening. Or Dr. Fox, I should say. You're back on television then?
Yes, well, it's going to be an interesting and very long night, I think, for all of us.
Now, I can say that. I said you've been in hiding all this campaign. It's good to see you.
Well, that's very kind of you, Alan.
What happened to you?
I've been doing a lot of regional visits, a lot of regional TV, and I have to totally concur with what Andy Marr was saying. There's a very different picture emerging across the country. It's entirely possible that we'll still get an overall majority, but what Andrew was saying about the difference in the vote across as we went from south to north of the country certainly been a very good feature. And I was across a lot of seats in the north of England, where the Labour vote was very much softer than it was, for example, in London. So I think that we will be seeing a very different results tonight. I think we're very, very well relatively tonight, maybe even until tomorrow, until an absolutely clear picture. But I think that we're getting very differential results across the country. I'm afraid that we'll have to just be very patient.
What would you count as a good result for Theresa May in light of what she asked for, which was strong stable government and a proper majority in the House of Commons?
Well, if we win the general election, if we've got an overall majority, that clearly is a win. I think that we're seeing a number of different things happening tonight. I think we're seeing a return to two-party politics. Looking at what I've seen so far of the total vote, we're seeing an increase in both the Labour and Conservative votes as the minority parties attempt to crumble away. How that affects individual seats, how that will work in Scotland and Wales, for example, I think remains to be seen. So I don't think that, I think one thing we can be sure of is that a lot of pollsters will run as overall, but I think we'll also not see a single national swing across the country. These elections will be quite different in different regions.
But coming back to the House of Commons, I mean, if you're either the largest party that don't have an overall majority, or you have a very small overall majority, given that one of the reasons people say she wanted this election is that people like you, who are rather hold her feet to the fire on Brexit, I don't know how many trade deals you've done in the last few weeks, but hold her feet to the fire, would have an overdue power, influence. If that happens, I mean, if it is a very small majority, do you owe absolute loyalty to anything that she wants to do, any deal she wants to cut with anybody? Supposing she, is in a position where she relies on others to remain at number 10, would you be supportive of anything? Or do you have a red line as far as the Prime Minister?
I don't know quite how many ifs there were. Lots, in the sense it's not far too many, as you well know. We will give our support to the Prime Minister. I think she was right to call the election, not just in terms of what she might get from a majority. I think it was their own decision, but because we will actually have a Parliament that runs to 2022 and be able to give us extra time for those Brexit negotiations. Previously, we would have been very much up against it with a decision to leave in March 2019 and an election following that in the spring of 2020. I think to get that extra time could be extremely important. As Ken Clark says, Brexit is going to happen. To give ourselves the best possible tool, we need that bit of extra time. So I think the Prime Minister's decision was the right decision, but we'll have to wait and see. And I hate to disappoint you, we're not going to give conditions for how the next Parliament will operate until we know what next Parliament looks like.
Laura Kuhnsberg, sitting beside me, has got a question for you.
Dr. Fox, if Theresa May ends up having lost her gamble so spectacularly badly and does not have an overall majority, can you guarantee that she won't be forced to resign?
Well, it's very early in the evening, and I think that we have to wait and see. When we've been told that we've been on a Parliament or we've been a Conservative minority government, and as the results have come in, as you well know, we've seen the Conservatives outperforming some of the predictions. So I would be pretty happy that tonight we might do the same, and I'll be spending the rest of the night might be watching those results and not making too many assumptions about what might or might not happen until we actually get the vote from the voters.
And if you do not, if she has so badly managed expectation, do you accept that she will be damaged, her authority will at least be diminished?
Well, we'll see what happens in terms of the number of seats we get and what happens in terms of the vote share that we get before we make any assumptions. And as I said, there are tries of, as you like, sentences that begin with if at this time of the night are likely to be met with a response that says we have to have strategic patience.
We'll have you back when we can say, now that we know. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Fox. We've got a very important result in a very significant constituency. Laura.
And
Emily. Nuneaton was quite a moment last time round. You remember in 2015, it was the moment Ed Miliband knew the dream was over when we start to see the emergence of the Conservative majority. That's why all eyes are on us again. Labour target 54, so it would have been a very steep one for them to take. It's a Conservative hold Marcus Jones back in on a 52% share of the vote. This is what happened overnight. Again, we're looking at that UKIP vote quite substantially down here. It seems to be divided out between Conservatives and Labour, both up 6%. Tories have done it just slightly better here than they were doing in Kettering, but it's just a swing from Conservative to Labour, 0.2%. So very little movement here. Not much has happened to the majority. Overall, what are we understanding? A very mixed picture. Nuneaton, Kettering, similar parts of the world, different directions, but of course they're both Conservative parts. And we just had Broxbourne in the last couple of seconds. This one, Charles Walker returned on a majority of nearly 16,000. UKIP was in second place last time round, and I can show you what that looks like in terms of what's happened there. Down 16%, and you can see how those gains from UKIP seem to be divvied out. Labour up by 10, Conservatives up by 6. Let's just have a look at this really a safe seat. It is Conservative to Labour of 2.2%. So some big swings emerging, again from Conservative to Labour, some from Labour to Conservative, but all pretty small. So the movement is hard to detect in terms of the direction of travel from one party to another at this point.
What do you read into this?
Things that do suggest the direction of travel. I understand from Tory sources, Jane Ellison, Treasury Minister, has lost in London's Battersea seat. It's been very closely fought. No official confirmation, but Tory sources saying she has lost. Labour sources are confident of taking Northampton North, the kind of parts of the country where marshals are extremely important. That's currently being held by the Deputy Leader of the House of Commons, Michael Ellis, so another prominent Tory potentially losing his seat. Labour are also confident of taking Thurrock, very important marginal in the south-east, where UKIP have been extremely strong in that part of the world. Might have expensive to go the other way.
North-south, divide.
Absolutely, evidence of that emerging. And one minister suggested to me earlier today that may be what we see. Generational divides, young and old, north-south, urban versus the kind of wider, not just the shires, but north, very different divides all over the place.
A completely new landscape.
Maybe a new post-referendum map. You know, we always said last year the referendum system in this studio, it was going to throw everything up in the air. This is the first big chance that we've got to see where the pieces are going to happen.
And it must be very disconcerting for politicians to see the pattern breaking like this. It's no longer binary. Politics suddenly become this, that, and the other.
Indeed, but it's a strange thing because we've sort of seen in the last few elections what we always described as a splintering of the two-tribe system. Here it seems at this early stage we're returning to the two tribes, but their members are in different places.
But what we shouldn't forget is that this is also affected by the campaign that we just had. I don't think anybody expected the Tory campaign to be so faltering and so many missteps, and the Prime Minister to look frankly so unhappy. And nobody really expected Jeremy Corbyn to be such a cracking campaigner.
Just a quick word on
what Laura was saying about generational divide. So Lily Allen, the singer and artist, has just sent a tweet saying, if May wins, young Labour supporters need to rally round Corbyn and protect him from another Blairite coup. And it's absolutely one of the emerging ideas this evening, David, that lots and lots of Corbynists, people who belong to Momentum, feel that if they have pulled off this shock result, they need to get their due. It's young people who feel that they've swung it for Corbyn, they've responded to his campaign, and they'll be a very active part of the very active lobby group trying to pull Jeremy Corbyn towards them. They feel, as Andrew said, that he made a very bold and open offer, especially with cancellation of tuition fees. And I think one of the things they're talking about tonight is the fact that they feel that they might pull the rug from under Theresa May.
We're doing this for the benefit of people who aren't following social media. Though, of course, the people who are talking about this didn't know everything you're saying.
Some people might not actually be on Twitter.
You know, our whole programme's live on Twitter these days.
This is on Twitter.
Indeed.
Good.
David, we have a chance to take stock now with two seasoned election watchers and political journalist, Daniel Finkelstein, Conservative here and Times journalist, Andrew Gorski, chief political commentator of The Observer. Patchy so far, but what does
what we're seeing suggest to you at this point of the night, Andrew?
One more thing is suggesting to me, as you say, based on only a few results so far, is that we might be seeing some revenge of the Remainers. I mean, during the campaign, a lot of people said that we thought Remain voters might be a factor in this, being cross with the Conservatives, cross with Theresa May for heading for a hard Brexit, but where are they? And the Lib Dems are getting struck. But funny, I live next door to them, where the Treasury Minister Jane Ellison is defending. We were hearing earlier from Laura, and probably Laura was hearing, has probably lost that seat in quite a large majority. And of course, that's it. We think Wandsworth, where 3 out of 4 people voted to remain. So I wonder whether that's going on. And I think that might be part of a broader story which explains why the Tories have done so much worse than anybody expected. This North-South. The Tories were so fixed on going after Labour in these sort of working class heartland areas in the Midlands and the North, that they've rather neglected the south-east of England and London, which are also crucial parts of the country when you're fighting over.
Dan, from Liam Fox a moment ago, we heard the official line that the Conservatives are taking at this point, but what will they really be thinking, the party, the leadership?
Well, obviously Theresa May fought the election because she thought she needed a bigger majority than the one she had. Now looks like she'll get a less big majority, and obviously that puts, if a majority at all, and that puts in question, of course, the plan that she had. I think what Andrew said and what Laura said is correct. That we've seen is what we're seeing is a realignment. Conservatives have gone after poorer voters, less well-educated people who voted Leave. Labour is moving upscale. It's getting more graduates, younger people who may have voted Remain. This changes the map, and so it's not entirely surprising at the moment. We've seen a few bigger swings to the Conservatives in the north, and then Labour doing better in the south.
If she ends up with a reduced majority or no majority, what does that mean for her position?
Well, I think the position of the entire party and Parliament will be weak. Actually, I think you get no majority at all. The Leader, in most circumstances, you need to have well, let's go. I can say if it's not hard. It's utterly shredded. She went for an early election, which she didn't have to call, and threw away the majority she already had. Now, whether that makes it actually, even if she could struggle on, the Conservatives could put together some arrangement of units, obviously in that situation, the leaders authority shredded. Doesn't make it any solution unless they can remove that role. Now, if Ken Clark was right earlier, that actually, because that was somehow managed to speak with you, some sort of majority that I would say tomorrow morning. Well, that's a big issue of the majority. But it's not what Conservatives were expecting. She took the country. I think I promised and it's she thought such a presidential campaign. It was all about that. It's completely free to mind. You had to go to presidential campaign if you wanted to fight your Conservatives and had no tradition of voting Conservatives. And there was a tip-off of the sort of campaign that they were fighting against. Always a danger. You could speak when they start doing it much better in this. You could speak directly winning them. And meanwhile,
it was a mistake. I mean, continuing to, well, they say clarify, others say return the social care.
Yes, obviously that was a big one to the campaign. If you're fighting a campaign that's dependent on you being seen as strong and stable, and then you have to utilise something in the middle of the campaign, that is going to damage you. But actually, I think we've got to look at deeply. One of the things Jeremy Corbyn said, they really excite young people. Everyone disagreed with him. I was one of those people who thought it would work. We've got to look much deeper at the sort of realignments that happen, not just choose social care. This is more profound. If Jeremy, I think many people are getting, many people are sceptical about we have had a lot of results. There does seem to be some suggestion that young voters have come in and probably found largely. Maybe that's the momentum of young as well. They found a bit cheated by the 2016 after the election of some America. They felt even more cheated by the referendum in 2016. And I think well motivated a lot of young voters to say, this time we are going to vote. Maybe not. Think about what Jeremy Corbyn may have achieved in increasing the seats and this realignment of the years.
Through the night, thank you both for that, David, this time, and David.
Sean is in Leeds and has news of how the elections progressing there.
Yes, the biggest counts in the country taking place here. 8 constituencies. After Birmingham, this is the biggest counts there in England. They go well out into the countryside, which is why This is a city that's managed for 30 years to successfully elect both Dennis Healy for the Labour Party and Steve Joseph for the Conservatives. At the moment, it's a three-party city. A second candidate is a Eastwood University seat held by the Lib Dem Greg Parliament. By the skin of his teeth in the last election, and also other university seats fell, and the Lib Dems obviously had their annals for weakness. That has seen a significant increase in the number of new registrations. 13,000 additional voters, and the majority was only 2,500 last time. If those are new young voters in Spain, like Jeremy Corbyn, then that would be trouble for them. The other seat of real interest here is calling an outrage. You were just 2 years ago, he was ousted by the Conservative executives by just 422 votes. Now, that was here said to be tight. If we have in William Howard, it's because of the UKIP vote. UKIP not standing, giving the Tories potentially a free run there, and an extra potential 7,000 votes. Having said all of that, average England supporters arrived here in the last 45 minutes or so. We haven't seen the NPS off yet. They're not exactly looking bouncy on the ship. I think it really could be at this stage one of those really tight results that are going to be made for it very interesting.
Thanks, Sean. Let's go to the
Hello, David. The counting combat hasn't yet started here, but we've got 4 seats up for grabs, 3 Labour, 1 Conservative. And of those Labour seats, 2 of them in 2015, the UKIP vote was larger. Both of those UKIP votes was go. Now, I have to say, most interesting, and one of the very interesting things is that there's no purple down there on the floor. UKIP didn't put up any candidates in these seats, so where will those votes go? I'm picking up a very mixed picture. If you take Dewsbury, for example, it's a Labour seat, number 14 on the Tory target list. I spoke to a Conservative agent just a little while ago, and he said he absolutely does not recognise the exit poll. He said that's not what they instead of my.
you see the screen now?
Trying to make it that if they had a chunky majority
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, if we have to run that out, how do we do that? Are they doing a turnout figure?
Sorry?
Are they doing a turnout figure? They're not.
Turnout figure.
Yeah,
They haven't.
they haven't.
They've done.
Here, you'll get Philip, 1 second.
I agree.
Well, just to re-emphasise what Laura's just said, Darlington was meant to be the seat for the Tories that Theresa May was heading for the landslide, and instead Labour have held it. We, in the exit poll, were expecting a very small swing to Labour, no more than 5 percentage point in the end, it's still very slightly to Conservatism. So there is a clearly one more part. It does look as though the exit poll is underestimating the Conservative in many of the polls, that probably is one area where but I think everything we've heard so far, both in terms of results and
yeah, I'll have to ask them. Where was it?
doesn't give any reason to believe that this is
What evidence do you have about UKIP voters? In others, there isn't a good candidate now. It's like where it was 2 years ago, it has to be somewhere else. What's your view of what they're doing?
It's early to talk very clearly about what we need to say. Conservative vote is about votes in places that go to which means 10 places behind voting. They are not advancing those 10 places that so I think we need to start at the end. As we saw with other elections, UKIP, Stroke, and these places are the places where the Conservatives make its progress, but it is counterbalanced. They are doing relatively well in what we make up to the country. And as I said earlier, this is what we're going to mention, where Brexit has played a crucial role in shaping the country.
We should go, thanks very much, we should go north of the border again to start to see what is happening in Scotland. Remember the SNP had a resolution to 6 seats and yes, we will take a look at those Scottish seats in. But first, this is out of the whole map of the
Yeah, we'll do. Bye-bye. We will be doing the turnout. So let's make sure the winner will be accepted. So they'll do the
Go join them.
56 out of 59.
You should. Yeah, you should. Go join them.
Switzerland for the Liberal Democrats again, very tight there. Now, as we go down the board, the seats, the majorities of these seats, they get safe. So we're going to ask the boards now to come to the exit and see what we're expecting to happen in Scotland. And what you see, first of all, is that the first two
something will change.
the 16 seats here have been cut aside by the Liberal Democrats and the Labour and the Conservatives all working against the SNP.
I like telling what's happening, but I don't think I like it.
It's such a loving relationship with the Conservatives because one doesn't come to be without the other. There's a fine line. Which sometimes is not that clear.
And then Labour taking Bedfordshire East and so on. That's retreat here. We go all the way down the second column and we get to Argyle and that is the first SNP poll.
Chris Robertson, the Leader of the House of Commons, the SNP, he would be out under the exit poll. Merton North Berkshire going Conservative, and then Glasgow Central, quite a big majority there going Labour, Stirling going Conservative, and you can just have a look down to the end of the graphic here, you'll see a complete set of 56 SNP seats the last time. And so the majority, I think, is over 10,000, maybe 11,000 going to the Conservatives. So this is still just the exit poll. Now we've coloured in according to the exit poll. You see how that result from 2 years ago now looks absolutely extraordinary. As Kirsty Moore was saying earlier, PSNP was it 2 years ago? Is this going to look more like the situation in the map of Scotland? So we wait to see what happens. We don't have any real results, but Scotland is changing, it seems like.
Thank you very much, Scott. And also, as you actually coordinated for trying to bring
I don't know when that'll be. More people announce it and then get the audience in. I don't want to be organising guys here. I
start to show when we get more than 50 results what's happening. So let's have the latest news. Here's Rachel Checkpoint.
MCR, hello.
Hello, the first results have been declared in the general election. Labour has held the party's safe seats of Newcastle Central, Luton, Sunderland South and Sunderland Central. But the Conservatives took more votes in all three constituencies than at the 2015 election. An exit poll for BBC, ITV and Sky has predicted the Tories will be the biggest party, but that they won't win the Commons majority. It says that the lost 17 seats, while Labour will have made gains. The poll also predicts losses for the Scottish National Party. Tom Bateman has the very latest.
The night began with a big projection of the exit poll, studied closely by all politicians, but remember, it's still just a forecast. It has the Conservatives as the largest party, but short of an overall majority. The poll suggests the Tories would have 314 seats, down 17 on 2 years ago. It puts Labour on 266 seats, up 34. The SNP would get 34 seats, and the Lib Dems 14.
This is a projection. I think it's made that clear. It's not a result. These exit polls have been wrong in the past. I think in 2015 they underestimated our vote. I think in a couple of elections before that they overestimated our votes.
Theresa made promises on several occasions that she wouldn't go for a snap general election, and she went for it. And she went for it on the basis of one secure mandate that she already had. And people just saw through that.
It's the real votes that count, though, and there's the traditional race to see which constituency can declare first. Just had a Darlington, there was a marginal swing to the Tories, nowhere near the kind of success they would have needed for any kind of landslide. The two other seats won by Labour in North East England show the Tories had done better than the exit poll might have suggested. The Festival of Democracy has been on full show. Watch out for some upsets through the night. At least one minister's seat could be in question, and UKIP's vote appears to be collapsing in places. Jeremy Corbyn arrived in his North London constituency tonight. If the exit poll is correct, it will have confounded the expectations of even his own MPs, while Theresa May's gamble to win big in a snap election will have failed. But the night is young, and the truth inside those ballot boxes is yet to be revealed. Tom Bateman, BBC News.
Well, with the news of that exit poll, the pound has been falling against other currencies, including the dollar and the euro. Well, let's get the action now from Sharon Giglio, who's in Singapore for us. Sharon, what's going on?
Well, that's right. As you say, the immediate reaction in markets has been from the British pound, sterling falling nearly 2% against the US dollar after that exit poll suggested the Conservative Party could lose its parliamentary majority. But it's scaled back some of those losses. That is, the first results came in and showed that the Conservative were doing slightly better than that exit poll suggested. So actually the pound is down about just over 1.5% against the US dollar and most of the other major currencies at the moment. Though analysts have been saying that it's likely the pound will continue falling as Asian markets open. Hong Kong, which of course is the worst case scenario for political uncertainty, because it could complicate Brexit talks further. Something of course markets and investors don't like. But I should add, Asian markets have just opened in the last few minutes and they are higher as they only just.
Sharon, thank you. In other news now, former director of the FBI, James Comey, has told a Senate committee he felt he'd been ordered by Donald Trump to drop an inquiry into links between the president's former national security advisor and Russia. We'll have more for you throughout the night, but now back to David.
It's interesting how this election is proving very exciting. We've had the 15 deliberations and no change in control. Nevertheless, what's happening is proving quite riveting in terms of aims advanced, Conservatives retreating some places, advancing the others. Anyway, we're about to get split up. Let's go split up. The number of votes recorded
don't see what difference it makes.
The Green Party, 7.
Then you'll have to wait.
7. 2,079, over 87 ballot paper rejected, and then I hereby declare that Robert J. Compton is duly elected as a member of Parliament for Southwark.
So it's a close result in the South. Conservatives held on the seat, without 800. Labour on 22,347. Expect this one to be close.
You were, and this is the kind of thing that will make CCHQ narratives, which will be jangling extremely loudly.
First Welsh results coming in from Wrexham. Let's go there.
Andrew Mark. 15,321.
No, that was right.
Plaid Genedlaethol Cymru, 15,391. Harper Carey, the Party of Wales, 1,753. Plaid Cymru, 1,753. Lucas Ian College, Welsh Labour, 17,153. Safon Cymru, 17,153.
O'Toole Carol Tetley, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 865.
It's one person clapping.
Think about it. Well, there we are.
Really think about
Labour hold Brexit. Conservatives were hoping.
They were. It's more like a part of Mr. Keating's main record several times during the campaign. She spent a lot of time in Wales. They were hopeful, taking quite a number of seats. Labour in Newcastle is now hopeful not just of holding seats in Wales, but actually of adding seats in Wales. I've been told in the last few minutes they expect to take Cardiff North. Labour sources also telling me that they have won Rutherglen in Scotland and confident of gaining East Lothian. So against expectation, against the party's private expectation, again, we're seeing Wales and Scotland, Labour taking rather than just holding their own or even falling back.
There were 5 around 2 years ago. And again, it's time. So where did those 5,000 votes?
Well, again, it comes down to what John Curtis and Peter Cameron were discussing before. Where does the UKIP vote split? Now, the expectation at the beginning of this campaign, what the local election results suggested, is that
I have an idea. Oh, you did that already.
Did what?
With this, yeah. Cool. Just so that
yeah.
Can you give me some sound? Can you talk? Can you use a mic? And again, keep going. Yeah. Head and shoulders. Try not to move one.
Very dark.
Well, I can light you if you want.
Is that better? Or is that light? Is that better?
Yeah, we don't get a good background then.
Better? Okay. We're just trying to get the background of it. Just come closer.
Tell them you got the count behind you where you were before.
Fine. Okay.
Are they happy?
Yes.
Go for it.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll record it.
Yes.
Maybe just.
I am.
Maybe just to go there.
Yes. Yeah.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I am speaking here in Bermondsey, Southwark, where I think there's going to be a Labour hold here.
That's amazing.
Increased majority.
15 to 8. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry, you're back to that? Yeah.
better shot? Is there a way we can get a better shot? Because it looks a bit odd going down like that. We just like it's very dark. Is it better if Peter comes closer?
Sorry?
Is it better if Peter comes closer?
If she comes closer, she's going to be looking down. We're going to be needing more down there. It's better if she goes. I thought it was better if she went kind of further away.
But then they were worried about the light, weren't they? Well, no, because of how you look.
They'll be like staring down on the top of
For a starting place.
It's better if you go slightly further away. But I could always sling a light if you want.
Can you move the camera down here?
Have you got a light?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
I didn't say that. I said if they're worried about it's too dark.
Yeah, I think that probably would make a difference.
Yes, I can. They're just putting up a light quickly. They're framed. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
You want to go back there? I'd like it the first time. No, she needs to go back a bit. And that go that way? No, okay. There's the count in the back there. Go that way. Don't worry about that. Tell it to move that way.
That's for it's yes, it can work, yes. Yeah, that's for the producer.
When you get it sharp.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's the coordination telephone number. That's the coordination telephone number. Maybe you can dial in and then give it to the producer and then he can clear it. It's 0774 1582 361. Yes. No, that's the coordination telephone for the producer. Maybe you can dial in so that I can give it to the producer. Yes. I cannot ring from this telephone. You must dial in. No, it's not for the IP. The IP is already up. It's for the producers, the coordination telephone. It's a coordination line. Yes. I just want to give you a telephone. Once I play it. Where it's now it's better. It's talking in the back that was done.
It's like saying.
Nothing.
They're not saying it.
Yes. No. No, it's not coming. We try to use it. You must therefore get back up to coordination. Yes, yes. No, I feel it. Please, I feel it. It's only the coordination telephone. We have 2 telephones. I feel, please, no, not dial into 4-wire. Dial into the coordination telephone.
So we're not framed like that, are we? We're much further away. What we look like this.
Sorry?
We're not framed like that.
No. Do you want it close?
No. So, dial into this number. So, once again, it's a coordination telephone for the producer. It's our 4-wire. 4-wire we do over satellite. It's a telephone number, coordination telephone number for the producer.
Well, it does look as though Labour have held this seat, possibly with an increased majority, and some reports even that the majority might have doubled for Neil Coyle of Labour. Now, he has been a prominent critic of Jeremy Corbyn, and it will be very interesting to see what Neil Coyle and others in the moderate part of the Labour Party now do. If it was to be, for example, a minority Labour government, of course it's very early days still. But Simon Hughes had fought this seat very hard, and his team accepting unofficially they think it's possibly not on their way tonight. They think it's part of a national swing, part of a bigger youth turnout. They say that there's been a 25% churn seat. People perhaps don't recognise or remember Simon Hughes' record. He was here for 32 years until 2015. And I was here just 2 years ago. It was a very big change, a very big shock in terms of those that see Neil Coyle defending 4,500 majority. It looks as though Labour has been successful. They say they've had 1,000 volunteers on the streets. Neil Coyle has in fact just entered the hall here. I should just say also that in this hall just a few hours ago, the book of condolences was released. Theresa May's signed that for the London Bridge attack. So a very emotional week here.
They probably won't take them.
You want to keep this here?
They want to move it onto the floor.
It was too high.
Oh, yeah.
Should have seen all my grey hairs had I not had them dye on Monday.
Like the Camberwell's on a big building and you are there.
Well, I think with other counts, they've got a qualification, haven't they? And it's a shame a lot of them have been allowed in that county.
Yeah.
But do we have another one?
Well, I'm not sure. She's typing.
That's what you're like.
Philip, what are you doing?
It's like David used to us in Camberwell.
Well, yeah, everything's
Just
run through the legs of these.
Still.
No.
I think even if they don't take the time, they'll probably knock it off anyway.
Yes.
Because I think if it's
Gotta come forward with it.
people drop in the meantime. You could have put your on the horizon.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
I'll take this drop yeah.
I don't think they can have us apparently down off the stage.
They're not going to do Neil Coyle?
I don't think they'll let us go on the floor. They want us to stay on the stage.
But there's nobody here. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Labour wouldn't work because we are at a point where the Brexit negotiations are going to start one way or another within days. Can you imagine that with a government led by Labour on the basis of a result that mirrors this exit could negotiate with you from a position of strength? Politics has changed. Whatever happens to politics is every one of your panellists down there and everybody that's sat here with you before, the whole style has changed. It's more consensual, it's more about policy and issues and not a tribal thing almost. So I think
hope springs eternal at this moment. And, you know, I just send my solidarity to everybody at home who's sitting up wanting a country for the many and not the few, and in particular to the victims and their families of these terrorist atrocities that were designed to scare us and were designed to, frankly, probably stop the general election. It happened, and people have come out so far in their droves, and let's see what happens. Shami Chakrabarti, thank you. Thank you.
Let's just talk about the Labour Party and what they might do if this exit poll turns out right, or if they do a bit better.
Well, for the very first time, we have to start to get our heads around how Labour might deal with Brexit, how a Labour minority government working alongside the SNP might be different in their Brexit negotiations. We haven't really been thinking about this at all for obvious reasons, but a few things are very important. One, there would still be a huge row over the exit bill, the amount of money being paid, because every pound that a Labour government sent to Brussels would be a pound they couldn't spend on the NHS or one of their priorities at home. Point one. Point two, however, I think Labour would be much more open to a deal over some kind of European court overseeing the rights of EU citizens, an absolutely crucial issue for Michel Barnier, the lead EU negotiator. So it'll be easier in that respect. But of course they'd also want to have the SNP involved, and the SNP want to be inside the single market. So I think this would completely open up, reshape and change any negotiations over Brexit if that happened.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in their 48 billion spending plans and revenue plans, there was no mention of a Brexit.
Good evening. I know a number of you have been waiting for this announcement, which is the provisional turnout today for the constituency of Bermondsey and Old Southwark. The total electorate is 87,265. The total votes counted 58,496, which gives us a provisional turnout of 67.03%. I'll come back to you later this evening with the same figures for Camberwell and Peckham. Thanks.
Labour have put forward a different approach to Brexit. They say they would much more concentrate on workers' rights and things like that.
Where is she coming? Sorry to interrupt you, from Earl of Clwyd, then I'll come back round the table. Let's just hear this.
Yn hysbysu drwy hyn fod nifer y pleidleisiau a fwriwyd dros bob un ymgeisydd yn yr etholiad fel y ganlyn. I, Mohammed Mehmed, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Vale of Clwyd constituency, hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Held seat with a majority of only 237, and Labour chasing them hard here.
Party candidate, Ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 17,044, 17,044. Rwy'n Christopher Sean, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 19,000. Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Great Britain, 666. White, David Lee, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales. Inhale Pim, Cunt Pimp 1,551. Drwy'n gadgan drwy'n bod Christopher Sean Rwan wedi ei ethol yn y brofol gan aelod seneddol dros Llafur Clwyd.
And I can't translate from the Welsh, but I know what he's saying, which is Chris Rowan has taken this for Labour. He had it before up until 2015, and he's won it back for Labour from the Conservatives.
Yes.
And let's just see the change in vote. 50% for Labour, 44 for Conservatives. The change since last time, 12. Now 5%. swing from Conservative to Labour.
They just need the percentage. They just need the percentage.
Brexit part of the UK. Now what John Curtis's analysis is really interesting tells us at this point, in seats where Leave got less than 55%, there has been a swing of around 4% to Labour. Where you look at those much more strongly moved seats where Leave went over 60%, votes are going the other way. So in the smaller seats, 1%. So even it seems it's more complicated than just saying, here's a Leave area, they're going to go one way, here's a Remain area, they're going to go another way. It's again, you see the really patchy patterns.
So before we go on,
I want to see if we can recover what Tom Watson, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, said at his time when he held the seat.
so we'll start with this one.
Froze suddenly in mid-sentence.
Yeah, Camberwell.
And more Labour supporters celebrating in the hours to come. The next few hours, maybe the next few days, are very uncertain. One thing can be sure. Theresa May's authority has been undermined by this election. She is a damaged Prime Minister whose reputation may never recover. People in this country were crying out for something more than what it's always given us for the last 7 years. They've responded to a positive campaign. We don't yet know how this election will turn out, but we know that people voted.
Robert Tom Watson saying that what we do know from Mrs. Theresa May's authority is undermined. She's a damaged Prime Minister, and she'll never recover.
It's absolutely extraordinary. All this tells me is that the dynamics of the Labour Party, because the Labour Party has always been a coalition of
All good, thanks.
but for much of the past 2 decades, there were lots of meetings, there were lots of meetings tonight might be a really bad moment for the moderates. Jim Watson of BuzzFeed UK, BuzzFeed UK, has just tweeted, one of the strangest it's an amazing thing, isn't it? Over 180 of their businesses say they're a lot of them are now dependent on Corbyn for their career prospects. And someone
Oh, sorry.
shift in power in the Labour movement. So Joe, the young political writer, socialist writer, he tweeted earlier tonight, here's to Britain's young, who are ridiculed, patronised, demonised even, and you may have changed history, whatever happens. And there is a strong sense tonight coming through on my phone, all our phones, that young people feel that there is swung back to power forever within the Labour Party. We can't, of course, forget what it means for the Tories. Ben Caves into Channel 4 News has tweeted earlier, wonder whether they're not choosing Evening Standard and other jobs over the UK Parliament feels the best choice right now for George Osborne, which is a mischievous thing for him to say. I should also tell you, David, that the odds on Boris Johnson being the next Tory leader have fallen dramatically over the course of the evening. One set of bookies has his odds fallen from 66 to 1 to 5 to 1. So lots of speculation about where the Tory party is going to.
Emily. An extraordinary result. Justin Greening in Putney, South West London. It doesn't look it. She's not on a seat. She's the Education Secretary, of course. But this is what I want to draw your eye towards. The very close share of the vote between Conservatives and Labour. She sat on a 10,000 majority in this seat. She's now sitting on 1,500. I'll show you what that looks like in terms of the swing. It's a 10% swing from the Conservatives towards Labour. Now, the safe seat like that here, Deputy Minister, maybe it was always going to be a tough call for Labour to take this, but they'll start to look at other seats in London, the closer ones, and think maybe they have got a chance, and this is a London-wide phenomenon. Let's see. One other one I just want to bring in, which is Clwyd South. We had Vale and Clwyd a second ago. Now, Clwyd South originally showed up in some of our forecasts as being take for the Conservatives. Labour has come on to it's right next door to Vale and Clwyd, of course. Labour has also showed the Conservatives 39. Also, from the Conservatives to Labour, 2.4% swing. So it does seem as if Labour is establishing a bit more of a ground base in Wales and starting to make these quite impressive inroads in London, even if they're not actually changing the colour of those seats yet.
Farron was caught a moment ago leaving his house to go to his car to press the button there, and his question has been
not spot on.
Worried about nuclear?
All of that we don't know. So looking forward to the rest of the evening. All the best. Take care.
Blessing of the parents. This is the prime minister.
His own son, West Bermondsey, is in jeopardy. Also, just in the last few minutes, I've heard that Labour are expected to hold Hartley Court. The Tories have put on a very strong challenge. Part of Tories may try to push again into Labour are also expected to hold another London seat. They also expect to take Stockton South, the Tory seat. That would be, if it comes true, taking another seat from yet another minister. I do think it is just going to see many of them are so almost and they're big changes that are yet to be taken. So Labour are getting this to say this is astonishing to be the largest party, but it is still early days. It's still, it might not feel like it, like it is still young, apparently.
We're going to hear from Tom Watson in a brief sentence or two from a moment to go. But first, no election is complete without the swingometer. We haven't seen the swingometer yet. So where is the swingometer? Jeremy, come through the base of the Glen here into the Elizabeth Town. The smashing glass here. He's like, a tweet from somebody saying, where's the swingometer? The answer is because we're looking at swing across the whole country, we need a few results to come in. So we're nearly at 50 seats now. We think we can show you what the swing across the UK would be. Obviously, Scotland, a separate story. But this is Conservative Labour. Let's just have a look here. And here we go. So, Conservative Labour. The crucial thing about the swingometer is that if nobody changes sides, one side or the other, the swing is at 0% and no seats change hands. So it's all about people moving between the parties. So we now ask the swingometer what the swing is and in which direction. Here we go. Let's see. And it's fairly modest. It's a swing against the Conservatives to Labour of what looks like just under 1%. Now, all of these dots here are constituencies up both sides, and the closer you are to the zero, the more marginal your seat is. As the axle moves here, moves across the dots, and it seems change colour. And you can see that the effect of this swing, if this were to be applied across all the seats in the UK, not just the ones we've had so far, would be 9 seats going red from the Conservatives, 9 seats to Labour from the Conservatives. So a relatively modest swing, but it's interesting in the context of the election, which was initially called with the idea that the Conservatives are going to do some kind of stupendous advance. Actually, Labour are more than holding the lot. What's happening here? Let's have before. So you see that both the Conservatives and Labour are up. Labour up 8% and the Conservatives up 7% in the results we've had so far. And the interesting thing here is this. The figure for UKIP has crashed. Look at that, down 12%. So people who were voting UKIP in large numbers just 2 years ago have been dislodged. But the conventional wisdom as we approach this election is that they all go into the blue bloc here. What seems to have happened is that they've been dispersed, not evenly. And quite a lot of former UKIP voters have actually gone to Labour, which explains why both of these columns are up. So yes, the first thought about the election is that UKIP are going to go down to bottom and re-elect. The second thought that they will go simply automatically to the Conservatives. Really underplaying our rights in this moment of time. As you can see from the figures we've got, we also have the ratings down a touch and the yellow down a touch as well. So part of the explanation here is this really big UKIP voters dislodged and going, many of them, interestingly to Labour, which has given the Conservatives so many problems. We'll be looking, you mentioned the swingometer, and see, this is the national swingometer here. We will later on, David, be able to look at different regions and see the differences around the country. Thank you very much. And now we're going to hear the earpiece. This is here, all right. Tom Watson, sorry, it's rather undignified. Well, I think moved out of the way. Taken from us. First he froze, and the second time he was very helpfully moving aside so that we could see that.
He was just being does he agree with Mr. Campbell just on somebody else? That he doesn't think that Brexit can now go ahead on the original time. Brexit, yes, has to be delayed.
There he was.
Maybe he's trying to work out what he's going to say after he thought that Jeremy would mature.
No, that'd be fair. We all have Mr. Watson. Tom, thank you very much for coming back. Let me just start. We heard briefly what you said about Theresa May being finished. I wonder whether it's not you that's finished, because you were the person who said that Jeremy Corbyn was not the right person to lead. You were the person, like 80% of the MPs in the House of Commons didn't want him. Thought the party was being taken over by the radicals. Now, it seems that they're on well on that basis.
Can you talk to me?
Go on.
Got audio on it.
It just seems to me, I got to about 50 defensive marginal constituencies in this country.
Yeah, he was doing it earlier. Did you hear that guy?
This is an unnecessary election. Theresa May told us that she didn't need to be general election because it's not an election.
Yes, I texted over the Karen.
It seems to me that she's going to be found very rare political opportunity by the end of tonight.
But what do you make if we don't know the final result, of course, but clearly Labour has done better than, as you were saying, the 40 in advice. What do you make of Labour's success under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, which you have been critical of?
Well, he's opened a campaign. He's won some arguments. This was supposed to be a very narrow never not so many issues being discussed as well because the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn because the electorate just took the issues from politicians and decided they were their own. The health service, defence, security, terror, transport infrastructure,
The thing was
is Jeremy Corbyn now safe at the leader of the Labour Party? Will he have the support of those MPs who want to win?
and you get the first South Coast down to York and they're building southern South Coast and get up early and travel down. It was all yeah, the last thing actually you finish one
and you're pushing
and then
your original objection at the 80%
everything was just being close to their chest.
So you've been on the go for a month?
Yeah, more than that. And then I get so if it's a month time,
you need to give your people the best start, and you can be what big, and that's what I'm going to
John,
thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Just very confident from our resources that they expect to take the East North-West, they expect to take Finchley and Bermondsey. They also expect to take Shipley, and I think they may already have done for the Conservatives Philip Davis.
What do you mean, amazing?
Well, it's that, yeah. Very interesting. Yeah.
Try to do that in the next couple of months or so. That was something that was being discussed. Of course, these results transform that situation. It's completely plain. That was something that was on their agenda. It's an absolutely staggering result in Angus, Scotland, which really wasn't on anyone's watch list. It was on the Tory target at 126, but the Conservatives have taken it from the SNP post. 6% share of the vote. You can see what's happened here. Big fall, a dramatic fall for the SNP down 16. Might be time to start asking questions about tactical voting amongst the unionist parties in places where they thought they could overturn the SNP. This was a seat, one of the few seats, one of 6 seats that the SNP actually held before 2015, so it wasn't even a recent gain. That swing will be one of the most dramatic, I predict, of the night. 16% from the SNP to the Conservatives. The drama each time seems to have been in Scotland, so we're going to keep that tight watching that. Another result is bringing the North-East Parliament, which is a Labour hold 53% share of the vote, despite a good fight from Carl Jackson, the Conservatives on 13%, but it is that UKIP vote that you really want to look out for here. Massively down, 17%, and Gordon stood for the leadership alongside the Ministries, and now sees his share of that vote massively falling here. So the swing is actually, as you can see, towards Labour, quite a modest one, 1.8. Questions now surfacing from all these northeastern seats about maybe the point of the UKIP vote at all going forward. One more to show you Warwickshire North. This is a Conservative poll, and this is somewhere that was on the Labour target list, number 24, and this is showing not only the Conservative poll, but a swing towards the Conservatives, so they have strengthened their hold on this one, a majority of 8,500. This is an incredibly mixed picture emerging now, but they seem to be doing quite well in parts of England, extraordinarily well in those 2 results we've had in Scotland, and yet not so well in Wales.
We're joined by Nigel Farage, who led one of the leaders of the Brexit campaign. Mr. Farage, thank you for joining us in our studies as MP, of course. What do you make of Paul Knuckles' leadership of UKIP? UKIP doesn't seem to be doing well.
No, I thought he was strong, I thought he was robust, but I don't think he had time to establish himself in the voters who still don't quite know who he is. So no, I've got no reason to fear, although the party itself, the people around him, I think organisation.
What's going to happen to Brexit now? Theresa May called this election in order to pursue the kind of Brexit that we wanted. It doesn't look like it's going to get the majority.
Well, what a huge error to pick a Remainer to lead a Brexit party in a Brexit election. Massive mistake. I think that if we do get Corbyn coalition, then Brexit is in some trouble.
And if Brexit is in some trouble, will you come back into active politics and fight for what was voted for at the last summer?
I would have absolutely no choice but to do exactly that.
Well, that's interesting. We've got to get. I'm sorry, we can't make that come back to. We've got to get back to the results.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the election is as follows: Christopher Austin Francis Coughlin, Chris Coughlin, Independent, 1,234. Lois Elaine Davis, Green Party, 866. Richard Adam Davis, Liberal Democrats, 4,401. Marcia Chantal de Cordova, Labour Party, 25,000. Jane Elizabeth Ellison, Conservative Party candidate, 22,000. Socialist Party of Great Britain, 32. And Eugene Powell, UK Independence Party, 337. I do hereby declare that Marcia Chantal de Cordova,
Jane Ellison, Treasurer, former Public Health Officer, is defeated in Battersea. Labour takes Battersea, and the swing of Battersea, and the swing of 10% from Conservative to Labour in an area that's almost 80% in favour of Remain, just under 80% in favour of Remain. I want to go back to now to Farage, who we interrupted for that result. Farage, thank you for waiting. The last thing you said was very tantalising. You said you have to come back into active politics. What you talking about?
Majority, she was found out, I think, in this campaign. And what's remarkable about Corbyn's achievement is he's getting Remainers in London voting for him, but he's getting UKIP voters around the voting for him too. Now, of course, he's not on his own if it works out that way. But if we get a coalition, him and the SNP and whoever else, then we may well be looking at the barrel on the second round.
Is the whole Brexit campaign, the Brexit decision, is all in jeopardy now? Is the timetable? Does it mean anything?
But I do think this. Let's say the other result happens. Let's say they straight through with a small majority or minority government. I don't know. I'm not sure that her credibility is going to be very strong in Brussels. So I think. Yes, the timetable, whatever happens here, is likely to get pushed back.
But how confident are you that there's still what's called the hard Brexit that you wanted and that you think you won a year ago?
Well, I was always a bit suspicious with Mrs. May as to whether we get it. I mean, she was asked in the campaign repeatedly, having back Remain, did she now believe in Brexit? Not once did she say yes. She just said she was carrying out the will of the people. This may prove to be unbelievable.
Vicar of Bray, you think she is?
I do.
Very much so.
Very much so, yes. And in the end, I think, when Corbyn said that they would end freely, when Corbyn said that under Labour we would leave, I think he kind of boxed off Brexit as an issue for UKIP voters, many of whom did not see the party as being relevant in this campaign. And ultimately, I think the shot we're seeing here tonight is all about personality. And you know, UKIP voters want somebody they think is speaking for them. They want somebody who is for change. And what Theresa May tried to do was to be the established figure. Corbyn, I thought, through the campaign, looked comfortable in his own skin. He actually appeared to be enjoying it. And the Prime Minister came across as insincere and, frankly, robotic.
Andrew has a question.
Could I ask you, Michael Farage, whether you think of those very pro-Brexit, strong Brexit MPs in the Tory party will now try to remove Theresa May as Prime Minister?
Yes, and I also think, actually I agree, I think on both sides of the debate within the Conservative Party, the Prime Minister's credibility as leader of that party is fatally damaged.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Farage. Let's rejoin Emirates. We've got another result.
Another game for Labour from Conservatives. This is their fourth game tonight. Labour have yet to lose a seat, but it's early days. You can see Stockton South
puts Paul Williams in as the new MP for Labour here on 48% share of the votes, the Conservatives on 47, and you can see what has helped that along. As Mr Bride was saying, he picked down 8%. It seems as if Jeremy Corbyn, or at least Labour, has picked up a lot of that vote because the Conservative share hasn't moved at all. The swing here, you can see, is pretty solid from Conservative to Labour. This was number 47 on the Labour target list. They were hoping it would be competitive here, but an outside chance, and they've picked it up. Now, what I want to show you, because I've been referring to this at intervals throughout the night so far, is how our exit poll compares to the results in so far. And at one point, it looked as if we might have to recalibrate because the Conservatives were much lower down on the exit poll than they were at the results. Now, you can see, based on the results so far, just under 50 results so far, you can actually see what's happened. The exit poll and the results so far are showing much more similar pictures now. UKIP down about 12%, the SNP down level here, a bit further in real life, and you can see what's happened more or less. The Conservative and Labour votes sort of evening out, and the exit poll quite so far. This is a result we just had in the last few moments. Wheeling Central and Acton has been the Greens stood aside to help Labour. Certainly she's on 60% share of the vote now. It was number 2 on the Conservative target list, but it looks as if Labour's having quite a good night in London so far. Conservatives down 8, Labour up 16%. They didn't need a very big swing to take this one, but you can see what's happened. It's gone massively towards Labour. A bit like that seat, Putney, that I showed you earlier, where Justine Greening held on. There's still some of these very big swings to Labour. One in a Labour seat, one in a Tory seat, but the direction of travel certainly favours Labour in London so far tonight.
So if the exit poll is proven right, that has the Conservatives short of an overall majority. Boris Johnson, who has a vested interest in this reports the Foreign Secretary, will talk about whether he, the odds of him becoming Prime Minister before 5 to 1, then he's right at his counterpart. Whether he's been asked questions or not, I do not know, but he seems to
tape themselves until they see the target. Sorry, there you go. Just to party press.
Right, sensible. Not answering any of that. Kirsty, bring us up to date, if you would, on what's going on in Scotland.
Well, we are about to get our first Glasgow seat. It looks like Glasgow East will declare soon, and it looks like the SNP have held on by their fingers, possibly with a majority of less than 100. Glasgow Central, which was a swing 2 years ago to the SNP of 35%, that too may be in jeopardy. And that's extraordinary because, of course, the council has just lost, the Labour Council just lost to the SNP just a matter of months ago. So it looks like a big change in Glasgow, swings to Labour, whether or not Glasgow Central will go to Labour. There's no doubt the SNP majority is going to smash. And after that Angus vote, after that Angus result, there is this tantalising thought that if the exit poll is just maybe a little out, it could be the new Conservative MPs in Scotland which give Theresa May a slender majority. That would be extraordinary.
Very much indeed. Well, now we are at 2:10, and I have to say our exit poll, which we gave at 10 o'clock, has not been changed. The result, all the results we've had in, we've had 100 declared. We haven't yet gone from the exit poll to what we call forecast, which is when the results that come in modify the exit poll. So we're still saying Conservatives the largest party on 314, Labour on 266, the SNP on 34, Liberal Democrats on 14, the Five Company on 3, and the Greens on 1. And that's what they're holding for the moment at just after 2:10. We're 10 minutes late with our news on the hour. There's so much is happening here in the election centre in BBC, but let's now have our news. And we're joined Peter Chapman.
Hello, with more than 90 seats counted in the general election, Labour has gained 3 seats, 1 from the SNP in Scotland and 3 from the Tories. As David was saying, an exit poll from the BBC in Sky has predicted that the Tories will be the largest party
The night began with a big projection exit poll, studied closely by all the politicians. But remember, it's still just a forecast. It has the Conservatives as the largest party, but short an overall majority. Held in Wrexham, an area Theresa May visited several times during the campaign. Darlington too, where only a marginal swing to the Tories is nothing like the partnership they need to fulfil Mrs May's hopes of big parliamentary majority. There's been a Labour gale in Scotland, where the SNP could be on course to lose a number of seats. And just look at the mood in Hastings, hardly being confident where the Home Secretary is defending her seat.
So I'm just quietly waiting and thinking we keep on avoiding everything.
For some in Labour, it's already a much better night than they hoped.
Theresa May's authority stance has been undermined by this election. She is damaged by the state's reputation as deficit.
The exit poll suggests the Tories will have 14 seats.
This is a projection. I think it'll make that clear. It's not a result. These exit polls have been wrong in the past. I think 2015 they underestimated our vote. I think in a couple of elections before that they overestimated.
It's the real votes that count vote, and it's the traditional race to see which constituency they declare first. The two other seats won by Labour in North East England show the Tories have done better than the exit poll might have suggested. The festival of democracy has been a full show. Watch out for upsets through the night. This one minister's seat could be in question, and UKIP's vote appears to be collapsing in places. Jeremy Corbyn and his hope of his North constituency, if the exit poll is correct, it will be confounding expectations of some MPs. Theresa May's cabinet will be snap election.
The news of that exit poll has been falling against other currencies, including the dollar and the euro. Let's get the latest reaction now from Sharon who's in Singapore.
So that's right, it's the most immediate reaction in markets, as you say, has been from the British pound sterling, falling 2% against the US dollar after that exit poll suggested the Conservative majority. It had been hurried a little bit on some evidence that led to entirely accurate when we saw those first results come in, but at the top saying that it's likely that the pound will continue falling through the day, come past the bottom of the worst case scenario for the pound, increase great uncertainty, as they say, because it complicates Brexit talks even further, and uncertainty is something markets and investors don't like. Having said all that, though, most Asian markets at the moment are higher.
Sharon Keats, many thanks. Well, there'll be more from me throughout the night, of course, but for the time being, let's go back to David Dimbleby in the elections.
Welcome back to our election centre. We're not yet doing it, but we are about, I think, to slightly increase, but not by very much, the forecast for the Conservative seats. It's still going to be short of an overall majority from what I hear.
Well, this seems to be being borne out now in Tory headquarters, so I understand that ministers now do not expect to outperform the exit poll. Now that would happen as we speak. There is acceptance and discussion of the fact that senior Tories do not now expect to have an overall majority, which means, if of course by the ruling that remains the same, Theresa May's roll of the dice looks set to be one of the biggest political mistakes that we have seen for quite some time. The man of Cheshire Cat. I mean, let's not forget, he was elected by Labour members to the astonishment of the Labour political establishment once. Then the Labour establishment tried to get rid of him. He was re-elected twice, and now he looks to have achieved one of the biggest political upsets in many, many years. He's relished this campaign. We've seen day by day he's been more and more confident. He's obviously
Scottish National Party, SNP, 18,478. Douglas Ross, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 22,000.
Conservatives take Murray. Angus Robertson, the familiar figure of the House of Commons, asking us two questions on behalf of the SNP, is out of the House, and Douglas Ross is there for the Conservatives.
This is a very significant vote nationally, because of course the SNP is the third biggest party in Westminster. So this is the equivalent of the Westminster leader the Dems losing some at a different kind of election. The Tories poured huge resources into this. Seems to have paid off.
So there's the result of a majority for the Conservatives of just over 4,000. Taken over the SNP, the share of the vote 48% for the Conservatives, 39% for the SNP, 11% for Labour. You can see those figures. Apparently we can't. Anyway, I was going to show you the share. Here we are. 48% Conservative, 39% SNP, 11% Labour, 2% Liberal Democrats. The change, Conservative goes up 16%, SNP down 11%. It's a swing from the SNP to the Conservatives of 14%. Angus Robertson, leader of the SNP in Westminster, out. Conservative takes. We've now had 122 declarations in, and so far Labour up 5, Conservatives are down 2, the SNP are down 3.
That's my friend in the couch.
Just to rejoin that,
my friend is
our election expert.
That means Calvin Park.
The SNP are down almost everywhere in the results.
That means Calvin. That's it.
Currently, about 25% of the largest party may have a majority of seats, but they have an active unionist party.
Oh, I know that's
Democrats. They will be outnumbered virtually by almost 2 to 1.
What do you use from that?
I think this is the Scottish independence.
What do you mean? I see voters were voting on the independence.
I think the SNP mandate to have a referendum next to a majority in the Scottish a new majority in the Scottish Parliament in the biggest party in Westminster in Scotland. But the votes tell us a story that I think independence is.
They do. I'm just hearing that Labour are also expected to take Glasgow. And without question, the metaphorical question on the ballot paper this morning was about whether or not people wanted a second referendum. It was a different question being asked to another parts of the country.
Let's have the result. We've got a declaration coming from Great Britain. Hold on a second, David. I'll come from there. Let's just hear this.
As follows. The Summit, Steve, Liberal Democrat, 954. Gideon, Joe, the Conservative Party candidate, 14,980. Peckham, Mike, UK Independence Party, 1,648. McGilligan Fell, Christina Ann, Independent, 394. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 17,500.
So there's the result from Great Grimsby, which was nearly 50th in the Conservative, just over 50th in the Conservative hoped for, and Labour held on to it. Majority of 2,565, and then see what the change in swing was there, 49% for Labour, it was up 1%, Conservative vote up 16%, UKIP vote down 20%, and the swing, Labour Conservative, just over 3%.
And this is another kind of deceit where the Tories' strategy was they hoped to replicate everywhere. The UKIP vote they expected was sway and vote in. That hasn't happened here. You know, the numbers showed a huge drop in the UKIP vote. Clearly, lots of those voters went back to Labour party allowed to put together two issues, campaigning already for economic austerity. They put that together. It will have cut through. It took the shine off the Tories' early stages, that early confidence that people have in Tories.
I said that we were going to turn our exit poll into a forecast on the basis of the results we've had in 137 now. We've still got 500 or so to go. So let's just see here on the facade of the House of Commons what we're now saying. Conservatives on 322, 326 will give them a majority. Labour on 261. Conservatives still the largest party. There's 4 short of 356. We have a result. I'll come to you in a moment. But Emily, let's have your result.
We've had another Conservative game in Scotland. Upland South Perthshire. Nick Graham takes it for the Conservatives on 41% share of the vote, and now a fairly handsome majority of 3,359. This was 128 on the target list. It wasn't within any of our sites, and they've done extraordinarily well. And interesting to see not just the SNP falling here, but also Labour as well. Maybe there has been a tactical vote, a unionist vote towards the Conservatives. They're up 21%. I said earlier, following myself hostage to fortune, we probably wouldn't see a bigger swing than what we had. This one is another 16% swing from the SNP to the Conservatives, which land this one in safe Conservative territory. Tasmin Ahmed Sheikh, who took it from Labour last time round, now in second place. And we're going to bring in one more very north, the northwest of England. This is Labour's 5th game of the night, sitting on 54% share of the vote. David Nuttall is pushed out, the rebellious Conservative MP is now out, and James Brett takes his place. You can see what the change looks like here. Labour only needed a 0.4% swing, but they've done that and a 13% increase in the share of the vote. And you can see how handsome that is from the Conservative to Labour. One more that has just come in. Labour having a very good night in Scotland, as are the Conservatives, to be fair. A Labour game from the SNP there in Midlothian on 36%, went to 34% share of the vote. Owen Thompson out, Danielle Rowley is in. You can see that drop in the SNP share of the vote. Both those parties up. Lib Dem's not making much movement here. And the swing there is also of 11%. We saw those ginormous swings of up to 40% towards the SNP last time round, and it looks as though Labour and the Conservatives are starting to make some waves of their own north of the border in Scotland with these gains back, suggesting that they are trying to push into the long grass and talk of a second independence referendum. Back to when we have some more.
Thanks very much. Alan, we've got some more comments from you.
David, it's behind this extraordinary situation where Lord Ashcroft, chairman, has just put out a message saying the Conservative Scots could possibly save the Tories. That would be extraordinary. Unthinkable in these elections. That's where we might be. Kevin Maguire, who's on the Daily Mirror, has tweeted on a similar theme saying SNP Westminster leader Angus Robertson is gone. Scotland is saving the Conservatives. And Ruth Davidson, often talked about as a future leader of the Conservatives, leader of the Scottish Conservatives at the moment, has sent a message out saying, fantastically, Moray, well done, Douglas and Murray, Douglas Ross will make this so many, many Tories thinking that actually what they do in Scotland could be the difference between them being government and not.
And interestingly, Tories so far tonight gained 3 in Scotland. They've lost 4 in England.
Exactly.
I just want to say that the new forecast, 322 Conservative seats, they've, as you said, still short of the majority. But politically, there's a big difference between the original forecast of 314. On those numbers, the Conservatives might well have failed to get a clean speech through Parliament. With 322, if that is the final figure, and it could move either way, then it will be a Conservative clean speech. They may need to utter up the benefit of the Minister of Northern Ireland, but there is not an anti-Tory coalition of left and centre-left parties and Scottish nationalists and so on that could combine to defeat the Tories.
So they're not humiliated, but they'll carry on.
But as I say,
but humiliated, right?
Humiliated. But if it moves another few seats up, they could have a majority, another few seats down, they may be out. In that area where small differences will be up till, well into the morning because the final few results will determine the politics.
I think that's absolutely right on that forecasting. I think we can be relatively confident that the unionist entities in Northern Ireland would prop Theresa May up into numbers in that kind of zone. The big flaw in that argument, of course, is that her authority will have been so damaged from chucking a ball into the roulette wheel and making such a strategic error.
All right, fine. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to Putney, and then I want to go and talk in Derby to Margaret Beckett about Labour. And let's go to the Education Secretary, first of all, Justin Greening, in Putney. Well, you only just scraped back in Putney, didn't you?
Well, delighted to be re-elected as the MP for Putney, Roehampton and Southfields. It's always a tough battle here in London. That's what we've seen tonight. And I think the other factor behind this is very much young people really, for the first time in many years, finally choosing to use the vote that they've got in a ballot box. But yes, I'm delighted to be able to continue to serve my local community.
So what is it about the Conservative Party that doesn't appeal to young people?
I think Labour very much offered young people something that was appealing to them in terms of the obvious policy around tuition fees, the fact that it's unaffordable, the IFS then had a black hole, in a way was not something that particularly necessarily dissuaded them from thinking that that was a policy that they wanted to vote for. But I think it's quite early in the evening, and a lot of the seats that declare early now are more urban seats. I think it's worth pointing out that both Battersea and Putney are the two seats in our country with the very youngest demographic, so you've particularly seen that perhaps in returning votes here, and there's a very long way to go in this election during the course of the night.
If we, we've now made a forecast of 322, that's short of a majority for the Tories in the House of Commons. What's the future of the Tory party under Theresa May and the Brexit negotiations, if that is the final result?
Well, I don't think at this point it's particularly worthwhile getting into speculation. There are a huge number of results to still come through. As I said at the beginning of this, London is always an incredibly hard-fought political environment. Everybody knows that down here, who's been out on the doorstep. I'm just delighted that I've been re-elected to represent my own community. It's one that I've represented for 12 years. I think it's fantastic that I get the chance to continue to do that.
Did you expect a majority of 60, 70, 100 for the Conservatives?
I think it was very difficult to tell exactly how the election would play out, not least because actually when you look at the polls, they're national polls, but in practice I think we all know that perhaps results have never been more regionally driven, and therefore the days that we can really look at a global picture of somehow what's going on across the UK and rely on it to give us any kind of an accurate sense of what's really happening on the ground, I think are gone. And we saw that in some of the polls that were reported in the papers this morning. I've often thought that in 2005, if you interviewed 1,000 people in my constituency of Putney, would you really have seen the swing that I was about to first get re-elected? I don't know. But I think what it shows is it's exceptionally hard in these political climates to really see what's going on the ground, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
So does it make sense in those circumstances to say I've concluded the only way to guarantee certainty and stability for the years ahead is to hold this election, which I've said over and over again I won't hold? Words of the Prime Minister.
I think the Prime Minister was right to recognise that Britain was in a very different place now than we were in 2015, when it was right to go to this country and to ask them the question about what their views were, what people's views were about the direction that they went into the future. It may be what we're seeing in this vote is that people are still in a debate about what that future direction should be, but it is very, very early days. So I think it's easy to pick on some results in some parts of the country and to say that they are going to be massively representative. I suspect we'll come continue to see some very locally different results that will, on occasion, contrast, as we've seen the Conservatives doing very well in Scotland, less well in London, and I think we'll have to see how this plays out across the rest of the night.
Just agree, thank you very much. As I said, we're joined from Derby now by Rebecca. Good evening, Rebecca. If I'm not mistaken, you were one of the people who gave Jeremy Corbyn your support in the leadership for the Labour Party on the grounds there should be a fair contest, and afterwards said you were a complete moron for having done it. Are you still a moron?
Somebody else said that, and I didn't think it was right to dissent. But yes, I agree that it was a good thing to widen the debate. And then I realised that it might be thought that I was suggesting that people should vote for someone who, as Jeremy was, had no experience at all on the front bench. And so I made haste to say, I think he should be part of the debate. I don't think he should necessarily be the leader. There you go.
So what do you make of what's happened?
Well, there's no question. I think the two things that I don't think we can dispute about this election campaign is that Jeremy has performed infinitely better than anybody, probably including Jeremy, ever expected he could, and that Theresa May has performed infinitely worse than anybody expected that she could. And, you know, it's the conventional wisdom. Why is it conventional? Because sometimes it's also wise. British people don't tend to like having an election they didn't have to have.
So what is the consequence going to be if we're seeing a much weakened Prime Minister, a much damaged Conservative Party? At this stage, are you thinking there might be a Jeremy Corbyn in the Premiership?
Well, to be honest, David, what I'm principally thinking is I'm wondering, fearing, I might say, whether I was pressing when we put our stuff away in the garage tonight, and I said to my husband, let's do it carefully because you never know, we might need it again soon.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said there. Can you say it again? I've got another voice in my ear. Can you just repeat it?
When we put away our equipment in our car tonight, I said we'd better do it carefully because you never know, we might need it again soon. It was a joke.
Thank you.
It's still going to be a joke.
And as far as the sort of future of the Labour Party goes, I mean, clearly the people you would recognise as on the left of the party, the part of the party that you don't occupy, are making the running now. And whether it's Jeremy Corbyn or somebody else, do you think this is the new direction Labour's going to go in?
Listen, I have always regarded myself as being either soft left or centre left, depending on how you define these terms. And then other people, if I may say so, usually in your profession, have moved the goalposts around me. So it seems to me I've basically stayed more or less where I am nearly all the time, and I prefer to stay there.
I don't understand what you're saying. How do we move the goalposts around?
Well, you're saying, of course, you're not on the left. Yes, actually, I've always thought I was on the left, and I still think I am.
Rebecca, thank you very much for joining us. We've got two more results in today.
Yeah, I just want to show you this one. And there's so much churn overnight, it seems, that the Conservatives are taking seats in Scotland from the SNP, seats now from the Lib Dems in England. This one is Southwark, where John Pugh stood down, and maybe that helped the Conservatives, we don't know, but Damien Moore has now taken this. Not only have they taken it, but they have pushed the Lib Dems into third place here. So they had this seat before, the Lib Dems are now third place, Conservatives on 39% share of the vote. I think that's what that change looks like. Gains then for Labour and the Conservatives, as well as the Lib Dems. This wasn't a particularly high lead area, so the Lib Dems were hoping to do well here, and yet both those parties on leave, we now say, seem to have done better this way. It is 7.6% towards the Conservatives, so a bit of a way of life in England.
Can I interrupt you a bit for a result? We'll come back to you. We've got a result from the SNP Health, Francis Osborne.
Returning for the East Yorkshire constituency to clear out
The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Paul Masterton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 21,496. That's 21496. Blair George McDougall, Scottish Labour Party, 14,346. That's straight. The total number of votes cast, 53,805, and the total number of ballot papers rejected was 67. The ballot papers were rejected for the following reasons. For want of official mark.
Something's a little bit awry with our system here, especially there with the SNP. The truth is that the Conservatives have lent 2 places to top the ballot. SNP were on 23 grounds, the Conservatives with 21,000 taking the seat. We're not quite sure what's happened to our figures. They don't we can sort it out just a minute. Shall we get back to where we were, if we can, Emily? Where were you in the small?
I'll show you in the small because it was number 1 on the applied recovery target list. And you can see what's happened here. They haven't gained it. Labour has held it on 42% share of the vote, and Plaid has slipped down there just behind the Conservatives into 3rd place. So when we look at the swing, what might have been on a good night a swing towards Plaid away from Labour actually becomes a swing, as you can see, from the Conservatives to Labour, 2.1%. And we're going to hand back now. I think we're going to show you something.
Might even have Dunbartonshire East Dunbartonshire, where John
869 percentage poll being 78.23%. I, Jane Collis, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the East Dunbartonshire county.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The provisional turnout for the Camberwell and Peckham constituency, the total electorate 85,597, total votes casted 57,644, turnout of 67.34%, and that's provisional at the moment. The way things are proceeding, we should be making a declaration roundabout for a
Scottish National Party, anyway.
650.
Oh no.
Joe Swenson, Scottish Democrats, 21,000. There were 68.
Joe Swenson, former minister in the coalition for the Liberal Democrats, recovers Dunbartonshire East from John Nicholson. There on the right. Joe Swenson in red has just come up and make a speech. We don't know. See? Yes.
It's all the work we did in France.
Sure, they'll try, but I'm not sure they'll answer anything. It's different questions she's looking at some real faces she arrives. Philip Day, who made an appearance on the campaign trail at the last moment yesterday, smiling for the cameras.
The only thing we discovered about Brendan Scott, the Norton's finishing Wheatfield as a child, was a revelation of it.
Running through Wheatfield was the naughtiness of it, I suppose. Maybe walking through would have fine, but I mean, it seems that this is a total disaster for her. It's nice.
So back to Joe Swenson, who is a feisty performer when she was in the House of Commons, and we could be a leader, potential leader, you say?
She's talked of that sometimes in adept circles. She has talked of it that day, and now she's back in Westminster, you know, we'll see. But there's another former leader of the Liberal Democrats, Nick Clegg, arriving at his count. As I was saying, regular sources have told me they expect to take Hallam from Nick Clegg.
He's looking quite uneasy, doesn't
he? He is, looking very uneasy.
He had a good campaign. A lot of people thought he spoke well of Brexit. He'd be relieved that perhaps not to remain in the House of Commons, having been leader.
There was speculation about whether he would actually stand again. I wonder how this Parliament run to 2020 whether he would have stood again, but the early election was called did stand again. I suspect perhaps we will find
just to make sure that
we do. Labour sources have told me of taking it, of course, until clear it to the returning officer, we can never be quite sure. Certainly, it's probably going to suggest that we're also hearing the result of a nightmare to the Farron and Lib potentially
Glasgow East, held by the SNP, a majority of 10,000, just over 10,000.
Thank you. The declaration was made by the High Sheriff of South Wales.
Gone back to Sheffield. Sorted out.
I, Stephen Ingram, being the returning officer of the election held on Thursday, June 2017, do hereby give notice the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Nick Clegg, Liberal Democrats, 19,756. Jared Omar, Labour Party, 21,000.
Quite saddened by that he was the man responsible for the great experiment in politics and going into the coalition with the Conservatives and paid a terrible price. His party is now tonight, he's paid the price and does look what you might call almost visibly upset at having lost it.
Of course, this is the end of the successful career. He was the Deputy Prime Minister for 5 years. Of course, then he took on the party to lose his seat rather than being able to execute choose, of course, all political careers ending failure, don't they? But I wonder too for the Liberal Democrats, their USP at this election was that promise of a second referendum. But the most prominent exponent of that of all, Nick Clegg, has lost his seat. So we'll see how that strategy of offering a second referendum, places them just seem to it seems to me it's also a different election to the
Say earlier, Scotland may have saved the Conservatives, but Scotland also saved the Liberal Democrats. They now lost 2 seats in England, but they're picking up seats in Scotland.
And they expect also to lose Leeds and North West, that also we expect that to be a Labour win too. But again, this is 2 tribes election playing out in extraordinarily different ways in different parts of the country.
How many Liberal Democrat seats do we have in so far? Our scoreboard there is showing just 1 Liberal Democrat seat, no change.
I think that's right.
But it's all right. They may well pick up Ministerial Results in Twickenham, maybe one or two others in London, but they're not going to pick up anything in the South West. The results are in the South West. The Democrats have been further back, so
the Liberal Democrats have had to hold on to what they have. They were not expecting
Very I might be able to speaking, and you will just hang on. I think just for a moment, just see if we can down the line the satellite. I don't know. Speech maybe might be the figures here in Sheffield. So I've got the Labour vote 881, the Democrats 18,796, Conservatives 13,561, and the share of the vote 38%. Labour 25%, Democrats 24%, Conservatives. And the switch this last time was 3%, Democrats down 5%, Conservatives up 10%. Now the swing on the Liberal Democrat, Labour 4%. Certainly a long speech being made, I think you maybe just come in. I hope the defeated Labour needs to speak. Maybe this was worth it. Yes, you speak.
So, voters tell politicians across the nation and the party. Nicky Clegg did that massively after the 2010 election, and it looks as if voters don't choose politicians who put the nation before the party.
It is my judgment that our country will endure unprecedented hardship and difficulty in the
years ahead, and whatever party you are from.
Commonly known as Vince Kelvin, Liberal Democrats, 34,000. Labour Party, 6,513. Matthias, Dr. Tanya Wynne, commonly known as Dr. Tanya Matthias, Conservative Party, 25,207.
So one goes down, and as one goes down, the other one comes up. Vince Cable, who was defeated at the last election for Twickenham, Liberal Democrat, Business Secretary in the coalition, has retaken Twickenham. He will say a rather moving speech about the future of young people in the political system and the future that the new House of Commons faces and problems. But anyway, Vince Cable is back, and I suppose...
The electorate gives with one hand and takes away with the other within moments of each other, but just let's also remember a very, very knife-edge result in Westminster where Tim Farron, the current party leader, is facing potential defeat as chapter leader at any time. Of course, if that were to happen, lo and behold, prominent Liberal Democrat Vince Cable has just walked back into Westminster.
All right, let's go. Listen up.
From Tim Farron's count, where it is pretty much on a knife edge. We have a recount here. It is a multiple recount. They're not going through every single vote, but they're looking at the volumes. There seems to be some votes that have been counted. It seems a bit of a mess now. It does tell us that this a few hundred more minutes as Tim Farron, the Liberal Democrat leader, who had a majority of nearly 9,000. What we're seeing as the night develops is that potentially it's a bit dicey for the Lib Dems, not as good as it looked originally. Nick Clegg has lost his seat, but potentially lost in Leeds North West. Yes, they gained Vince Cable's seat, and they've got a seat in Scotland. They need to get a few more in Scotland for this to be a better night for Tim Farron. He, of course, needs to hold on to his own seat, but if he doesn't do that well, if the Lib Dems don't do that well tonight, I think there will certainly be questions about his leadership.
Thank you very much. We'll come back there. I just watching Theresa May's face as she went into her. I wonder what the basic reasons are. She might actually respond.
I think at this stage that's quite a leap, and that she didn't make it public that it was plain she had ambition to take office to be Prime Minister for quite some time. Now I think if she ends up at the stage where our forecast is, where with support from the DUP, the Tories look significantly more viable than the other parties trying to put together some kind of Brexit alliance or whatever you call it, then I think the chances of her somehow just rescinding the opportunities to put together the government are very, very slim. How long she would stay on without making big changes is a different question, and I expect if the result ends in the Ministerial Results, she'll have to make changes, she'll have to broaden out.
The result from Glasgow Northeast, let's just take that out.
Scottish Liberal Democrats, 637. Anne McLaughlin, Scottish National Party, 13,395.
Glasgow Northeast from the SNP. And we're happy with that in Western. So a Labour gain at the expense of the SNP in Northeast Glasgow. And now I'm determined to enjoy it. It's extremely appropriate guessing.
you. I'm sitting here with Rick Campbell, leader of the Liberal Democrats, and with Sarah Pickles, former chairman of the Conservative Party. Rick Campbell, let's talk first of all about your thoughts on seeing Nick Clegg's seat in that way.
With great dignity, and pointing out in a very sharp way the fact that these elections are producing not the kind of unity which the Prime Minister did, but division, north and south, young and old. Nick Clegg has served his country and his party. It's a great distinction. He took a bold step in 2010 in the public interest. In fact, I heard it being referred to a moment or two ago. Got very little credit for that. And even after the quite tumultuous events of 2015, he buckled down and indeed, as Finance was pointed out, spearheaded the campaign in relation to the European Union.
Your party's in the position today of having he's lost his seat. The seat of your current leader, Tim Farron, is looking doubtful, but you have had Vince Cable re-elected, Joseph re-elected. What do you think the future holds if the party's position of a new leader?
Well, I'm not going to get into that speculation, but one can count on the fact that after I was before Nick Clegg was elected, Vince Cable was the interim leader. So he has some understanding of what responsibilities are. But it's very good for the party to have genuinely a leader back in the party. And let's not forget Joe Swinson, one of the most talented, the younger generation MPs of any party. And the fact that he's back in these things is a great advantage to him.
I was happy to be in campaign a decent man, and I can remember talking to him a couple of years after the election, and he kind of recognised that the Democrats would pay a price to his credit.
We know now that Mr. Philip were expecting to have a majority, and the latest forecast sees the Conservatives ending by times of 322 seats, short of majority, which means a deal will need to be done. You said of Theresa May that she's the worst person in the world to do a deal with.
But finish the quote. Of course, if you make any reasonable request, then she will generally backwards. Now, what that really means, both in terms of Brexit and putting together a government, if people if it's a reasonable process, I think that would be very interesting few days. We lost 6.
Why?
I think that's we've seen a big increase in the support. I think I think it was also why we just illustrate we'll pay for things and we will write off your debt. That's going to prove to be extraordinarily expensive, but we intend to do so. And I suspect that maybe
Well, I want to say a word about Scotland, if I may, because it is quite remarkable. The SNP are losing to Labour, losing to the Lib Dems, and of course they're losing to the Conservatives.
In fact, both of your parties are being saved to some extent.
And when you think the dominance after 2015 is quite extraordinary, but there is a reason for it, and of course that is the fact that people simply do not want a rerun of the independence referendum.
And we're keeping an eye on Jeremy Corbyn to discuss at Islington. We have another important result, a loss.
This is a shock result. It is a gain for Labour from the Conservatives. In Ipswich, in Southwark, there is no other red territory around for miles. This is truly Tory country, but more than that, it's a seat of Ben Governor. Just 5 days ago was rumoured to be geared up to be the new Brexit secretary if there were a reshuffle. Ben Governor, of course, is not only a cabinet minister, but he has been instrumental in writing some of that Conservative manifesto, planning some of this election campaign. He is now out. Curiously, I was on the stage of Ben 2 years
we'll listen to it and then we'll actually hear from Mr. Corbyn.
The election of Members of Parliament for Islington North on Thursday, the 8th of June 2017. I, Leslie Seary, being the acting returning officer and the election of Members of Parliament for the Islington North constituency held on Thursday, the 8th of June 2017, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Keith Angus, Liberal Democrats, 4946. Suzanne Lundy, known as Suzanne Cameron Blackie, Independent, 41. James Toby Clark, Conservatives, 6871. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, Labour Party, 4008. The official Monster Raving Loony Party, 106. James William Martin, known as Bill Martin, the Socialist Party GB, 21. Andres Mendoza, Communist League, 7. Being unarmed or wholly void of uncertainty, 82. The turnout was 73.6%. And I do hereby declare that said Jeremy Bernard Corbyn was duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Islington North constituency.
Shows the importance of fully staffed police service to make sure we're all kept safe at all times. And I do thank the police for their work last weekend and today. It's an enormous honour to be elected to represent Islington North for the 9th time in Parliament. And I'm very, very honoured and humbled by the size of the vote that has been cast for me tonight as the Labour candidate. And I pledge to represent the people of Islington North in the best way that I possibly can, and to continue to learn from them as well as represent them at the same time, because I believe representation is as much about listening as about telling other people. And so I do thank the people for their support. I also want to say a huge thank you to Islington North Labour Party, to our agent Catherine Sloan, and all the other people that worked so hard in this campaign. And unfortunately, or maybe from their point of view, fortunately, I've been out on the road for most of the last 6 weeks, and so So they've been holding the fort and working incredibly hard, and I'm very, very grateful to them for all that they've done. I'm also very grateful to all of my family, and to my wife Lara, and to all the people that have worked so hard in our team at Labour Party head office, as well as in the constituency office here, for achieving this incredible result tonight in Islington, and the results that are coming in from all over the country. In terms of Islington, this is the highest turnout of any election in Islington City. The largest ever vote received for a winning candidate ever in the history of this borough, and I'm very proud of it, and very humble and very grateful to the people of Islington for this result. This election was called in order for the Prime Minister to gain a large majority in order to assert her authority. And the election campaign has gone on for the past 6 weeks. I've travelled the whole country. I've spoken at events and rallies all over the country. And you know what? Politics has changed. And politics isn't going back into the box where it was before. Because what's happened is, people have said they've had quite enough of austerity politics. They've had quite enough of cuts in public expenditure, underfunding our health service, underfunding our schools and our education service, and not giving our young people the chance they deserve in our society. And I'm very, very proud of the campaign that my party has run, our manifesto for the many, not the few. And I'm very proud of the results that are coming in all over the country tonight, of people voting for hope for the future, and turning their backs on austerity. Is this. The Prime Minister called the election because she wanted a mandate. Well, the mandate she's got is lost Conservative seats, lost votes, lost support and lost confidence. I would have thought that's enough to go, actually, and make way for a government that will in the new Parliament, we will do everything we can to ensure that everything we've said in this campaign and everything that's included in our manifesto is put before Parliament so that this country can be a different and, I believe, fundamentally better place. Not participating in elections before shows the determination to do something very differently in this country and take a different stance towards the rest of the world. And I'm very proud of what we've achieved here in Islington. I'm very proud of the campaign our party has waged in this election campaign. And very confident in the future. Very confident in the future that we will grow that we will be able to carry out those pledges in our manifesto. To properly fund health, properly fund education, properly fund social care, and give all of our young people a real chance for a future, free from debt and full of opportunity. To the people of Islington, I say thank you very much indeed. To the people of this country, I say thank you to all those that have given such support and such confidence in the Labour Party. And thank you to all those all over the country who have worked so hard for this day. We will carry on because we believe in a better future for all. Thank you all very much indeed.
about the outcome of the election as a whole. Maybe she just stick to that.
Not saying anything, giving very little detail of what she plans to do. She's not the kind of politician, one of the criticisms that's leveled at her, who is nimble. And I think that's one of the things that's causing us such trouble.
We have another game from
We've got lots. This is a fascinating night. I'm going to take you to Scotland. We've got 15 Labour games now at from the SNP in East Lothian. They won 36% share of the vote. Once again, we're seeing it's turning out to be a tough night for the SNP, down 12 gains. So the Conservatives pushing Labour and the Unionist Party into the first place to take it on a swing, not quite as dramatic a swing as we saw in those earlier Tory gains in Scotland, but 8.5%. This is much more than they needed. This seat was gained in the Scottish Parliament by Labour, so some sense of direction of travel. They'll be very pleased about this. Gordon Brown's old seat of Kilconney, if I can just bring that one up for you now. We thought was Sailors and he was taken last time round. Roger Mullen is out and Leslie Baird takes his place. Very, very tightly fought this one, but it was a 23,000 majority under Gordon Brown. The SNP then took it on 9,000, and this is a very slim majority, 259, but they got this on more than a 9% swing, 9.7% swing. Two more gains for the Conservatives this time. Aberdeen South has been taken from Callum McKay of the SNP. This was number 97 on their target list. Let's just have a look and see if we're getting those dramatic swings again. 15%. We've seen the Conservatives in that region, 15-16% now when they're taking these seats from the SNP. Labour was in second place, which was thought to be a joint target, and they improved right. And one more, Aaron Parish, which again we thought was safe for SNP. And you can see what's happened is a change in the vote. Conservatives on 40% now, and the SNP moving backwards down 15%. This was a gain from Labour in 2015, so that kind of churn going through the SNP and the Conservatives shows that Scotland's really up in the air.
And to add to those two gains,
70%. And also, 70% is the biggest swing.
Canterbury, I'm not sure I can pick that up. I've been told that Labour's expecting to win Canterbury in Kent. That's been held probably the most dramatic example yet of a seat that
so we have a look again at Peterborough.
Canterbury we are expecting indeed and another.
Well, it's always an interesting one, isn't it? Chris Patten famously lost here in 1992, and this is an up moment for the Lib Dems on a night which has brought gains and losses for them, and some pretty sad faces in Sheffield Hallam, certainly when they played loss. But the Lib Dems have gained this one, the seat of Bath from the Conservatives. They needed a 4.1% swing, and if I just show you what's happened here, they've got it on a 9.8% swing to the Lib Dems. I'll be very pleased with that. UKIP got 7% of the vote here, and that has pretty much gone now. You can see the little stand here. That's how the seats have been arranged here in Bath. If I can bring you one more, you were just talking about Peterborough. Another game, this is number 16 on the Labour target list. It's very, very tight, just a percentage point between them. A majority of 607. UKIP standing down here again, which Tories might have thought would help them retain the seat, but it's gone on a swing towards Labour of 2.7%.
So nobody will forget Chris Patten's face when he was chairman of the Conservative Party for the campaign that lost his only seat. Here is Mayor Pitt, there is the Prime Minister on the left, and again the result of the main vote. This is a losing seat. So, basically, very rare candidates stay with us by together, and each of them is done.
Batten, Gerard, Joseph. UK Independence Party, 871. Hallamere Yamasak, known as Yemi Hallamere, Independent, 16. Harvey, Jonathan David, known as Lord Buckethead, 249. Anthony Charles, Reagan Mooney Party, 119. Knight Andrew David, Animal Welfare Party, 282. May Teresa Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 37,718. McDonald Patrick Scarfield, known as Pat McDonald, Labour Party, 11,261. Reid Julian Michael Ivor, the Just Political Party, 52. Smith Bobby, known as Bobby Elmo Smith, 3. Smith Grant Jonathan, Independent, 152. Victor Edmonds, Christian People's Alliance, 69. Ward Derek Norman, Green Party, 907. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the vote was entitled to, 19. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 3. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 86. Rejected in part, 0. Total rejected votes, 108. I hereby declare that Teresa Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, has been duly
a good example of what English democracy throws up in this sort of Prime Minister is. You get every Tom, Dick and Harry coming in standing. I reckon they made £5,000 in lost deposits, but here is Theresa May to speak.
Thank you very much. And first of all, on behalf of myself, all of the candidates, thank the returning officer and all her staff for the hard work they have put in today in running this election here in the Maidenhead constituency. Can I also thank the police who have had an extra job here tonight in ensuring the security of this event. And thank you to all those who have once again supported me as the Member of Parliament for Maidenhead. It is a huge honour and a privilege to be elected as the Member of Parliament for this constituency, and I pledge that I will continue to work for all my constituents, as I have done over the period of time that I have been your Member of Parliament. As I say, it's a huge honour. This is a wonderful constituency, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to see improvements, further improvements, for the life of those who are living here in the Maidenhead constituency. As we look more widely across the country, of course, returns are still coming in. We have yet to see the full picture emerging. Votes are still being counted. But at this time, more than anything else, this country needs a period of stability. And probably the most votes, then it will be incumbent on us to ensure that we have that period of stability, and that is exactly what we will do. I would like to thank all those across the country who have voted for the Conservative Party today. As we ran this campaign, we set out to consider the issues that are the key priorities for the British people. Getting the Brexit deal right, ensuring that we both identify and show how we can address the big challenges facing our country, doing what is in the national interest. That is always what I have tried to do in my time as a Member of Parliament. And my resolve to do that is the same this morning as it always has been. As we look ahead and we wait to see what the final results will be, I know that, as I say, country needs a period of stability. And whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability, so that we can all, as one country, go forward together. Thank you.
Suggesting that it's not a full parliament she's thinking of.
I think that's true. I think, as we were saying half an hour ago, so ministers privately now say clearly they do not expect to outperform the exit poll. I think we saw there a very shaky Theresa May, who does not expect to move up back into Downing Street with a majority. Now, of course, it will only be in the hours to come that we can confirm whether that is not the case. But I think her wording there certainly implied that very heavily. She said, of course, there's still votes to be counted, but if, as we expect, we are the largest party with the largest number of votes, she said that very carefully, it will be incumbent upon us to form a government. So in the Prime Minister's own words, she chose to mention the formulation that suggests a hung parliament, the largest number of votes and the largest number of seats.
That's half the story. She inherited a lead of 100 seats over Labour. She'll probably end up with a lead of 50 seats over Labour. She inherited from the last election a 7 percentage point lead over Labour in the popular vote. It looks like we'll end up with a 3% Conservative lead in the popular vote. So yes, she's factually correct. The Conservatives are ahead on votes and seats, but by only about half the amount that the Cameron achieved 2 years ago.
She now has to contend with absolutely. Okay, and Tim Farron has retained his seat just on this. And what has happened over the last hour or so is that we've revised our forecast and revised it down from the Conservatives' point of view. Jeremy, you've got those figures. Should we just see those?
Let's take a look inside our virtual House of Commons here. Actually revised in the Conservatives' favour very, very slightly. So we started the night by saying the exit poll had them on 314. This is what it's saying now. It's tempered by some of the actual results we've had. We've had about half of the constituencies. We've now got them on 318. It's down 13 seats from the last general election 2 years ago, but up a little bit from the way we started. Of course, crucially, it's not across the line here at 326, which is just above half the number of MPs in the House of Commons. So it does look as if the night ends in the way we're expecting. The Conservatives won't have their majority in the House of Commons. Let's look at the other parties as well. Very slight adjustment to the Labour figure, up 1. So we now have them on 267. In our exit poll, the SNP on 32. Bad night for them. The Liberal Democrats, notwithstanding the Tim Farron news we just had, doing not as well as we thought to start. 11 seats is our exit poll there. And the others, Plaid Cymru with those 3 seats still, Green with their 1 seat, and at the end in grey you see the others, the Northern Ireland parties as well. So I can show you the figure. The key figure here is that the Conservatives are short by 8. Now, all kinds of other mathematics start to come in. Sinn Féin MPs, there could well be 6 by the end of the night. You've got to take 650 MPs, take those 6 away, because they don't attend the House of Commons. So you end up with 644, you divide that by 2, 322. The Conservatives still not quite there, but it makes it just a tiny bit closer. And the other thing is the DUP, we think they have 9 MPs by the end of the night. Now they're the natural allies of the Conservatives in this situation. So if you add the 9 to the Conservatives 318, you get 327, and then they cross this crucial line here. But just take a whirl around the House of Commons with me now and have a look. Yes, there's a lot of blues. Theresa May says they end with more seats than anyone, but a strengthened Labour Party, a diminished SNP, a few more Lib Dems. It's really going to be very, very complicated politics in here, and many more hours of conversation to come. David?
Thank you, Jeremy. I should say it did just go up to 322 at one point, so his Tory figure, Conservative figure, moving around. Anyway, it's above where they are. Eastbourne has been taken by the Liberal Democrats. Nick Robinson has been taken by Islington, so let's go and join him before he has to go off for the Today Show. Nick, good morning.
Good morning, Chief Executive. Just clearing away here. It is extraordinary being here at my local leisure centre, Jeremy Corbyn's local leisure centre, a place where he has come election after election. The result has always been predictable, and just as predictable has been the fact that no one beyond these walls would listen to a single word he said. And yet that figure, the maverick, stood on the stage here and effectively called on the Prime Minister to quit and to make him Prime Minister instead. And suddenly, that doesn't sound absurd. Contrast that with the face of Theresa May, the look of a woman defeated, heavily made up, as if she'd been in tears earlier. Her voice cracking at times, I thought, declaring that she would provide the stability the country needed, but nothing like what she said she wanted to do, which is to have that big majority which would deliver the country a strong mandate, a strong negotiating mandate for delivering Brexit.
We're at interjecting Nick as we've gone to Boston and Skegness. Before we result from there, all leader of UKIP fighting that seat.
Warman, Matthew Roberts, Conservative Party candidate, 27,271. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more candidates than the vote was Islington, 11. License online by which the voter can be identified.
Pretty humiliating defeat for all number 3,308 in Boston and Skegness, an area of the highest area of vote leave. It is 3/4 of Boston and Skegness voted to leave, but not giving him any traction for UKIP. So the Conservative vote. Let's just go back to Nick Robinson, if you can. Nick, we interrupted you for that Paul Knuckle. It'll be no surprise to you. Not do very well in Boston and Skegness. You got 3,000 votes, 3,300. Anyway, just finish the point you were making. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, I was only going to say this, David, that even a few hours ago when I was outside Jeremy Corbyn's house, they were there looking at those results to see, well, just how much will we manage to cut Theresa May's majority. When they arrived here for his count, people were seriously asking questions about whether they might be the largest party, Labour, about whether Jeremy Corbyn might, in certain circumstances, be our next Prime Minister. Now, I don't think that is their essential expectation, but I do know that they have left this building to give that a serious thought. They know that he is now decisions he makes will matter, not just for the future of the future reaction in the future. And just a few weeks ago, that would have seemed completely implausible, not just to most commentators, but to Mr. May himself. He has now been placed in a position of power ahead of perhaps the most difficult political negotiations this country has seen since the Second World War, position of power never, ever dropped.
And then what do you think, you were hearing Theresa May, and were able to see her, what do you think she will actually do severely damaged by this result, particularly as she was an election when she said she wouldn't, and then she has an election that battles her. Where does that leave in the Tory party and in Parliament?
Well, I think there's two answers. In other words, forming a government, as Laura was pointing out, she has the most seats and the most votes. But the second question is, where does it leave her in the minds of our own cabinet, in the minds of her own party? Well, they take the view that she has gambled and lost big time, and therefore has to be punished for it. The difficulty with that scenario, of course, is thinking who would replace her. The Tory party were looking for a charismatic figure, for a figure who could give hope to the public at a future election. They would turn to Boris Johnson, no doubt. But if instead the job is not about winning an election, but the job is about doing a deal in Europe, about those negotiations, Boris Johnson would be regarded as deeply plausible, not just in Brussels, but by many of his own cabinet colleagues. And that is the place that the Tories now find themselves. Do they focus on the talks in Europe, or do they focus on the possibility of another election sometime soon, which Theresa May looks impossible for her to run in again, and if she did, she'd surely lose.
Nick Robertson, thank you very much.
But exactly as Nick points out, this is a very curious position that the Tories find themselves in. They ran on competence. They ran on being a safe pair of hands. Theresa May became Prime Minister because she was basically the last grown-up left standing after the Tory bloodbath over the referendum. But what do they do now? How can they try another general election to combat that sort of message of hope and energy that they were
Is she in a position to change her government? Is she in a position to get rid of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, which everybody said at the beginning of the migrants, which she wanted to do, he screwed up and voted in her
with Brexit moving over everything, it is a pretty bad time to muck about. And I think our first instinct will be to try to convey that message and stay on.
Let's just have the latest gains. Emily, come in, and John.
Pretty dramatic gains for Labour in a couple of seats here. Warwick and Leamington, which is the kind of seat that you would expect Labour to take if they were winning the election. This is quite a bellwether. Labour won it under Tony Blair 3 times, David Cameron won it twice. It has been a Labour game from the Conservatives, the third share of the vote. But just to put that in perspective, they needed a 6.5% swing, which is quite an ask, and they've done it on 7.6% swing. It is astonishing for them to have taken this, number 68 on their target list. Canterbury, the same. This has been Conservative since they had a majority of 9,700. Not only that, Julian Brazier, the Conservative MP, has been here as his MP since 1987. That's about 30 years. Rosie Duffield has just outed him in the seat of Canterbury. Kent not waiting to expect a lot of Labour to appear. And a extraordinary surge in their share, up 20%. Tom Brake was at one stage he might be in danger in this very reedy part of southwest London, but the Lib Dems have held here against the Conservatives and keeping Tom Brake in there. He once said it would be the hardest election I've ever fought, and it may well have been. You can see what kind of swing it's been. Just towards the Conservatives, 2.2. And I'm going to bring you another one. Kingston has been taken by Ed Davey for the Lib Dems. Some of these old faces, Vince Cable, Ed Davey, old as in previous, coming back in. 4,124 majority then. Ed Davey would be very pleased to take this, but a rather bittersweet night for the Lib Dems, where they're seeing former leader like Nick Clegg lose his seat, but some of the former MPs from last time round gain their seats. So the Lib Dems have been making gains. Tim Brown, we talked about, not only well, he has held on this element, but that 9,000 majority cut to 777. So a massive swing in this part of the world away from the Lib Dems to the Conservatives, but he's held on here. One more I just want to bring you. Norfolk North, Norman Lamb thought he might be in danger, but he has probably on a personal popular vote outperformed what many were expecting. 48% share of the vote. He stays in Greens to the south, and it might have helped the Lib Dems. 0.7% swing towards the Conservatives, but he's done very well to hold on here. And there is one more, I think. If I can just bring you this one. Caithness Sutherland and Easter Ross, John Thurso, as was, he lost that seat for the Lib Dems in 2015. The SNP came in, then you'll remember, on some of those huge swings. The SNP gained it from third place, but it's now James Stone who replaces the Lib Dem John Thurso, and he takes this seat back for the Lib Dems in Scotland. They're having a pretty good night. All the unionist parties having a pretty good night against the SNP in Scotland. 36% share of the vote. Let's just have a look. that swing and see what's happening there. Again, sturdy swing towards the Lib Dems from the SNP in Scotland here. So you get this picture, if I just step back, you can see all the Lib Dem gains here. Some of them are holds and some of them have been taken. And those two extraordinary results for Labour in parts of England that you really didn't expect to see stand out tonight.
John Alexander from his constituency in Gordon. And Mr. Sam, first of all, your own result, you think you've held on?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, David. I think I feel we're some time away from the result yet. It's a very large rural constituency as well as a varied and urban one. So there's ballot boxes have to travel a long way in these parts.
What do you make of the net loss of 14 seats so far for the SNP?
Well, yeah, I think that's off the scenario I reckon we win elections by winning more seats and more votes than any of the other parties. It looks like the SNP will have more seats in Scotland than the Unionist parties combined. On that measure, the SNP will win the election.
But on that measure, you call them the Unionist parties, and they've made huge inroads into the SNP's position.
Yeah, I think there's two things. One, I think what the opinion polls didn't see in political commentators was a late recovery in the Labour Party's fortunes. Ironically, that was based largely on people impressed by Jeremy Corbyn. Many yes supporters she's going to win a majority of seats across the UK. So, given that the SNP looks like we might well have done it again in Scotland, despite losing many fine parliamentary colleagues.
And does it make the second independence referendum more or less than what's happening?
It's a question of timing. Because another irony, a third irony of politics is this SNP group, although smaller, will be going into a parliament where it looks like at this stage it's going to be very influential indeed. And that influence will be used on behalf of Scotland, on behalf of Scottish democracy, to defend the Scottish Parliament. And that's quite probably people in Scotland have the right to expect that they elect SNP MPs in a large number, and then they'll turn out to be influential in the next parliament. That looks like it's what's going to happen.
But you don't yet know, of course, what's going to, I hope you can hear me all right, you don't yet know what's going to happen over Brexit, and we know that you want to remain in the EU. That may still be possible, I suppose, if Parliament is in total confusion. You think there's a chance of the SNP getting a better vote, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, in a balanced parliament, we've been in a position of great influence, and obviously we'd seek to see it as a progressive candidate to Tory rule. But let's talk plainly. If there is no Conservative majority, Theresa May will not be Prime Minister within the next 48 hours. You couldn't possibly survive when you call surprise me. Not what I know of Boris Johnson. It certainly doesn't surprise me given the glaring deficiencies of Theresa May, which have been exposed in the general election campaign. So the SNP will use a position of substantial influence to get the best deal we can for Scotland and to make sure we don't fall into that Brexit cliff edge, which Theresa May was clearly the country towards.
And what do you make of what she said at Maidenhead? I don't know whether you caught it, but she said if we have the largest number of seats and the largest popular vote, our responsibility, our duty is to ensure stability. She was thinking of quitting anytime soon.
Sounded like bravado to me, but then of course consistency of position over any length of time, over a half of hours, has not been one of the hallmarks of Mrs May over recent weeks. This declaration, I shall continue regardless of the verdict of the people. It's total nonsense. I mean, it isn't clear, David, across the UK who has won this election. That's certainly true. Very, very
Alex Salmon, thank you very much. And as we were talking, you can see Nicola Sturgeon there, the leader of the SND in Scotland and Berkhamsted. And we're going to join Vince Cable, who took this seat. Vince Cable, good evening, congratulations on your victory. You were saying it's going to be a tough fight, and you seem to have pulled it off. What do you make of the position of the Liberal Democrats now and their role in the new Parliament?
Well, within the last few minutes, we've held Shelter, Kingston, I believe Richmond is hanging by a thread. We're down to, I think, 3 figures. So we're doing well in London. We're doing extremely well in Scotland. Northern Ireland held on in very different circumstances to Farron. So we're going to get back with a significant increase in our parliamentary party, though we're still mid-teens. I mean, we've been very clear in terms of the big picture that we are not going into coalition or pact with other parties, and obviously we want to be constructive. The opposition party that gives constructive criticism. I mean, clearly the whole Brexit approach is going to have to be rethought. It contributes to that perspective, the basic decision, and indeed other things, personal care, which became a big issue. What is now becoming very clear is that parties are going to have to work together rather than shout at each other in this very different political landscape.
How do you think Brexit can be rethought? I mean, the mantra has been Brexit means Brexit, and that means you can't be the single market, you can't be the customs union, you've got to have control of immigration. Saying all that to be turned on the table.
Well, the phrase Brexit means Brexit was always a nonsense. It's perfectly possible to pursue a form of Brexit that keeps the single market, certainly the overwhelming elements of it, which certainly keeps the customs union, keeps a lot of the collaborative arrangements that have been very good in the UK. That's the kind of approach we're going to take, that the hard union style Brexit. So Theresa May has adopted it, it's simply no longer a viable option.
But are you saying it's not going to be politically possible for her to pursue that if she doesn't have a majority in the House of Commons?
Well, I mean, we don't know the arithmetic, we don't know the detail, but to take an obvious point, the government were proposing to introduce a great repeal bill that would have got rid of a whole lot of regulatory aspects of the European Union, like the single market. I doubt very much the current House of Commons that's been elected tonight, but that's going to be easy. They're going to have to compromise, they're going to have to find a way of accommodating many of the concerns. 48% in budgets will pay.
We're just watching a picture of the Prime Minister returning to London from Maidenhead. One last thing, Vince Cable, what is your reaction to Nick Clegg's defeat in Sheffield?
Well, I'm very sad for him. I went through a defeat 2 years ago. It's painful, but he will be looked upon by historians as a really major figure. I think with hindsight, the period of coalition government was a period of stability, competent, successful government. He was one of the main architects of that, and deserves a lot of credit for it. It will be a big loss to us as a Parliament because of his expertise and understanding of European issues. So I think it is a big loss.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We've now had 439 seats in. We've got 211 to go. Labour have gained 20, Conservatives are down 9, the Democrats are down 4, SNP are down 14, UKIP down 1. Yes,
Conservatism settled down in light of 44% of the vote across Great Britain. 44% is what Tony Blair got in his landslide in 1997. 44% is what Margaret Thatcher got in her landslide in 1983. Remember, the Conservative vote is up. So why they do so badly? Because we're back in England in these two-party politics. And when you have two and a bit or three parties, 44% gave you a landslide. When you're back to the two-party politics, 44% looks pretty grim in terms of the actual Conservative share of the vote. Theresa May got Tony Blair, Margaret Thatcher in the face. So I'm matching you.
Yes, I'm trying to think when a party is consent.
Yes, it's not. Don't break the first round. That's right. But the two-party politics
had there an overrun seat? What was the seat? John, are you with me? I don't know. John, can you hear me? John, can you hear us? I just want to know whether there's a recount. Right, well, I think we can't. Yes? I know it's Hastings. What's going on? It's all right. I know there's a communication breakdown. Sorry. It's all right.
Basically, the votes have come down to the difference between votes. We're talking about a few hundred here. This is the constituency of over Cemetery and the Rudge. You had a majority of over 4,700, and it looks like at best that has been diminished to sort of in the hundreds now. So there is going to be a full recount now. We're looking right there.
Conservatives got 49.3% of the vote. I think we'll go to Sturgeon a little bit of that. First Minister, good morning. Sturgeon, you are currently down, I don't know how many seats, it's just disappeared from my screen at the moment. For some extraordinary reason, it's come 0-0. But anyway, how many seats do you reckon you lost? Like that?
We're still waiting for the final tally, but what I think we're pretty clear about is that we will have one more seats than all of the other parties combined. So I think the first point I need to make is the SNP has won this election in Scotland. It will be our second best ever result in the Westminster election. That said, yes, we have Conservatism one side.
Is it right to say one potential? It's a UK election we're talking about. You've got more seats than Scotland. I don't know how they got the vote turnout. It's pretty damaging for you to have lost seats both for the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats and the Labour to be wiped out.
Well, I'm not trying to downplay the losses, but in answer to your question, yes, I do think it's legitimate to say that the SNP has won the election in Scotland. We will have, I think, more seats in Scotland than all of the other parties combined. We will have more votes than any other party. So, by any definition, that is a winning of the election in Scotland. There's been a number of factors at play in this election. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's been a great surge to Jeremy Corbyn across the UK, including in Scotland, which wasn't necessarily detected in the polls in Scotland in the same way that it was elsewhere in the UK. Clearly, there is a post-Brexit uncertainty, and independence is clearly a factor in that, and I will reflect on all of that in the days to come. But I think the other thing that has to be said is that Theresa May, she called this election voluntarily. She didn't need to. She thought she could steamroll the opposition and cruise to a landslide victory, and she's left tonight facing a disastrous election result. Now we'll need to wait and see how the final results look in terms of what that means for the government of the UK. I certainly hope the SNP can play a part in a progressive alternative into a government, but we'll have to wait and see how the final results tally.
What would you like to see happen? You want both independence and you want to remain in the EU. Both those aims, have they been improved by this result? And if so, how?
Well, look, I'm going to take time to reflect on this. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and like all other politicians, I've not had any sleep in quite some time. So I'm not going to rush to hasty judgments or decisions, but clearly there's thinking for me to do about the SNP result. I'm not going to let us recite the fact the SNP has won this election in Scotland, but clearly, equally, I'm not going to try and gloss over the fact that we have suffered some losses this evening. Once we know what the final result is tomorrow, I think it's very likely that the SNP will be the largest party in Westminster, as we were in the last Parliament. So we want to, if we possibly can, try to be part of a progressive alliance that is an alternative to the Tories, but that will very much depend on how the arithmetic looks when the final
And when we talk arithmetic, are you slightly chastened when you say we won this election and you don't have 50% of the popular vote? It's got probably something like 40% of the popular vote. It's only the electoral system, which of course you don't have for Hollywood, that allows you to say you're the largest party.
I think anybody listening to me right now, David, is not going to hear me trying to overplay the SNP results, but equally, I think it's reasonable for me as the SNP leader when we've emerged with more votes than any other party and more seats than all of the other parties combined, to point to the fact that the SNP has won the election here. Before 2015, as you will be well aware, that the largest number of Westminster seats the SNP has ever had was 11. So going into the 2015 election, we had 6. We likely ended up with slightly above 30 results. I'm not standing here, I'm trying to be pretty straight with you. I'm not trying to gloss over some very disappointing losses, but I think I'm entitled to point to the fact that we have won the election, and clearly the losses are something that I will have to reflect on when we understand and analyse the reasons for that.
Nicola Sturgeon, nobody ever accused you of being anything other than straight with us. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go to Northern Ireland now, but first of all, shots of Prime Minister. There we are. The Northern Ireland story is interesting. We have four main parties fighting on seats, but Chris Page, not Chris Buckland, it's taken there. Chris, just fill us in on what's happened, what you think's going to happen.
Well, David, it's been an extraordinarily good night for the biggest two parties in Northern Ireland, the Democratic Unionist Party and Sinn Féin. Their vote has surged. It's been a disastrous night for the Nationalist SDLP. They went into this election with 3 seats. They have lost all 3. They've lost their entire representation in the House of Commons. Not all the results from Northern Ireland's constituencies are in yet, but on the basis of what we have at the moment, I reckon that the DUP are looking at 10 seats. That would be their best ever result in a Westminster election. Sinn Féin could be on for at least 6, probably 7. Then the other seats in Northern Ireland has been won by an independent unionist, Lady Sylvia Ehrman. So the DUP in a strong position, they believe, as regards whatever happens after this election. Their Westminster leader, Nigel Dodd, when he gave his victory speech here for the Belfast North constituency, said the DUP would make their presence felt in the next Parliament. He referenced a number of issues, for example, counter-terrorism, security, Brexit, the DUP standing strong on the Brexit platform in this election. That it has increased their hand of votes in negotiations to restore the government storm, which hasn't been operating since January.
And they'll be in a very strong position to be as the Brexit party, and with Sinn Féin not taking their seats. Presumably Sinn Féin will still not take their seats on that.
Yes, they made that very clear tonight. No matter how tight things get in the House of Commons, they say their candidates stood on an abstentionist ticket, therefore they were elected as abstentionists. There's no way Sinn Féin will be taking their seats. With the increase in Sinn Féin's representation so far, they're on 6 seats, which to me they're likely to take 7 from outside. Currently held those unionist party, those unionist sources are telling me they are very worried about that seat. If they lost that unionist party, it would be like 2. They've already lost their 4 seats, so I'm not sure to the DUP. So with Sinn Féin not taking the seats in the House of Commons, losing that all their seats, it means that they're going to rule over any nationalist MPs from Northern Ireland sitting in the House of Commons, and it means that the vast majority, 10 out of 11 perhaps MPs from Northern Ireland sitting in the House of Commons will be pro-Brexit.
And you say they're going to play a hard game with, presumably, the Prime Minister. The Tory party doesn't have the majority, they're in a very strong position to get what they want.
Yes, that's right. Speaking to senior members of the DUP here today, they are emphasising again and again, they realise they might be in an important position as regards the stability of the government, the stability of the country, particularly going into Brexit negotiations, and they will go into any talks, any discussions
personally enjoying this, slightly more than winning this Conservative conference. George Osborne, not long ago, he's now editor of BBC. He said earlier today that the worst thing that she's done today is in her life is no longer running towards a weak field. And just in terms of the overseas reaction, we've got the Dutch MP who said Cameron gambled and lost, May gambled and lost, the Tory party beginning to look like a casino. This is one of the running themes from the night. In fact, I don't know if we can bring it up on the front page of the Times, 330 edition, which is massive gamble. Emily's got some more results, which I'll come to in a moment, but let's just go to Wales and catch up with
has been getting to by neighbours. A huge scandal really coming into this election. It was seen, or as a safe Tory seat. What we've seen here in Wales is that Labour have held on to their seats and they've increased their majority and they've taken seats from the Conservatives. They've taken Vale of Clwyd, they've taken Gower and they've taken Cardiff Hall. They have exceeded expectations and exit polls that we were coming into as spheres think that the Conservatives were going to do very well here. There's still a suggestion that the exit poll this evening has not borne out Labour, that they've done well, but they haven't just defended, they have made these gains. And we've been hearing from people, senior people in Labour here who've been saying it's been down to two things. The Welsh Labour brand that they've campaigned so strongly on, but also
Theresa May's authority has been under she is a damaged Prime Minister whose reputation may never recover.
Just look at the move Hastings partly leaving confidence in the Home Secretary
While waiting for it.
Conservatism is the largest party, and short of the majority. Tories were 10 seats years ago. 66 seats in the Party, 44 SNP, 44 seats in the Liberals, 14.
It's right to go to the country and ask them a question about what their views were, what people's views were about the direction that they went into the future.
But there is some encouraging news for Conservatives in Scotland. The Festival of Democracy is a full show. One set ministers on the senior SNP figures Theresa May has left her constituency Kent. Election campaign has been unpredictable journey for her. Already some Labour opponents are saying tonight it should bring the end of the road of premiership. Remember,
Well, the projected result of the vote has seen the pound weaken on the currency markets. Let's get the latest reaction now. It's in Singapore.
Reaction on the markets has been suggested the Conservative Party could lose its parliamentary majority. And the good news, though, is that it continues to look around the $1.27 mark against the US dollar. It hasn't fallen any further. And that is advertising that it's moving through the day because the early results suggest we're already a winner She defeated further, and that is uncertainty that markets and investors don't like. But having said that, though, most Asian markets at the moment are trading higher. Japan's trading up almost 1%. Chinese markets are higher. Australian and Hong Kong markets fairly flat. So we don't see a direction here. Asia is reacting to those results.
Strategies many and that's
Welcome back to the Election Centre, and you welcome back to the House of Commons, where the now forecast are 318 for the Conservatives, short of the overall majority, 326. Labour on 267. Conservatives, the largest party. There are many, many stories to be told tonight about what's happened, and Emily has now a list of seats that have changed hands, but we haven't yet caught up to them.
Labour's having a very good night in England. This is Leeds North West, which Labour has taken from the Lib Dems and taking to think that this is the oldest constituency seat in has now replaced Parliament Party. You can have a look at this change overnight, which is Labour up 8 points at the expense of UKIP down 10. They've got double the swing here as well. They need it 1.5, and they've got a 3% swing. We've availed another one, number 11 on the Labour target list, and it was a tiny majority of 806. But the Labour Party's on 52 now. If you want to see what that looks like, as they swing nearly 5%. Tony Blair won here for Labour 3 times, but
Graham Evans is out now, Mike Amesbury is out. Some good news, however, for the Conservatives in Scotland. And I'm going to show you 3 seats that they've taken from the SNP: Aberdeenshire West, Stirling and Berwickshire, which borders the one that they already had before this election. And you can see these tremendous swings now away from the SNP towards the Conservatives of 14%, 11% and 11%. Everything's been up in the air since 2015 when the SNP were coming in with some of those humongous swings of over 20-30%. So to take any of these seats back, you need really solid swings, and you can see this kind of work that they're doing. One more, I'm just entering this Edinburgh West, which has been gained by the Lib Dems having a mixed night, certainly a better night in Scotland. The Lib Dems taking this from the SNP in Edinburgh West there, 34%, a swing there of 5.8%. On the back of these results, what you can say is the one Tory who's having an excellent night is Ruth Davidson.
We're joined now by Jacob Rees-Mogg. You're in Taunton, where are you?
I'm in Somerset. I'm in Bath. No, I'm in Bath. I'm in Bath University.
Ah, I see. Good. Well, you held your seat?
Yes.
And tell us about your view of what's happened. Was the Prime Minister guilty of hubris by running for this election when she said she wasn't going to, as a result of disaster for the Conservative Party?
No, I think neither of those things is true. I think the election was going to be inevitable, both as a result of the Brexit vote a year ago and having a new Prime Minister, that a new Prime Minister required a mandate ultimately, and it was merely a question of time. As for the Conservative Party, we seem to be starting out today where we finished before the last Parliament was dissolved, so there isn't much change, but there's some rotation, and I think that will probably mean that we continue to form the government. So it's not a disaster, but it's not as good as it could be.
It's quite strange to say you go back where you were before this election. You did have a majority of 17. Is that she said she wanted to guarantee certainty instead of 50 years ahead. This guarantees certainty and stability for more than a couple of months.
Well, the British people have decided on the Parliament.
What do you think, leaving that aside for a moment, what do you think the Prime Minister should do about the Brexit negotiation which are due to start in 11 days' time? Can it be pursued as though nothing had happened?
The Prime Minister is the Prime Minister and is the person who will pursue these negotiations. He's very straightforward. It is the European Union at the end of March 2018. And the negotiations are really not too much, but they're not necessary. Even at the end of March 2018, when we've had any negotiations at all, that is now part of the law for the European Jesus.
Do you think there'll be opposition in the parliamentary party? Now, some people, obviously, maybe not you, because you're a loyal supporter of the Prime Minister, but there will be people in the Conservative Party who feel this was a terrible error to have this election. It's done the party, but she really should take the blame for it. It's her decision, as we know, walking on the hills of Wales. There are many others in the Tory party. You're smiling slightly. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm smiling because you've already reported his comments earlier this evening. He seemed to want to stir it up a bit. I think Mrs May will have a good deal of support. She's only been the leader for under a year. She got into that in opposition and uncontested election with support up and down the country. I don't think the Conservative Party is so fickle or such a fair weather friend as it will not continue to back
there's something here. This man was set behind something really should be learned if it's over there. God forsaken part.
I think the day that game is scored is ended. This is pretty much the case here.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
There is a conversation going on with Conservatives right now. Well, one former minister said to me they find it hard to see how she could stay after this result.
Well, even
it's the flip front. I think tomorrow will potentially be a very effective day. I think it will depend on the final numbers. Does it look like Whitmer and Marriage follows? She could be quite comfortably government. I mean, we're still in this situation, but it feels very, very simple.
The senior members would come along and say to you, sorry,
as a very good response.
Do you think they might say that tomorrow?
I think it's too early to say that, but the conversations at 4 a.m., there are conversations between the it is not a question of everybody will automatically pile up and say, well, back up, there you go, it's quite as expected, but we will all absolutely stand behind it. It's going to be I think that at minimum what we'll see are demands about saying that she must widen her circle, she must move away from this very sort of iron grip that she's held in a tiny circle that was maybe for her to one minister said she's urging everybody to have a good night's sleep, and then a solution will be found that will not involve having another election. At the end of the day, the Tories are pragmatists. This is not a good moment to change a leader when Brexit negotiations about to start. But my point is this: we saw a very shaky Theresa May imply very heavily that she will try to put the government together. There are going to be real strains inside the Tory party. Many of those conversations about whether they should take a different course of action. I'm not saying she's going to be out of the running or anywhere near that. It's not going to be a straight road. As Jacob is not clearly saying, of course we will all line up by the
Scottish Labour Party, 6,340. Alex Salmon, Scottish National Party, SNP, 19,000.
Sorry to interrupt proceedings, but the candidates agents for Camberwell Peckham, please meet with the acting returning officer in the lift lobby in 5 minutes' time. and we'll make a short announcement towards the end. We'll make a note over the end after lunch.
So known from local results, we know that the Scotland away from the North East, an area of traditional strength for the SNP, towards West Central Scotland, towards Glasgow, towards the places where the independence vote was highest. And conversely, that the advancing Conservative support, which has been evident in Scotland for at least the last 12 months, was also particularly strong in North East. I think one of the interesting things about the North East is that despite a relatively high SNP vote there traditionally, was not an area that voted in favour of yes, the government did well. This demonstration was referendum. Most very in particular was the policy as well as the actual constituency, which was almost voted for Brexit.
Yes, it's just in Scotland, and look at me, what are we heading for?
Yes, I mean, I think in truth now, the chances of the Conservative having an overall majority, or shall we say, they're no more than that. It really is beginning to look highly likely that the Conservatives won't have 326 seats. That said, however, given that the DUP are probably going to have around 10 seats in Northern Ireland, I think some of the talk that we've heard about possibly putting together a progressive alternative, that isn't going to work. We won't have the numbers. And this is going to be an extraordinary election, which we know is going to be happening in the results.
We have a declaration coming from Local Practice. We have a declaration coming from the Southwark. Yes,
Oliver Newton-Colville, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,806. Richard Michael Ellison, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,148. Luke Pollard, Labour and Cooperative Party, 23,000.
Famously in the past, David Owen had it, Alan Clark, the Conservatives had it, Peter Liberals, Labour, now back to Labour, so he was candidate in 2015, and Conservative took it in 2010, so the second time around. We joined now, I hope, by Ruth Davison, the leader of the Scottish Conservative. Ruth Davison, good morning, you're looking extremely cheerful, if I might say so. Let's just deal with Scotland first, the inroads in Scotland.
This is a historic night for the Scottish Conservatives. We haven't taken multiple seats here for more than 20 years. In fact, the first election I was able to vote in was in 1997, when I was at first year of university. I had to watch the results at a student union that had been hired out by the University of Labour Club because I didn't own a telly. And I had to sit watching every Conservative seat in Scotland fall, surrounded by 200 Labour people bellowing about the results. So it was a really long time for us to come back to Scotland. I'm so proud of my team that fought so hard and seats right from the borders into the Highlands of Ireland.
I can hear there's a lot of noise behind me, but I hope you can hear me. Is the problem for the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom as a whole that Theresa May doesn't have the lustre that attaches itself to you in Scotland?
It's getting late at night, David, but I didn't expect such compliments. I think we can leave our lustre somewhere else if that's all right. I'm hearing a really clear message in this campaign, which was about the big issues in Scotland right now, and that was the issue of Nicola Sturgeon trying to ram through a second independence referendum in March. And Theresa May was absolutely right to tell her that not now, you know. And the people of Scotland were able to give their verdict on that. And you've seen the number of SNP seats that have fallen. Indirect Two's dead in Scotland, and Nicola Sturgeon needs to reflect on that.
I don't know what you think I was referring to. I was referring to political lustre. You may want to
the declaration for Camberwell and Peckham, which will take place shortly. So immediately after the declaration, the candidate agents for Bermondsey and Southwark will also go to the lobby to meet the acting returning officer. Thank you.
So they may not know what the UK standards are going to do. But it does look as if we're still in the midst
Would you like to lead the Conservative Party?
The Scottish Conservative Party.
I know you do. We know that. I'm asking whether you'd like to lead the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom.
Well, look, if I wanted to be in the United Kingdom Parliament, I would have stood in the United Kingdom constituency at this election. I've got a job to do here. I lead the main opposition in the Scottish Parliament. I've got 4 years to turn us into a credible alternative government for Scotland. We've seen from the result last year when we stopped the SNP up.
That we are able to make significant gains, and we will be challenging Nicola Sturgeon for the government of Scotland.
Can I just mention one more time to come leader of the Tory party?
We're going to have to let go of this. You can't hear it.